And another concerning development is, of course, related to climate change. So over the last few months, we have seen a lot of pushback on climate commitments. Many governments are postponing a little bit their work on climate change and their policies on climate change. We have seen that, for instance, in World Bank, IMF, they had an agenda on climate change, and now they are concerned about talking too much about climate change because of the new administration. And again, this means that for the Global South, this is really bad news. I mean, it's bad news for the planet, of course. But we know that climate-related events are much more severe and frequent in the Global South. And having an agenda that is going to postpone climate action is going to be very bad for many people in the Global South. And it's also very bad because there should be commitment in terms of financing climate adaptation and loss of damages in developing countries. And now again, we are seeing that this agenda is changing. It's not that it was great before, but I think now we are in a period whereby no commitment is made to the Global South based on the historical responsibility of the Global North according to cumulative emissions. So I think all these developments are really challenging for people in the Global South. And as I said, as SOAS, we always have this perspective. We try to think about alternatives, taking into account what this might mean for the Global South. And it's great that today there will be a lot of discussion about that. So again, it's a great pleasure for us to host this conference. Thanks everyone, Patrick, for organizing this. And yeah, I hope you enjoy the debate, and welcome again from our side.
Thank you very much, Yanis. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a lovely place, very convenient as well. So, in my introduction, I've given you some words in the program, and taking on from there, first of all about PEF. We created PEF in 2018 to bring politicians and economists together, to create better economic policy, to oppose policies like austerity, and propose pragmatic, progressive policies which would work, inspired a great deal by the economist Keynes. So this is PEF's third annual conference, and we're going to talk about the intractable problems of the UK economy. But in his first 100 days, President Trump has turned the system of world trade on its head, destroyed the trading arrangements and rules, however imperfect, that have been in place since World War II, and we're in a period of uncertainty on a scale that we haven't seen since 1945. So today we're going to talk about the economy in the age of Trump, as so much depends on the next moves. It's been challenging preparing for this conference because the politics and economics change every day. For example, Trump imposed 10% tariffs on China in February, and then they rose to 20%, and then in March to 54%, and then 104%, and then in April to 145%, and then on Monday the 12th of May down to 30%. When the programme was going to print last week, I was going to say that a UK-US trade deal was elusive, and then suddenly we signed one. Last Thursday, 25% tariffs became 10% and nil on steel, and the deals are slowly emerging. We have apparently not compromised on food standards or relaxed taxes for US companies. But despite that, the UK faces 10% tariffs on US trade, which were not there a few weeks ago. At the same time, talks with Europe, which are incredibly important, are well advanced, and we hope to reach agreement soon on defence, youth travel, and closer trade. And we hope that the US deal doesn't scupper it, because 50% of our trade is with Europe. And then, again, another development on Monday, the Prime Minister made remarks about the economics of immigration, which we will take serious issue with. So, we had high hopes of the Labour government, which brought to an end 14 years of chaotic Conservative rule with 5 successive PMs and 7 chancellors. But despite winning an overwhelming majority. The Labour government appears to have been caught by surprise, entered office without, it seems, a clear plan for the economy. Then they took steps in the name of balancing the books, which have been disastrous for their popularity. Namely, scrapping the winter fuel allowance for pensioners, the proposed cuts to disability benefits, the rise in national insurance on employers, and the refusal to scrap without a limit. More austerity seems on the cards. Living standards show no sign of improvement. Planning future pain is not a great formula for electoral success, as they found out last week. And promises made in the election not to raise income tax and national insurance and ill-designed fiscal rules seem to have limited their options. At PEF, we're clear on the many reasons for our low-performing economy. It includes policy mistakes based on dogma, external shocks that no one saw coming, such as COVID and the Ukraine war. I'll highlight the main culprits. The neoliberal experiment of 1979, that caused the collapse of swathes of UK manufacturing, an attack on trade unions, the sale of state-owned assets, outsourcing of contracts, which has led to rentier profits, and no accountability from the companies who have cornered the contracts and assets. Cuts in income tax for the rich have accelerated rises in inequality, the financialisation of the economy, deregulation of the City of London. This led to the 2008 crash. Then austerity and experiments by Cameron and Osborne in 2010, allegedly to bring down debt, but actually a strategy to shrink the state. Public services and public health were wrecked, with life expectancy now stalling or falling. Next, Brexit, which actually was caused by austerity. The leaving process was a terrible cost for the country in civil service time, exit penalties, now a loss of 4% of GDP due to a reduction in trade and investment with the EU. Then COVID, leading to loss of output and higher debt, post-COVID inflation, the Ukraine war, inflation, Trump, and, as I said, the latest attack on immigration, which could be yet another historic economic and political blunder. So we're saddled with a post-crash economy with services wrecked by austerity, trade barriers with our leading trading partner, the EU, high levels of debt from the crash and COVID, unprecedented levels of poverty and inequality, a concentration of wealth in the hands of the few who held assets, a crisis of housing, a punitive benefit system which has intensified insecurity, a rentier economy, a failure to counter the poisonous narrative on immigration or explain the economics and the role of immigration. So we must start with analysis and then the solutions. It's no good the government saying that we have no choice but to balance the books and wait for growth. Electoral success can only follow if the government makes life better for those blighted by austerity, precarity, and poor services. So today we'll look at these issues: the US-UK trade, the rentier economy, insecurity and benefits, wealth taxes, fiscal rules, immigration, and Brexit. We have excellent speakers, mainly economists, most from the PEF Council, some economics journalists, and some politicians. I'm going to refer you to the words of William Beveridge, one of the creators of the welfare state, and you'll see it in the programme and on the slide behind me. A revolutionary moment in the world's history is a time for revolutions, not for patching. William Beveridge didn't look like a revolutionary, nor do we. But this feels like a revolutionary moment, and we must all be revolutionaries now, however unlikely that seems. We've got to be bold and clear in our aims, prioritising the relief of poverty and insecurity and reducing inequality. We've got to deal with climate change, and we must improve living standards. We must advise the government what to do and what not to do. In particular, they must not adopt the rhetoric of Farage on asylum and immigration unless they want to be destroyed like the Conservatives. After our debates, I hope we come away with a clearer idea of the strategies that we need to repurpose the UK economy. So thank you very much. I would now like to introduce the video which we've been kindly given by Yanis Varoufakis. He can't be with us today, but he recorded the message for us. He is, as you probably know, a Greek economist. He was Minister of Finance from January to July 2015. He negotiated with the EU during the Greek debt crisis. He was a member of Parliament for Thessaloniki. He continues to lead the Progressive Party MERA 25. So, Yanis, very welcome.
In the way a governing centrist is from greetings from Greece. Thank you to Patrick Allen and Guy Standing for the invitation. Hello to everyone. There is a delicious irony in the way our governing centrists in the UK and in the EU are lamenting the Trump shock. They wax lyrical about the globalized, financialized capitalist order which they now mourn. They portray it as a golden age, a natural global system of free trade and benign capital flows. I wonder, are they truly oblivious to the facts of recent economic history? Do they not know that the grossly imbalanced, extractive, Ponzi-like financialized global capitalism, which has spawned the crisis that propelled Trump into the White House, was also birthed by a major shock, the Nixon shock? Centrists admonish the Trump boys for having turned on their allies, the Europeans, the British. But they forget that the Nixon shock was equally, if not more so, an intentionally devastating assault on Europe, on Japan, on the UK. They seem unaware that precisely because of the economic devastation caused in the 1970s and 80s, including the devastation in America's heartlands, the Nixon shock's architects, men like Paul Volcker, for instance, achieved their main long-term objective: to ensure that American hegemony grew alongside America's trade and government budget deficits, not to mention on the back of financial rents earned at the expense of real value creation. Many seem puzzled today that while the European Union and Britain differ in important ways, mainly in that the European Union is running a huge surplus with the United States, while the United Kingdom remains a deficit economy. Nevertheless, our centrist regimes on both sides of the channel seem equally at a loss. There is a reason for this. Since 1971, our economies have been hooked into the same Americanocentric global surplus recycling mechanism. A mechanism whose deep crisis is steering our politics into the arms of the xenophobic alt-right, with our electorates increasingly pummeled by nasty undercurrents, fueled by the crisis of this precise global recycling mechanism that once drove Europe's and Britain's growth and relative stability. The essence of this global recycling mechanism is simple. Since the 1970s, America's deficits provided Germany, Japan, and later China the demand for their factories' manufactures. In return, the European Union, Japan, and later China sent their accumulated profits to Wall Street and to its appendage, the City of London, to be recycled within the American rentier sector, private and public debt, some equities, and of course real estate. A Chinese official once described this mechanism to me as the dark deal. Our dark deal with the Americans, he explained, turns on the United States trade deficit, which keeps demand for our manufacturers high, and in return, our capitalists, Chinese capitalists, invest the bulk of their dollar super profits into America's rentier economy. That's what he said. And he concluded, once this process got underway, America shifted much of its industrial production to our shores. Now, the problem with this global recycling mechanism was that to function smoothly, it had to generate larger and larger imbalances, greater trade deficits for the United States, and more accumulated rents for Northern Europe and East Asia. But there are limits to how large imbalances can grow, both in terms of the size of the trade deficits and in terms of the ratio between profits and rents. Ruptures at some point become inevitable. The longer these ruptures are delayed, the greater the pain they inflict when they come. A truth that centrists never acknowledged, not even during and after the crash of 2008 was tearing down their houses. Trump's boys have dared ask the pressing question that the centrists steadfastly refuse to countenance. What comes after the dark deal, once the imbalances built on the United States trade deficit proved unsustainably massive? Now, their proposed solutions may seem wrong-headed, half-baked, even crazy, but at least Trump's team has identified the American ruling class's problem: how to maintain US hegemony in the face of America's rapid deindustrialization, with a terrific dilemma hanging over their heads, and now that financial rents are being replaced by what I call cloud rents. In contrast, UK and EU politicians are utterly out of their depth, running around like decapitated chickens, oscillating between vacuous bravado and servility to the Donald. Now, Guy Standing, my friend and colleague, suggested that today I should focus on Europe and the United Kingdom and what their response ought to be to the Trump shock. Naturally, like all of us, I could talk endlessly about this. I could, for example, recommend not just a 10% cloud tax, digital tax, by which to clobber big tech. Also, I would recommend repealing all the regulations that we introduced in Europe and in the UK to comply with Bill Clinton's despicable Anti-Circumvention Act of 1998, which is the reason why you can't buy a jailbreaking tool, so your printer is able to recognize and use generic, cheaper ink cartridges. I could recommend that our governments rescind all tariffs imposed at the behest of Washington on excellent Chinese solar panels, on Huawei, on electric vehicles from China, while entering into a serious UK-EU-Chinese dialogue with a view to coordinate stimulus of our economies so as to stem the recessionary wave coming our way from Trump's America. I could even recommend that Europe starts its own peace negotiations with Moscow and Kiev over Ukraine, absolutely rejecting the plunder of Ukraine's underground wealth by Trump's boys. But, in all honesty, I can't find the energy to make these recommendations when I know that the radical center in power in Britain and in the EU will do everything they can to not do any of that. In exactly the same way they botched the euro crisis or the opportunities presented by the pandemic. Determined to remain wedded to America's rentier economy, Europe's and Britain's elites will not deviate from current policies, not unless we overthrow them first. But for this, we need an agenda. A political agenda bolder than Trump's or Farage's, and of course, a radically humanist agenda. An agenda that is not fearful of radical proposals, but sensible proposals, like a public green investment bank, a trust fund for everyone yielding an unconditional personal income, determination of all quasi-markets for energy, the socialization of housing, and last but not least, a surge in corporations practicing one employee, one member, one vote. Meanwhile, as we struggle to give political representation to such an agenda, let's keep all eyes on China. The only country, for better or for worse, that seems willing and able, though not predestined, to counter Trump's bullies, to boost green energy production, to work towards turning the BRICS into a new, more balanced type of Bretton Woods, serving the interests of the Global South. With apologies for not being there in person to say more and to interact with you, greetings once more from Greece.
Very incisive and interesting analysis, and certainly would agree that China is the one that seems to be cool and calm about what to do next. So we now move on to the first session of the day. I hope all our speakers are here. This is Rentier Capitalism Before and After Trump, and I invite everybody to come up to the platform, which will be chaired by Dr. Alessandra Mezzatri of SOAS University.
How is it now? Yes, now it's good. Oh, are we sitting in the wrong place?
Do you prefer to sit there? I can go.
We'd like to be able to talk.
Yeah, of course. No problem.
Once we slam it,
Patrick Allen on record. Just be careful. That's the legal note. So that's heckling as much as we focus on.
That's a very good question. I will introduce you there, and you are welcome to either go there for a comment or sit as you want. What you prefer.
Probably easier from here, isn't it?
Okay, then let's do it over here. It's also on the edge of the room, so I don't want to speak on the edge, but it's also on the edge. So.
Okay. Perhaps please you just listen on the edge there.
Okay, Stuart, do you want to move? We'll come soon. Since he's coming late, he will take
I was coming late as well. So we're going to change the order in a row.
Okay, we will. I don't know. So we change the order.
You got no, we'll have to, so,
We miss one person.
yeah, we'll have to miss in a row. So
Okay.
press on.
Yes.
And I come,
Good.
they come later.
All right. So hello everyone, welcome to this session of the Progressive Economic Forum. And it is really my pleasure to introduce this first session. My name is Alessandra Mezzadri. I'm a reader in Global Development and Political Economy here at SOAS in the Department of Development Studies. As Patrick has mentioned in his opening remarks, we meet indeed at a time of deep global uncertainty, and the post-war international order is framed economically, geopolitically, and ecologically. From escalating conflicts to the rise of protectionism and climate breakdown, the assumption that have underpinned many of our not really well-working economic models no longer holds. The question before us is very urgent and profound. How should progressive policy respond to the collapsing world order? In this volatile context, inequality, poverty, and precarity are not just persisting, and they are in fact deepening and across the world, something that we have clearly seen from ILO data all over the world. What does it take to reverse this trend in a system increasingly defined by instability? Can capitalism itself be repurposed to serve a common good? Can it ever do that? At the heart of these questions lie the tools of economic governance, monetary and fiscal policy. Should they be fundamentally reformed to meet today's challenges or reimagined entirely, and if so, how? We'll also ask whether the long dominance of rentier interests can be constrained, or whether it's time to rebuild and expand social protection to meet the challenges of 21st century realities. In the UK, these challenges intersect with the global positioning, as highlighted already by Patrick. Should the country begin to realign with Europe, not just economically and strategically, and also which are the threats connected to this as well, considering the type of policies that are pushed by a number of European states, which are hardly considered desirable. Today's discussion will not offer simple answers, but it will attempt to name the crisis, to ask the right questions, and to begin imagining the bold policy responses that these times demand. It is with great pleasure that I introduce our very distinguished speakers who will engage with some of these themes in the first session. I will go in order and introduce them all now, and to keep this as tight as possible. The first speaker is Angus Hanton. Angus is an enterprising economist with businesses in online services, conservation, and self-storage. He has had extensive contact with US companies, which led him to think about industry structures and business ownerships. Surprised by a huge footprint of US companies in the UK, he decided to explore the significance of this control, which is a very neglected field of work, and his book, Vassal State, How America Runs Britain, is a result of that research. He also co-founded the Intergenerational Foundation, a think tank championing the interests of younger and future generations. The second speaker is Stuart Lansley, who is a visiting fellow at the School of Policy Studies at the University of Bristol, and a council member of the Progressive Economy Forum, and a fellow of the Academy of Social Sciences. His latest book is The Richest, the Poorer, How Britain Enriched the Few and Failed the Poor, a 200-year history, with Bristol University Press, published in 2022. Our third speaker is Özlem Onaran, and Özlem is a professor of economics at the University of Greenwich, the co-director of the Center of Political Economy, Governance, Finance and Accountability, and associate head of the School of Accounting, Finance and Economics for Research. She has done extensive research on issues of inequalities, growth, employment, fiscal policy, green economy, care economy, and gender, and she has more than 100 articles in books and leading peer-reviewed journals like the Cambridge Journal of Economics, Feminist Economics, World Developments, and others. She is ranked in the top 3% of economics worldwide in RAPEC, and she is a council member of the Progressive Economy Forum. We hope we're going to be also joined by Will Hutton. I will introduce him in due time if he will join us. The session is 1 hour and 20 minutes in total. And this means that our distinguished speaker will speak 12 minutes each, and I know Angus has a very sort of time-compliant system to ensure that this is the case. I was delighted to see that. And then we'll have around 30 minutes discussion. I will take questions in rounds of 3. So without further ado, I will ask now Angus to take the floor. Angus, welcome.
Does this work? That seems to work, doesn't it? Yes. Thank you. Yes, I've got a 10-minute timer and a 1-minute timer. So once the 10 is finished, I'll do 2 of the 1. Thank you very much. Thanks, Arne. You're welcome. Should I go over there?
Yes, either you go over there
Or you can press the button, then it goes.
Okay. Sorry. Is that better? Thank you very much for your welcome. So I've been unconventional in my timers. Perhaps I can be unconventional a little, hope it's not immodest, to read a very short paragraph from this book that I wrote, Vassal State, How America Runs Britain, that I wrote somewhat over a year ago, and so perhaps before Trump was thought of as likely to come back. Behind it all hangs the gravest risk, one that we rarely consider. What could happen to the UK if the US were ever to break with the values shared between our two countries for the past century? How robustly could British policymakers respond, for example, to a second Trump presidency that turned its back on the rule of law, that worked much harder to erect trade barriers, that shrank NATO and promoted ever closer relations with the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin at the expense of Ukraine? So that was the question that I asked 14 months ago, and which I think everyone is asking today. But I think it's relevant to give you a quick summary of what I found when I tried to study the extent to which America runs Britain. First of all, I couldn't get the numbers from the British authorities, which was a really telling thing in itself. But the Americans are very good at collecting statistics, and the IRS gave me the numbers. The sales to the US corporation sales to the UK are $850 billion a year, or somewhat over 20, on a household equivalent basis, somewhat over £20,000 per household. So it's huge. They own, as you know, most of the platforms through which we trade, eBay, Airbnb, Amazon. They own, whenever we make a payment for something, we're almost always paying through an American payment system, so they're taking a royalty through everything we do. Visa and MasterCard are most obviously, but of course Google Pay and Apple Pay. They own our town square, our social media, Twitter, Blue Sky, Facebook, all controlled from California. And what I discovered was there are really three great prongs of American capital invasion or takeover of the UK. There's the traditional big multinationals, the Crafts and the Exxons and the IBMs, the traditional ones that we've kind of always we've grown up with, and Ford and General Motors, that we somewhat think of as benign, or perhaps not. Some of us don't feel great antipathy towards them, but they have expanded significantly since the financial crash. But then we've got this new group of tech companies, which are huge, and they represent. Just one of them, Microsoft, is worth more than the whole of the FTSE 350, the biggest 350 quoted companies in the UK, and Apple similarly is of similar value, and they have seeped into our economy and control so much of our lives. And then thirdly, much less high profile, is the private equity companies with their pattern of cutting costs, raising prices, but particularly financial engineering and debt, and being very focused on not just the returns on their capital, but the return of their capital. And those have very much started to dominate the UK industry, business and industry. And underlying all those, typical of all those corporations, is very low tax payments. And I think that's one of the subjects that we're talking about today, fiscal reform. And one of the results, the causes and results of this US corporate domination is political control. So the American influence, very strong influence in Westminster, and contributes to their growth, but their growth contributes to that dominance. And we saw an absolute classic about 4 years ago with Huawei, when the Americans said, please don't, I'm not sure they said please, don't deal with this Chinese corporation. And it was very convenient for them that we shouldn't, because the alternative suppliers to Huawei were American. And the British said, well, we'll investigate. And it was a very public event. And the British investigated and decided that they didn't need to take Huawei out of the telecom systems. And the Americans said, yes, you've got to. And it was done at various levels, through MPs, through, this was in Donald Trump's first presidency, halfway through that, and through the civil servants. And effectively, the British surrendered and agreed to take Huawei out of all our telecom systems, just because the Americans told us to. So in this sense, I think we can see many of these areas, but particularly in that one example, we can see the UK's vassalage. So that's the in a way, it's a business and economics perspective that the Americans run this country, but I think they do politically as well. And I think we've seen that in the last few weeks with Keir Starmer's sort of abject flattery and obedience to Trump's leadership. But I'd like to address two. Yep, the time is still fine. I'd like to address two of the many questions on our agenda. What should we do about collapsing world order? And the second one, how should we respond to tariffs? Well, the collapsing of the world order seems to me to be a number of things coming together, all initially driven by Trump. The idea that might is right, that the superpowers should be able to are entitled to take what they can, that the superpowers should make decisions above the heads of smaller countries, that the US is distancing itself from NATO, is retracting the guarantee of its nuclear umbrella for Europe, the challenge to traditional values, the rule of law, and the belief in objective truth, and the new unreliable style of leadership in the US, and of course tariffs and trade wars. So how should we respond to that? I think we are, in some ways, the rest of Europe is responding rationally, which is we should strengthen the European trading bloc and make more trade within that bloc, and that we should rapidly Britain should rapidly realign with Europe. Obviously it's not easy how to respond to this challenge, but it seems to me, and perhaps this is too simplistic approach, that Europe is 20 miles away and that the US is 2,000 miles away, and that it must be rational to align in trade terms with the nearer partner, but also culturally. Although the American and British language are similar, culturally I think we're nearer to a European perspective, where it's not all about profit and where community matters. My view is we should respond to collapsing world order or restructuring of the world order by moving closer to Europe. And I think what's happened in the US has given Keir Starmer every excuse to, if he needed it, to move closer to Europe. The second question, so I've answered there, tried to answer how we should respond to the New World Order and how we should respond to tariffs. The third, the final idea on the agenda questions we've got, which is, can capitalism be repurposed? It seems to me, I'm not going to try and address the idea of whether capitalism works, especially as I've now got to 10 minutes, 2 to go. But to the extent it works, it seems to me that Britain should go in for a higher degree of what you might call economic nationalism. Now, I know the word nationalism won't work with many of the ideas of PEF, but in the sense that we do what Germany, France, and America do, that we protect our companies. A huge part of the problem of the American corporate takeover has been we basically had a jumble sale of our companies. Open for business is one thing, open to let people buy companies when they want is another, and it's not something that the Europeans do, and it's not something the Americans do. And one example of that is in the last 5 years, we've allowed American companies to buy 3 of our main defence contractors, Cobham, Ultra, and Meggitt. And of course, we can see how unwise that looks with the current military tensions. Down to the last minute. I'll leave these here in case they're helpful for anyone else. So it seems to me we need to, this element of economic nationalism would be to say we're going to stop the sell-offs. And the second would be to say let's have a buy British policy from government and elsewhere. Now again, this may seem small-minded, but it's not. It's what every other country does. It's just that we've adopted the idea that cheapness is everything, wherever it comes from, and we can see how dangerous where that's led us. I mean, the National Health Service doesn't have a buy British policy. The Crown Agency doesn't have, and Ministry of Defence doesn't. I mean, they don't have to say we'll only buy British, but just at the margin prefer to buy British. It also means buying local, which supports local jobs, local industry, and reduces the amount of transport and carbon emissions. So those are the sands of time have passed. I hope that's kicked off our discussion. Thank you.
We continue with the Stuart. Please welcome. Even 13 minutes.
Have you got my slides there? There they are. Yes, that's it, yes. Do I just turn them down on here? This one? Yep. Okay. Okay, well, hello everybody. I mean, I guess this session there's not going to be a lot of good news, I'm afraid. But then, of course, economics is the dismal science, so that may well be relevant. I mean, the theme of this conference, in a way, is that we are sailing into ever more treacherous waters. And the question is, can we turn the ship around, I guess? Now, there are multiple causes of the situation that the perilous situation that we find ourselves in, both globally and in the United Kingdom. Trump has intensified the problems we face, but the roots of these problems go back much further. Now, I think to try and understand how we've ended up to this point, we have to look at the model of capitalism that's emerged over the last 30 or 40 years. Now, different names have been given to the model of capitalism. Some people call it corporate capitalism, some people call it rentier capitalism. The title I prefer is actually extractive capitalism, and I'm going to talk about extractive capitalism. Now, what do I mean by extractive capitalism? Well, what I mean is an economy in which an elite of corporate and financial owners are able to effectively shape the economy, the global and national economies, in their own interest, in a way using measures that enables them to capture a growing share of the gains from economic growth and grab a growing share of the economic cake, largely through measures that have negative effects on the rest of society. Now, I want to try and illustrate this, first of all, by looking at the concept of wealth accumulation. If we look at what's happened over the last 30 years, we are in the middle of what we might call a mega shift on wealth. The level of privately owned wealth has risen more than twice the rate of the economy over the last 30 or 40 years. You can see the figures there. The dark figures are for 1970 and the light figures are for 2020. So you can see in each of the countries I've shown there's been this great surge in the level of wealth. Now, there are two significant features about this mega shift. The first is that nearly all of this increase in wealth has been captured by the few. You can see on this graph that it's the mega rich, not just the top 1% or even the top 0.1%, but the very, very top, a subset, if you like, of the 1% that have grabbed most of the increase in wealth. And this is the reason why we've had this intensification of the concentration of wealth at the top. The second factor is that we might expect that a big increase in wealth would be good news. It would reflect stronger economies, better infrastructure, and so on. But this is not the case. If we look at one measure of what's happened, is the growth rates, and I've shown you growth rates here for the world, US and UK, you can see that, again, the dark lines are 1961 to 79, and the light ones are since 1980. You can see that we've actually had a significant fall in the rate of growth, despite this massive increase in wealth. So this wealth has not really been generated by a surge in the historic rate of economic progress. If we looked at other factors that define progress, like productivity increases or social investment, we would find that performance is also much weaker than it was in the post-war years. Now, wealth accumulation, of course, is one of the most significant goals that we try to reach. And so if we look at Keir Starmer, just before the election, he described Labour's #1 mission as wealth creation.
Now, of course, wealth creation, if we can actually create new wealth through innovation, through a stronger economy, through building social infrastructure, that will be a good thing that benefits most of society. The problem is that that's not what has been happening. And if we look at some of the warnings through history about the nature of wealth accumulation, Adam Smith talks about the risk of the powerful rigging the economies in order to serve their interest. If we look at Wilfredo Pareto in 1896, he distinguished between productive activity and appropriation of goods. And if we fast forward a little bit to Galbraith in 1955, he talks about embezzlement by economies, or he shortened that to the bezel. Now, essentially what's happened, I think, is that what we have today is a significant level of extraction delivered by a mix of what Adam Smith talked rigging of markets, what Pareto said was about appropriation, and what Galbraith talked about the bezel. Now, if we look at different sorts of economic activity, we can see that this process of extraction is endemic to large sections of the way the economy works. Private equity is one of the most pernicious forms of extraction. And private equity has become big business in the UK. We had very few private equity companies before about 1990. Now I would say they're somewhere between 12 and 15% of economic output. And of course, you know, the kind of targets that private equity is going for is extended from retail companies and other companies to, as we know, social care, childcare, and increasingly the provision of eye care by clinics, new private clinics. Monopolisation. The world and the British economy have become increasingly monopolised. Basically, most big key markets are increasingly controlled by a handful of companies. And that gives them enormous power. Thorstein Veblen, the American heterodox economy, at the turn of the 19th century, talked about market sabotage. And that's effectively what has been happening through the monopolisation of companies. You can see there's plenty of other examples there. I haven't got time to talk about them all. But what I want to go on to do now is look at the impact of this process of appropriation or extraction. One of the main effects of this concentration of economic power has been the way that big companies have been turned effectively into cash cows and private fiefdoms, if you like, in the case of plutocratic-owned companies. If we look at this graph, for example, we can see that since 1985, the payment of dividends is outstripped at the level of pay in those companies by between 2.5 and 3 times. And one of the that is one of the principal causes of the shrinking in the proportion of national income that goes into wages. These figures are for all rich nations over the last 30 years. Another effect of this process of extraction has been declining investment, both public and private. And we can see here that the UK is the blue line, and the rest of the G7 is the grey line. Britain has had a particularly significant fall in the level of investment, but it's equally true of Europe. And one of the reasons for this is that companies have been cutting their levels of investment, and that is one of the most significant factors in the declining rate of productivity and the declining rates of growth of recent times. Another important impact of this process of extraction, this process of economic power, the way that companies are able to manage resources and control the shape of economic output, is that governments have become much, much poorer. So if we look at this graph here, you'll see that since 1970, the UK government, if we look at their fiscal balance in terms of how many assets they own, less their level of debt, we were in big positive territory in 1970, about 60%. So we owned more, 60% more we owned than we owed. Over time, this has gone into reverse. Now we have levels of debt that are 100% higher than that more than double our level of assets. So we are in negative territory, and this is this has been driven by a whole series of factors: privatization, the levels of the tax avoidance, all sorts of reasons. But it's locked into this system of extractive capitalism and the exercise of power. I think time's just about run out. Another effect, very quickly, is what economists call hollow companies. Increasingly, our companies are more fragile, they're less productive, they've increasingly indebted, and there's a long list of companies, many of them taken over by private equity, that have folded because of these problems. Now, I just want to end on what I call we live in a society that, as I showed, is rich. We have wealth that is 6 or 7 times higher than the level of national income, and yet we are a society that has lost the ability to meet the most basic needs of society. You know, we cannot afford to provide decent social care, to provide help for students, to provide key children's services, right across the board. So Britain is a country that has this juxtaposition of plenty and abundance on the one hand, and scarcity on the other. Now, one of the reasons for this is this power to distribute resources determined by this process of accumulation. So if we look at the power, basically the process of resource distribution has been transferred increasingly to big asset management companies, to British banks, to the billionaire club. I can see here I've put some of the figures up here, which gives you some sense of the scale of the power of these organizations. So the total level of world wealth is around 100 trillion. Wall Street asset management companies control 24 trillion. The 5 leveraged banks hold assets of 8 trillion, which is about half the size of Britain's total wealth. The billionaire club own 14% of global wealth holding. So this gives us some sense of the economic power. I can see that I think my time is up, so I'm going to leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Stuart. Özlem.
Well, I call all this dystopian capitalism. So I'll talk about the 5 biggest risks that I see in Trump's MAGA dystopian capitalism. The first is the normalization of authoritarianism, the lack of rule of law, and beyond that, normalization of kleptocracy. I come from Turkey. In Turkey, in the 1980s structural adjustment programs, neoliberals used to say, we aim to make Turkey small America. When this happened, we in Turkey say, Trump is making America big Turkey. So that's not very new to me, I should say. So that's statism for the rich. It builds on state capture and pursuit of self-interest of the administration and interest of the billionaire oligarchs that brings him to power. Of course, this takes quite dark shapes in the age of high-tech artificial intelligence, where power via access to data is very important for control. And this is probably one of the most important successes of Elon Musk in his very short term that came to an end, for better or worse, recently at Dodge, the so-called Department of Government Efficiency, where he has hired his crony coders to access and use data of IRS, among other state departments. This includes subsidies and tax cuts for the rich, but beware, at the same time, Trump and his administration is flirting with the ideas borrowed from the left playbook. He has observed a decline in the polls. He's very responsive. This week, he has ordered Big Pharma to slash U.S. Drug prices in an attempt to tame profiteering and greedflation. And of course, he has come across as supporting increasing top income tax rate on incomes about $2.5 million to 39.7, almost 40%, from where it is now, 37. It's a small gesture, but he does tweet, I'd rather give a little bit more such that the poor lot can have more. And he also has gone actually beyond Rachel Reeves, and he has suggested eliminating the carried interest or their privileges. It's all very interesting. He may not leave us very soon. So that's a risk. The second is something Yanis has already mentioned in his opening remarks. Unmitigated ecological disaster is now becoming normal. MAGA is protecting carbon fuel sector, while at the same time, of course, quite intelligently pursuing mineral wars or threatening to pursue mineral wars in Greenland or in Ukraine to create rent for battery or the EV industry of Elon Musk and other oligarchs. So climate denial is now the norm when we are living in the middle of wildfires in December, or even in Cornwall or Scotland in April. Medical science now started to warn about the expected spread of killer fungi as a result of global warming. And I'm feeling like I am living in the first episode of the first season of The Last of Us, the new, not so new anymore. The second season has started of the dystopian sci-fi. If you haven't watched it yet, do so. The first season is excellent, and it is about killer fungi. And, well, the medical science is saying that it's about to come to a movie theater very near us, not so far from now. So I'm in the thick of it. The third is this whole uncertainty as political leverage is becoming a normal exercise. I sometimes wonder if it's really calculated uncertainty as leverage, or is it just sheer miscalculated incompetence? That's the case of the tariff wars, obviously, where we see this predator global power protectionism becoming the new normal. But it's then followed by multiple exemptions the next day after their announcement, within days of the announcement of the tariffs, when Musk and other oligarchs start complaining. And then Patrick has mentioned it in his opening remarks. We see negotiations starting with China, following a sorts of deal with the UK. Of course, they are probably waking up to the smell of the coffee with a very sobering fact about China Two, China can indeed expand its domestic demand much more easily to adjust to Trump's predator global protectionism, but Trump is not that capable of adapting to a supply constraint. It's easier to adapt to demand constraint than supply constraint. The fourth, probably the most dangerous and toxic, or the last one but last most dangerous, I'm going to come to the fifth, which is even worse, is the normalization of nationalism, racism, xenophobia, and imperialism within politics. It is normalized as part of the discourse. Scaremongering about migration is now the norm, spreading across the world. And meanwhile, of course, this is bringing the issue of labor shortages in the production of food or care in an aging society. Sadly, the genie of racism is now out of the lamp. And as this incompetent pro-oligarchy policy mix delivers disaster in the near future, it will be very difficult to put that genie back in the bottle again. So I fear more radical racist alternatives may fill the political void if Trump proves to be incompetent and disastrous. Fifth, and for me, actually the scariest personally, is the pronatalism, misogyny, heterosexism, anti-trans discourse becoming now the lead norm in politics. Gender is a very risky word when I talk to or work with my colleagues in research institutions, think tanks in the US. And actually here, the European Union bought into Trump's trade war in a way, which managed to take concessions about this pronatalism in the discussions or preparations at the United Nations for the Financing for Development Agreement. The text did have gender back in November, December. Now EU bought into removing all references in the Financing for Development, Sustainable Development text, all reference to gender equality or gender responsive budgeting. I feel like Handmaid's Tale, this is Margaret Atwood's feminist dystopian novel, which has now led to a series with 6 seasons. Again, 6th and final season, just playing to catch up with that. Margaret Atwood calls it, it's not fiction, it's not science fiction. She calls herself non-fiction author in the sense that the things happening in this pronatalist Handmaid's Tale has been happening in the world. That's what she said when she wrote the novel decades ago, but sadly this is even more correct today for me than before. So Trump's dystopian capitalism is not new, it's not isolated, but it's happening in the largest military imperialist power in the world, and it's internationalizing and normalizing and creating space for others such as Netanyahu's racist government's genocide in Gaza, Putin's war in Ukraine, Turkey's neo-fascist Erdogan. But sadly, this is not new. See, I bet you forgot that it has happened and it's still happening. Hungary in the European Union, and Farage very near to us here in the UK, and even the follow-up migration discourse of Starmer now. So I'm asking myself, where should I migrate next? So wherever I go, I'm going to ask this question: what is the progressive economic policy space in this dystopian capitalism times? Can we do something in Britain with the so-called Progressive Labour Party in government? Well, it does open space for nationalization of key industries and public investment to further those key industries. It does open space for price controls against profiteering and greedflation. But sadly, we do have to also be humble and admit it does limit the space for public borrowing, as financial speculators are now nerved by Trump's sovereign risk. They said, after all, this guy defaulted on his private debt before. When he was a businessman, he may well default or sorts of change the terms of American bonds and bills. So that means if we want to really live up to the challenges of dystopian, racist, misogynist capitalism, it's all the more that we create our own fiscal space. That brings me to the issue of taxing both wealth and the income of the top 1%. And of course, it's again all the more important because money will become more important in elections, as it is in the US, also here in Britain. Actually, Farage, in his victory speech after the by-election, said it to us all quite clearly. So if the Labour Party government doesn't address the grievances and the insecurity of people via a big push style, massive mobilization of public spending in both social infrastructure and physical infrastructure, and create an economy of radical abundance. Mind you, this is different for fueling growth. It's a concept of creating abundance via public provision within what I call a green, purple, red transition plan. A worse dystopia will come to a movie theater near us very soon. So racism and anti-migrant genie, I'm saying that again, it's important, it's out of the box now, and progressives are finding it very difficult to put it back in the absence of this radical abundance. And Farage is capitalizing on this. The biggest, I think, barrier to change I see in Britain is fiscal conservatism and political capture of the state apparatus, as well as the governing party itself. What is the alternative? What is this green, purple, red transition plan? It is a big push in public investment, in universal basic services, in health, social care, including disabled care, child care and education, in social housing, in public transport, in renewable energy, energy efficiency, organic agriculture, forestry, and circular economy. These are all creating employment opportunities with decent pay, and this could be accompanied with a genuine employment rights bill as opposed to the straw person of some employment rights bill that the party is proposing now. And of course, it requires adequate, decent income support for special needs, for disability, unemployment, or parental leave. So that all requires a paradigm shift towards what we call a needs-based approach to policy that requires refusing competition between needs, acknowledging that they are complementary. It requires mobilizing all the tools of funding, coordinating fiscal, monetary, industrial, labor, and social policies. How do we fund it? Well, it's partly self-financing. Keynesian macroeconomics 101 teaches us about the high multiplier effects of public investment. Of course, progressive taxation of both income and wealth is the key here. Borrowing will be necessary within a limited space. That would require us to redefine what infrastructure is and incorporate social infrastructure. Of course, it requires using national investment banks. And last but not least, it requires accommodating monetary policy, targeting both full employment and inflation, and not just the latter. On wealth taxation, we have proposed to the Unite, which actually then later used our research to pass a motion at the Trade Union Confederation. I'm sure my colleague, co-author Ben Tippett, who is here, together with Rafael Wildauer and myself, will be talking about that later. A progressive net wealth tax targeting the top 1% wealthiest households in the UK could raise up to £78 billion in the UK. So there is a lot to campaign for, particularly as Rachel Reeves, the Chancellor, will run out of ammunition in her autumn budget. And of course, if we want to be credible and reach out, that all has to be embedded in a democratic, participatory, transparent plan, at least covering the key sectors. It has to be bottom up. It has to involve a network of communities, social movements, trade unions, as well as broad political parties. That requires moving away from the celebrity culture as well as the bunker mentality of the previous left leadership in the Labour Party. And there are a lot of lessons for the research community to learn as well. Rhetoric is important, but so is also rigorous fact and data-driven research and not just blah. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Let me introduce our final speaker because we're just very happy that it did come, but I did not introduce you as yet. Will Hutton. Will is a journalist and writes a fortnightly column for The Observer. He was principal of Hertford College, Oxford, from 2011 to 2020. He's the president of the Academy of Social Sciences and author of the best-selling The State We're In. His latest book is This Time No Mistakes. He was formerly editor-in-chief of The Observer and is a council member of the Progressive Economy Forum. Thank you very much for being with us. Will, you have 12 minutes, and you can decide if talking from here or going there.
I've actually managed to put a slide deck together.
Oh, very good, very good.
And brilliant. We actually have it on the screen. It's one or two slides I think we might find interesting.
Good.
Well, look, I mean, first of all, an apology to everybody. Can you hear me first, Phil? Yeah. I'm a long-distance commuter these days. I'll be back living in central London in October. But when you're at the mercy of the British transport system, you can arrive late for these conferences, so an apology to everybody. I don't want to repeat what's been said. I mean, it's what I want to kind of put on the table, kind of 3 or 4 thoughts. I do think that all Stuart's kind of passionate objects kind of slides about wealth and the maldistribution of wealth and opportunity. UK capitalism is in some trouble. I want to discuss that for a little bit. And it's part of a kind of wider European story. I want to discuss that for a little bit. I've got a slide which I've become increasingly interested in, and I hope you'll find interesting. It's in the context of Trump. I'm thinking how to reshape some of my comments in the light of this kind of session's title, Raunchier Capitalism, Before and After Trump. Make America Great Again is one of the most fatuous claims economically I've ever come across. US was 25% of world GDP in 1980, and it was 25% of world GDP last year. And you'll see in a minute the scale of American corporate dominance, which is just unbelievable. I mean, the Magnificent Seven, the tech companies, their scale is just huge. And that's not just challenged economically. I think it's a challenge philosophically and economically and morally, in that the people who run these companies have become Raunchiers 4.0. I mean, this is an unbelievable challenge that actually this new phenomena confronts everybody, not only within the United States. My old friend Bob Cutler is in the audience. I hope he's going to say something about this. Not only within the United States, but us beyond it. So now, let's just see. I go... so first of all, just to kind of get this kind of... on the Progressive Economic Forum, we believe in always one area that we all agree on is that actually fiercely antagonistic to highly conservative fiscal and monetary macro policies. All of us kind of, with varying degrees, buy into the proposition that a good society is one that has a social floor below which no one falls, that demands kind of redistributive taxation, big start, on a big way, of course, but also kind of that as opportunity, kind of both for individuals and kind of organizations to develop in ways they kind of have reason to value. But one of the things I want to put on the table is there's no economic growth, sustainable economic growth, without a cohort of growth companies. And that if you want to challenge kind of low productivity, stagnant productivity, if you want to get kind of investment levels up, you do need to have more churn than we currently have kind of in the UK. We have a strong record in creating kind of startups, quite a good record in creating scale-ups, but they are acquired. 2,500 companies in the last 10 years have been sold abroad. Those are growth companies with turnover of in excess of £25 million and growing very rapidly. It's almost as if we're exporting growth. And I just put some numbers up there which I thought might be interesting. Kind of 94% of our growth companies, our scale-ups, exit via acquisition. And just put some small numbers up there to give you some scale of it. But nearly all of them get kind of bought by American multinationals, American private equity houses. The result is that the UK has got too few self-standing, consequential growth companies to repopulate our rather ailing capitalism. Now, here's the first of the interesting charts, I think. On top of all the things that actually has been said by my colleagues, it should be also said that actually British capitalism has got its back to the wall, kind of in a way unprecedented, kind of since the Industrial Revolution, really. And you get there, you can see in various sectors, energy, banking, IT and comms and healthcare, the degree to which actually we are retreating from membership in the global kind of top 30. We just, in sector after sector, we're just not in the global top 30. We only have one high-tech company kind of in the FTSE 100, that's Sage. We only have 8 tech companies in the entire, of course, on the entire London stock market with capitalizations in excess of £1 billion. This is an incredibly tame presence kind of in the contemporary economy. I just want to put this up, really, because what I'm going to show you, the next slide, I think, is the slide which I'm looking forward to what Angus is going to say about it, and all of us. The United States has developed in the last 50 years a really interesting growth model. And it's a growth model that is kind of sits alongside a very expansive kind of fiscal policy. I mean, kind of US fiscal policy as we stand is very expansionary at the minute. It's been
venture capitalists.
Yeah. And the US venture capital has been extraordinarily successful in generating a cohort of extraordinary companies, and may only fund a fraction of the new corporates kind of in the United States, but the interaction of that with its university system, with the Pentagon, with what's been going on in Palo Alto, has just been extraordinary. And here we go. This is the slide I've just come across, which I find kind of water, actually. I might just get a glass of water there.
I haven't touched this.
Don't worry, that's fine. If we're going to talk about venture capitalism in the era of Trump, we kind of get some sense of where we are in 2025. This is on the bottom there. Those are by kind of Europe, UK, Bay Area, rest of the United States, China, India. It's all self-evident that what you have on the column nearest me is actually, in all those areas, summing up the companies they have with valuations of more than 250 million. And as your eye moves right, you see under the total $16 trillion, that is actually that is the number of corporates currently with valuations in excess of $1 trillion. The notion that America was somehow kind of ailing, that the United States was kind of had to be made great again. You look at something like that, you just think, you know, what the hell? But it's also kind of in terms of raunchierdom, kind of gives you some sense of what you're up to, what we're up against. I mean, just think of Amazon, who are kind of a Bay Area company. I mean, their annual research budget is $86 billion. I repeat that, $86 billion. And then kind of think of the ideology of the people that are kind of running these companies. I mean, Peter Thiel, freedom and democracy, he says, are not compatible. Sam Altman, chief executive of OpenAI, he wants to remake economics to justify this kind of outcome. Musk, Neuralink, he wants to merge humans and machines. Zuckerberg, he wants metaverse. I mean, the amount of control of data that goes along with that. These are not only astonishingly large corporations that have emerged out of the kind of American kind of interaction between venture capital, the university system, the very expansive fiscal policy, a continental market of nearly 400 million people, and of course some judicious kind of supporting of kind of startups and scale-ups by the US defense establishment. And you know, that I'm not certain that any of us have got our kind of heads around kind of what the implications are of that kind of any options for a country like the UK, or the options for kind of other parts of the world kind of beyond the United States. And my own view over the next kind of period ahead is that attempts to kind of constrain these corporations by trust busting, the attempt to ensure that they will behave with their data, all of those kind of internal pressures that were kind of happening under Biden will be completely arrested and reversed. And it's a kind of monstrous kind of development in kind of the geo-economy of our times. So it's great to see the slides from Stuart, but you've got to think, on top of it, you've got to think of this phenomena as well.
1 minute.
Oh, God. Yeah. What to do? Well, I think that there's only kind of three avenues open to us, that seems to me. You know, avenue one is that actually we have to recognize that actually this new phenomena in the financial system, venture capital, not private equity. Venture capital are business builders, and private equity are kind of financial engineers and wealth extractors. That's how I kind of think of them. And these VC houses, the best of them are really bloody good. And actually the UK needs to build up its and Europe needs to build up its VC capacity and build up companies that are much more kind of alert to kind of their place in the kind of human and economic and social ecosystem than the ones we have in the States. Two, there has to be an absolute kind of assertion of the public realm. It's not just about taxing them. The digital services tax is really important. It's about having a kind of regulatory framework kind of in which we control our data and we point venture capital away from, and the new cohort of companies coming through, away from pernicious technologies into the technologies that really do kind of improve the lot of humankind, kind of life sciences, climate change, kind of the fight for net zero. And lastly, I think that it's imperfect, but we have to make common cause with our colleagues in the European Union. I'll leave you this one. There is the Golden Triangle in Britain. If you kind of match it up with what's happening in parts of Germany, Denmark, Holland, and northern France around Paris, there's a dense concentration of kind of new spin-outs, startups, and scale-ups. And the people who run them, when you come on, are genuinely mission-driven and genuinely want to make the world better. And actually, with the right governance framework, with the right corporate governance kind of legal system, we could repurpose this emergent capitalism to kind of try to be a countervailing power to what's happening in the United States. It's the best I can offer. There's much more to be said, but that's all I can do in 12 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks to all our speakers for having been all participants. And we do have 15 minutes for Q&A, and we get to 20.
You need to press.
Oh, sorry. I was being told off. Yes, sorry, apologies. So we do have 15 minutes for Q&A, 20 if we can push it a little bit into our break. We did start late. So I will now take questions in groups of 3. I had 1, 2, and 3, and that's going to be our first round. I will ask you to be disciplined with the way you pose your questions so that our speakers can actually answer. Please.
Basically, maybe over a month ago, I asked my MP, I mentioned to my MP, I mentioned to my MP over a month ago that there's a report in the Independent from, I think, last year, that Wall Street private enterprise companies are likely to outprice first-time buyers in getting new build properties in the UK. And these private equity companies do kind of slash and burn. They go for quick profit and no real maintenance.
Thank you. The second question was, yes, there. We can move the mic on the other side. Thank you so much. And there is a third question up there. If you can just already bring the mic there, please.
Thank you. I'm Bob Kuttner. I'm one of the editors of the American Prospect magazine. I want to pick up on comments of Angus and Will and pose the following question. Suppose it's not just Britain, but suppose it's all of the world that these platform companies are extracting rents from. And furthermore, the optimistic view of Trump is that he's going to get into trouble because he's crashing the economy with these stupid tariff policies and the wreckage of the American national innovation system by going after research universities, by going after NIH, NSF. Suppose the Silicon Valley model of rentier capitalism is insulated from the national innovation system. And suppose that Trump can wreck the rest of the economy, and these companies do just fine by extracting rents from the rest of the world. Because if you look at the leaders, Thiel and Bezos and Gates and Jobs, they didn't really come out of that part of the national innovation system that Trump is wrecking. So is Trump smarter than we think in that he can wreck the rest of the economy, but Silicon Valley lives on, and the U.S. lives on the rents that Silicon Valley extracts from the rest of the world?
Thank you. And the third question over there. And yes, if we can please introduce ourselves as we pose our question. Thank you.
Hi, this is Anne Peshford, and I just want to address my question to Angus. And it is this. Surely, given Britain's balance of payments deficit, we absolutely need foreign capital to come and buy up all our companies. We need to sell the Royal Mail to Czech billionaires in order to have the capital flow in order to balance all of our capital flowing out as we spend abroad and maintain a balance of payments imbalance. How can we do anything about that inward capital until we manage our own balance of payments?
Can I just add one sentence? What's the remedy? In other words, if Trump is doing economic nationalism, maybe the UK and Europe can do economic nationalism, and you're not going to take us over, and we're going to do antitrust on steroids, and we're going to contain you bastards. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Now we just give our speakers the time to respond in whichever order you feel. Yeah?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Will. And Will, sorry you missed my talk, but I'm not too sorry, because I know you read the book and did a glowing review, for which I'm hugely appreciative. I think if I can take the last question first, and perhaps leave others to answer the other. Silicon Valley is hugely influential, both in its ownership of these platforms, but also in its business model. Silicon Valley's developed a fantastically effective way of allocating venture capital, which Will was speaking of, and they've been enormously effective, and they continue to be so. And there's a sort of towels on the beach problem, isn't there? That as all these sectors are taken over by Silicon Valley companies, there isn't much space for local companies or other companies to get involved and to take those markets. And we've seen that, and that also applies to new markets as they emerge. So the market in consumer-facing AI with ChatGPT and the others, immediately Silicon Valley's seen the opportunity and has taken that space. In relation to Anne's comment, I don't buy the argument that we have to sell everything off so that we can use the proceeds to survive. It seems to me it's selling, to use an old phrase, it's selling the family silver for current consumption. We should own our own companies and continue to own them and have defences. You might want to call it antitrust on steroids. I would just call it natural protection of British assets, so they can be owned by pension funds. They can be owned by other investors, but they should be UK owned. But the point of that is that the profit, two or three things flow from that. It means that the better jobs stay in the UK. So the headquarters jobs are often the best jobs in a company. So that means that we get the hometown advantage. The second thing is they're more likely to pay tax. It's harder for them to do transfer pricing and avoid tax. The third thing is there's more control here. And certainly the question about the people have raised this question that where is our tech control from, where is our social media control from? So for all these reasons, it's better to have to keep these companies British owned. Sorry, a long answer.
Can I just say?
Yeah, of course.
Yes, I think that to try to deal with this question of the way that large chunks of the British economy are owned overseas, and the private equity question is that what is actually happening is that the economic gains are basically being exported. All these companies that are being bought up, given the great increase in dividends, all these dividends disappear out of the economy because the British investment companies don't own a tiny proportion of the top 101 companies. So all this, a lot of the economic gain is disappearing elsewhere. And I mean, the question of private equity moving now into housing development, basically, their tentacles are moving wherever they can see a fast gain. If you look at the history of private equity, it has done immense damage to economic strength. I mean, the number of companies that have been stripped by private equity that have ended up bust. I mean, Debenhams, BHS, Philip Green's companies, and so on. It greatly weakens these companies and makes them much less viable, while extracting much higher levels of profitability. I mean, the Market and Competition Authority did an analysis of the private equity takeover of social care companies, and they found that these companies were typically earning 25% profit rates, whereas normally we'd be talking about 10%. So there is a great hike in the profitability, and what that means essentially is a significant proportion of taxpayer funding for these organisations is being hived off, is being siphoned off to these private equity consortiums that run them. So it is very worrying.
Trump is definitely smart and is not anywhere close to failing anytime soon. May I just caution against the excessive use of the word nationalism when we try to create our own progressive narrative? It's going to come back and bite us. We're not going to out-nationalist the nationalists. Nationalization of key industries is a separate term. It would be ideal to replace it with something like collectivization, because it's also actually broader than just the public ownership by a central government. It would include municipal ownership or promoting cooperative ownership. Depending on the sector, things might even be more efficient if we go for co-ops as opposed to a very central ownership in some other industries. That would be ideal. But certainly there is the direction to go, and also when it comes to trade rather than a protectionism in one country, socialism in one country won't work idea. I would prefer to think about regional blocks or blocks of like-minded progressive governments where we think about our agreements. Investment and trade agreements include things like labor rights, regulations of the labor market and markets in general. For example, shall we say we will not do trade with anyone which doesn't recognize trade union rights and collective bargaining, and have a progressive idea of how we interact with other governments. And of course, that extends the space, certainly for fiscal policy, both in terms of taxation and spending, but also it helps with monetary policy. Again, capital controls, doing it alone is possible, but you're more powerful if you do it with like-minded governments. I stop short of saying creating an environment of radical abundance should create the material basis for us to discuss re-entering the European Union as well, because I know there is a session and Peter Holmes might speak around these things, and I see that it's very premature to open that Pandora box if we haven't created that radical abundance economy to begin with. Thank you.
Will.
But very quickly, I do think that venture capital is called the third great institution of the 21st century economy, alongside notions of markets, notions of companies, and actually you can see how tinier sums of money proportionately really produce these gigantic results in the United States. And actually, that I pick up on Bob Cutler's kind of intervention and what Angus has been saying. I mean, we have to kind of fight back. In the UK, 4/5, 80% of UK venture capital, UK-owned money that goes into British startups and scale-ups comes to the British Business Bank. And there's only a couple of other private sector players that are UK-owned, kind of in the game. So kind of one obvious area is actually to really scale the British Business Bank in a big way, to support and get more British venture money kind of into our startups and scale-ups. And then we've really got to get our pension system to kind of lean into this agenda in a way that I think the government's trying to, and getting brickbats for doing it, but it's right. I think also it's outrageous that the targets for so many American private equity houses and multinationals, British growth companies, they're 4 or 5 times more likely to have received grants from Innovate UK or a kind of tax credits to get them started at the very beginning through when they first began as through seed investment, angel investment, it was all tax deductible. The amount of tax concessions that have been given by UK taxpayers through the pension system, through the grant system, through the R&D tax credit system, and then these companies just kind of are taken out without any sense of having to repay kind of all the sums that they've been given. So there's a whole agenda there. And I also think that we have to kind of, to pick up what others have said on the platform, you know, imperfect though it is, we have to think of kind of creating an EU innovation zone. I think a EU innovation area alongside the kind of defence kind of pact that's going to be signed on Monday. I'd have loved to have seen that on the agenda, because and I try to say it, but the scale, I mean, the scale of the Magnificent Sevens, kind of not just the size they are, but the scale of their R&D effort, the scale of their R&D effort in AI, the scale is just, I mean, kind of dwarfs anything that's going on in kind of any European government. And it's quite, it's not only kind of economically kind of challenging and economically menacing and actually challenging, you know, creating a system of vassalage between kind of us and the United States, but it has more kind of sinister implications for fundamental freedoms. And I do think that here I think it's kind of there's a rallying call for everyone who's on the progressive side of kind of British and European politics to kind of wake up about kind of what's going on. We absolutely have to revitalise our economic base, which is atrophying in front of our eyes. We have to keep more of these wonderful founder-led companies that have been given support by the UK taxpayer one way or another. We have to keep them, as many more of them, kind of here in Britain. We have to think in European terms about kind of scaling up a kind of a response, and actually also, kind of, even as you do it simultaneously, holding in mind that as kind of the growth starts to come through, that gives you the tax wherewithal to repair our stricken public services. So it's a big agenda, I think, but it's it's a big agenda, but it's absolutely vital that it's kind of understood in those terms. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I saw a lot of questions from the floor, which is great for our first session. It means you can perhaps bring some of these questions to the other session after this, because we have, even with the overtime allowance, reached our limits. I want to thank our distinguished speakers. Thank you so much for being with us today. And thank you all for being with us. And we look forward to the other session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've got approximately 15 minutes for a coffee break and then back in here for our next session. Thank you.
stuff.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Thank you, Patrick, for that and for the invitation. I think I'm here in I'm a retiree, so although I'm notionally billed as being from SOAS, I spent the last 30 years of my career at the United Nations in both Geneva and in New York. And I think this panel is aimed to go from the discussion of the discussion of the advanced economies and the problems that they face, which was the focus of the last panel, to a more global perspective, and particularly, or perhaps at least, to pick up on something that Yanis said in his remarks about the need to bring the vast majority of the world into the discussion of progressive economics, which is where the global south fits into this agenda. I guess someone very famous once said that we have decades where nothing happens and weeks when decades happen. And I guess it feels like the latter at the moment, with the emergence of a game show host with 50 years of grievances that can be, he hopes, removed at the stroke of a pen, quite literally in Trump's case, being a very disruptive force on the shape of the global economy and global governance. But I think it's pretty apparent from what has already been said that the morbid symptoms that we're trying to come to terms with are not the product of Trump, and Trump himself is very much a symptom of these underlying challenges and disruptions that have been around, that arguably are part of the way capitalism works, but have clearly intensified since the global financial crisis and the economic issues that were discussed already in terms of the stresses and strains and inequities and disruptions and shocks that have become a permanent feature of the last 15 to 20 years. And the failure at all levels of governance, and failure, I mean, despite what Will said, and I thought his presentation was fascinating, but the failure of governance from the corporate level to the planetary level has been a feature of the international economy for some time now, and the levels of anxiety and distrust and in some respects disgust at the political classes whose job is to somehow mitigate these symptoms, I think is clearly a very prominent feature of the world of advanced economies. But it's also true that the last 15 years have seen kind of more positive developments coming from the global south that we also need to factor into our discussion of what a progressive economic agenda looks like. And that's not just the rise of China. Yanis mentioned that in his video. And that is a discussion we need to have. There are people who see the rise of China in much less positive ways than I do from where I came from at the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, where we see China's rise as a very positive factor in the structure of the global economy. But you could add, some people add the rise of the Gulf states, a similar ambiguous development that needs to be factored into the analysis. The BRICS more generally as slowly emerging into more than just a random collection of big emerging economies into something more coherent, which we're beginning to see now. Various regional initiatives, obviously significant ones in Africa, including the attempt to create a continental free trade arrangement in the continent. New institutions, new financing institutions, the Asia Infrastructure Bank, the New Development Bank, the growth of the Latin American Development Bank. I mean, real new institutions that have grown up alongside the existing institutions of global governance, and to some extent are beginning to challenge those institutions as those institutions, the ones that the North themselves created, the Bretton Woods institutions, the WTO, have increasingly failed to deliver on their own mandates. And for developing countries, the frustration at the way in which the IMF and the World Bank and the WTO have operated, arguably, have not really come to terms with, I don't think. I think the work, there's a kind of unfortunate nostalgia emerging in response to Trump, that all we need to do is to kind of get rid of Trump and back to the world as it was before November of 2024. And I'm sorry to say, the way in which the global economy was governed for the last 2 decades has largely been detrimental to the interests of the vast bulk of the world's population. And we need to have a much more systematic view of the problems of global governance than I think, looking to the damage that Trump himself has begun to cause, and some of which, I have to say, for developing countries is quite welcome. I mean, for many developing countries, the diminution of their policy space over the last 2 decades has been a major constraint on their ability to kind of deliver the economic and social programs that they promise to their citizens. And in that respect, at least, Trump has kind of exposed some of the problems that developing countries have been trying to come to terms with for quite some time. So I think we need to kind of bring the international challenges into the national progressive economic agendas, and I hope this is what this panel will in some ways try to do. I'm not going to give the biographies of everybody here. It's a very distinguished panel, and I think you probably know all the people on the panel. I will begin with Anne Pettifor, who has been part of my world since I joined the United Nations, has been a regular and very insightful contributor to the weaknesses of the global economic and political system, and I think she will have something to say about the difficulties that we currently face. And then I'll go to Duncan Weldon, who described himself as a kind of public nomad, I think, was how you presented it. Again, I think you all know Duncan's work and his contribution to the TUC and to other institutions. And then I think I'll ask Peter Holmes to discuss particularly the question of international trade. Peter's worked in an area where Peter has worked on for much of his career, perhaps addressing some of the questions that were raised in the previous panel about the UK, EU, UK-US trade deals. And then we'll finish with Ron Smith with a more optimistic take, perhaps, on the state of the world. I'm not sure what Ron is going to say. So that will be the order. Each has 10 to 12 minutes. I will signal after 10 minutes that you've got a 2-minute warning, and that hopefully will give half an hour for questions from the floor on what is a very pressing and urgent set of topics. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Richard, and thank you to Patrick and the board of the Progressive Economy Forum for arranging this and for including me in this discussion. I'm really happy to be here. I'm only here because way back in time I complained about the imbalances in the global financial system, and looking at them back in 2003, I predicted that the global financial system would collapse. And in 2005, in absolute frustration, I published a book called The Coming First World Debt Crisis, which went nowhere, but I have subsequently been credited with predicting the crisis. Well, the imbalances then were pretty severe, 200-something% of GDP, of global GDP, owed in debt. Today, it's more than 313% of global GDP. So the imbalances are far worse today than they were back then. And so I'm going to argue that the international financial system, and with it the world order, is in a state of collapse. I know that the power of the world's hegemon, the United States, is declining. The value of the world's reserve currency, the US dollar, is weakening. Today it is 10% below where it should be, relative to other currencies given interest rate differentials. Jerome Powell will today, I believe, keep interest rates at 4.3%. He needs to do that because of the weakening dollar. Now, this has never happened before. Whenever there's been crisis, whenever there's been instability, whenever there's been volatility, the dollar has strengthened to the cost of low-income countries. And so what I think we're witnessing is the old world dying, in the words of Gramsci, and in the new world is slow to appear. In this chiaroscuro, light, dark surge emerge monsters. And why is this happening? For me, this goes beyond Trump and China. As Ken Rogoff remarked this week, we must not forget Biden and Russia. The confiscation of Russian assets in contravention of international law has led China, Brazil, South Africa, and Russia to set up the BRICS. Someone asked, what is BRICS? Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa is what is BRICS. And they have been looking for an alternative to the US dollar. And because they know that if the United States can confiscate Russian assets, they can confiscate Brazilian, South African, and other assets too. So Joseph Stiglitz was in this very hall on Monday promoting his new book, which is called The Road to Freedom. And he made an interesting observation. He noticed that the rise of authoritarianism, of nationalism, and specifically of Donald Trump was not, he argued, a result of too much government, but as a result of too little government. It's striking, he said, that Scandinavian countries, which arguably may have too much government, have not produced any authoritarian leaders, nationalist governments, even while they've shifted to the right. He pointed out that the red states in the United States that Trump won so decisively were all states in which public intervention in private markets were constrained. He also said that no one can and no one should trust an agreement made with the United States, not just under Trump, he said, but for the future, because the United States has a long supply of demagogues, and Trump was far from unique. So I want to show that actually the rise of authoritarianism is a phenomenon. It's a global phenomenon. Trump is not the exception, he is the rule. And I want to point to a man called President Duterte, who at this moment is sitting in jail in The Hague for crimes against humanity, for killing thousands of Filipinos in illegal ways. And he was elected in 2016 to 2022. He is no longer a candidate, but it is estimated by pollsters at home back in the Philippines that if he were to put his name up for the election of president in the forthcoming elections, he would win from inside the jail at The Hague. Right. His daughter is currently vice president and threatening to kill the president. So it's really, you know, there's a lot going on there. You think United States is exciting, but what's happening in the Philippines is pretty dramatic too. So the point about Duterte, that he was, in fact, the most popular Philippine president since the restoration of democracy in 1986. And of course, there are other authoritarians, Putin, Netanyahu, Narendra Modi, Bolsonaro, Giorgia Meloni, Javier Milei in Argentina. And then there's ex-President Zuma, who, in my view, created the blueprint for state capture, which is the model for Trump. He practiced systemic political corruption in which private interests significantly influence the state's decision-making process to their own advantage. So I'm arguing Trump is not new. He's part of a global phenomenon. And this is that the world economy governed by deregulated markets, not just in goods and services, but in money, is what is creating the instability, the insecurity of the global financial system. And as Karl Polanyi argued, such an institution of deregulated markets, in particular in money, could not exist for any length of time without annihilating the human and natural substance of society. It would have physically destroyed man and transformed his surroundings into a wilderness. As a result, inevitably, he said, society took measures to protect itself. It became protectionist. It looked to strong men, mainly, for protection from markets, for protecting from the brutality of markets. And by doing that, they not just disorganized industrial life, he wrote, he also endangered society in yet another way. And that's what we're witnessing today. People are voting for people like President Duterte in a way that destroys and undermines both their economy, but also their society. So this is bad enough in the field of trade, but it's much worse in the marketization of money. Now here in economics, believe it or not, we still regard money as a commodity. There will be very few economists here who would admit to the fact that money is a commodity. They don't believe that is so any longer. It was very fashionable until recently in mainstream economics. It's no longer. But in fact, we treat money as if it were a commodity. That it is finite in quantity, for example, implies that it's a commodity. That it must be subject to the market process is a conviction deeply embedded in mainstream economic thought, even amongst economists that would deny money is commodity-like. But denials cannot erase evidence embedded in classical orthodox economic language. Phrases like the price of money, interest, is subject to the supply and demand for money, for the thing that is money, imply that money is a commodity. Economists discussing quantities of money treat it as a thing that can add up to a stock of capital. That's just another way of thinking it as a commodity. The fact that it can circulate is a way of thinking of it as a commodity. So these are ideas that drive government treasuries around the world to act as if money, like gold or cinnamon or lumber, can be scarce, despite evidence to the contrary. It leads central bankers, politicians, and technocrats to proclaim there is no money. Now, if you understand money as a social construct, as a social convention, as a social technology, you understand that there cannot be limits to the supply of money. Money cannot be like a commodity. And the real problem with marketizing money is that markets do not generate trust. So today we live in a world in which, thanks to the marketization of all aspects of life, there is distrust, dishonesty, outright theft, insecurity, instability, and irresponsibility, above all, by governments. It is this level of distrust that continues to undermine, for example, the value of the dollar. The clearest evidence of the level of
and tariffs. I'm not going to major on this because we've got excellent speakers on the panel who know more about this than I do, but I want to just emphasize a few aspects of what we've seen so far from this Trump White House on trade. The first thing is just how uncertain it has been. To give two examples, we look at US tariffs on Canada. Out of nowhere, they threatened 25% tariffs on Canada, mentioned at the inauguration. Suddenly, at the start of February, we're told that the tariffs will start in 3 days' time. Just before those tariffs start, they're delayed for 30 days. Most people then assume maybe they're never going to happen. Lo and behold, the 25% tariffs on Canada are put in place. They're in place for 3 days before exemptions are granted for goods compliant with the United States, Mexico, Canada trade agreement and bits of the automotive sector. And then new automotive tariffs are placed on Canadian automotive exports to the United States, and then partial exemptions are granted to those. And, you know, we're just over 100 days in. China, first round of 10% tariffs, doubled a month later to 20. On Liberation Day, as we have to call it, a sort of live game show with, you know, the big boards, a bit like The Price is Right. We're told that US tariffs on China are going to 32%. China retaliates. A few days later, we've got tariffs on China of 145%, sort of a joke level of tariffs almost. Then this Monday, after the talks in Geneva, they're dropped back to 30%. These are very uncertain times. That uncertainty has a real macroeconomic cost. Measures of policy uncertainty from the United States are now the highest they've been since early 2020 at the start of the pandemic, as high as they were in late 2008. The evidence suggests when macroeconomic policy uncertainty is high, investments are delayed, hiring decisions are delayed. There is a real cost to this. But the big takeaway from it for me is that it is almost impossible to say what the Trump White House's policy will look like in 6 months' time, 12 months' time, 18 months' time. We have to think in terms of scenarios rather than in terms of point forecasts. And the second thing to say about this sort of hokey-cokey approach to tariffs is it's been fascinating to watch the reaction of financial markets to this. We are now in a world where the US has a baseline tariff of 10% on pretty much all trade, a 30% tariff on China, 25% tariffs on steel, aluminium, automotive, talking about pharmaceutical tariffs on top of that. This is worse than the worst case scenario of almost any investment bank or independent economic forecasting house was in January. Worse than the worst case. And yet it's now greeted as by financial markets as something of a relief because it's not as bad as things looked last week. We're in this sort of topsy-turvy world where expectations are being rapidly reset all of the time. But outside of trade, I think we can think about defence and security as something which is particularly relevant to Britain, to the European Union, to spending decisions which are now being made. I think when we look at tariffs, there was a lot of tough talk in the first Trump term of how he supported tariffs, how he wanted his trade wars. But in reality, he was actually quite constrained. Outside of quite a tough approach towards trade with China, it wasn't a really radical break. In the second term, he has been more radical. Trump has been on record for a long time as not fundamentally believing in NATO, as believing that NATO is Europe and Canada ripping off America and piggybacking off American security guarantees. He's been saying this for well over a decade. He said it throughout his first term and nothing much happened. In his second term, the early evidence is that he is being taken more seriously. J.D. Vance's speech at the Munich Security Conference certainly shocked the German and French political establishments into taking these threats of a US security guarantee being withdrawn more seriously. The US Army 2 weeks ago published its new doctrine for its army. It's a long document, but the striking things about it are that it identifies the two strategic priorities for the Pentagon as defense of the United States home territory and deterring China in Asia. That's it. The Middle East was out, much surprised many people, a huge area of interest in the American military for more than 3 decades. Europe was not mentioned. The North Atlantic Treaty Organization was not mentioned. We have to work on the basis that whether or not Trump is prepared to withdraw from NATO, that he, as was said in the last presentation, has to be regarded as entirely transactional, not particularly trustworthy. When you speak to anyone involved in defense or security policy or planning across NATO, you have to work on the idea that US commitment to collective European security is at best questionable. And that's why we're in a world where countries across Europe are rushing to raise defence spending. Britain, as we know, is increasing defence spending from 2.3 to 2.5% of GDP. There was an awful lot of discussion when that announcement was made, and sort of to misquote Winston Churchill, never in the field of human conflict has so much discussion happened about 0.2 percentage points of national income. I think it's absolutely clear from a progressive point of view that paying for that defence increase by cutting international development is the wrong call morally, it's the wrong call from a progressive point of view, and it's the wrong call from a national security point of view. That, you know, diminishing British soft power is not a good thing, but I think it is also important to be clear that 2.5% is not where this is going to stop. This feels to me like the early days of the pandemic, when we'd get what seemed like quite large announcements, and then a few days, a few weeks, or a few months later, there would be another announcement of further fiscal or monetary easing. Realistically, you know, talk about as much as you want in terms of replacing US capacities, in terms of Europe being able to defend itself, you're talking about something in the region of 3 to 3.5%, rather than 2.5%. That's going to be a big fiscal challenge for governments. The economics of it depend entirely on how it's, if you increase defence spending to 3.5% and cut other public spending, you know, there's obviously no economic benefit to that. if you do it by borrowing, if we use this like Germany has as a chance to reassess its fiscal rules, there is potentially some stimulus from this. A lot is going to depend on how it's paid for. And I do, though, not want to concentrate too much on defence, but also just to pick up on something Anne was talking about the US dollar. This is one of the big changes that's happening in the global economy. The US dollar has lost about 7% of its value so far this year. It's worth watching. I watch the dollar very closely because a not insignificant proportion of my income is paid in American dollars. But that's not the only reason. It's worth watching. What we've seen this year is Wall Street's so-called Trump trade go completely wrong. If you'd spoken to most investment bank strategists, whether they've supported Trump or Harris, their view in the second half of last year was that a Trump presidency would be good for US stocks, it would be bad but not disastrous for US bonds, and it would be very bullish for the dollar. That was the view. They essentially believed Trump would do all of the things they liked, deregulation and tax cuts, and not very much that they didn't like, that he wasn't particularly serious on tariffs, just bank those tax cuts and deregulation. What we've had instead is the US stock market struggling and the dollar losing 7% of its value. And there have been days, particularly in April, around the time of the Liberation Day tariffs, where we saw very, very unusual price movements. We saw days when US bonds sold off and the yield on US government securities rose at the same time as American stocks lost value and the dollar fell. You don't usually see moves like that in global markets. Usually, if the US stock market is having a bad day, people pile in to American government bonds. Usually, in what markets call a risk-off situation, when people are trying to reduce the risk they're experiencing, they buy the dollar because it's a safe haven. The dollar's safe haven status now appears to be under threat. The dollar has, since the 1940s, been the central reserve currency in the world. You can find Americans who will talk about the problems of having the world's reserve currency, how it makes your currency a bit more overvalued because there's so much demand for it than you might want, how it can sometimes hurt your manufacturing industry. There are real costs to being the provider of the world's primary reserve asset, but there are huge benefits too. It tends to boost living standards. It makes it much cheaper for your government and your firms to borrow. I've written about British economic history. What I always say to Americans when they complain about the dollar sitting at the center of the global financial system is, one, you will miss it if it goes, is the lesson of sterling. And secondly, complaining about the costs of providing the world's primary reserve asset is sort of like the macroeconomic equivalent of saying, the problem with my massive house is that it takes me a long time to clean it. There are huge benefits to America. The problem that America's had has been driven by domestic political economy, that those costs have fallen disproportionately on some parts of society. Those benefits have been disproportionately captured by other parts. It's a failure of domestic political economy to redistribute those gains, which has been the fundamental problem there. So we're in a world where if the dollar is losing its value, and there isn't an obvious alternative, we're in a much more unstable, unsteady world. We're in a world where an American security guarantee, which has underpinned defence planning and security planning in Western Europe, is under threat, and states are scrambling to respond by increasing their own defence spending. And we're in a world in which America is ripping up the rule book of the international trading system. These are all real problems. But I'm going to try and finish for 30 seconds. I'm going to try and finish on an optimistic note. It's quite hard. But I'm going to try and finish on an optimistic note that one thing we can say is that America's tariff policy so far is generally America shooting itself in the foot. And it's been damaging to prospects. For America, inflation looks like it's going to be higher. Growth looks like it's going to be lower. The dollar is weaker. But for other developed countries, there is an opportunity here. A weaker dollar is helpful for global growth. A weaker dollar and stronger currencies in stronger euro and a stronger pound take a bit of pressure off the Bank of England and the European Central Bank, maybe give them more space to cut interest rates than they otherwise would have had. America shooting itself in the foot is a big cloud for the global economy, but there may be a slight silver lining for other developed market central banks. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I mean, it raises the question, and I think we need to ask whether the dollar system is actually over. A lot of people don't think it's quite as moribund as many people hope. I think that's an important question we need to ask.
Shall I? Okay. I'm Peter Holmes from UKDB at the University of Sussex. Just quickly, really excited to be here. My main speciality is trade policy, UK, EU, UK, US, and the WTO. And I actually did a little paper on the renegotiation of the TCA for the Progressive Economy Foundation in 2022, when nobody knew this was coming. And I discovered the review clause in the TCA 776. I was delighted to be able to present this at a couple of previous conferences. Now, unfortunately, this is the one time when actually we do have something substantial to talk about in the EU UK relations, but we are a bit overwhelmed by all these other things. So I got three areas to cover. The first of which has really been very well done by the previous two speakers, but I'll just say a few words. The global consequences of Trump's trade policy. Secondly, the nature of the so-called deal between the UK and the US, and much more, perhaps the biggest thing, is the what this all means for the relations between the UK and the EU. First thing is just to say in terms of the global system. As Duncan said, the Trump 1 was essentially about transforming the WTO back into the GATT. If anybody can remember the details, this basically the GATT was a legal. It was a treaty between the so-called contracting parties. It had no teeth. It was essentially a voluntary arrangement which laid down a set of rules which, in fact, people did obey largely because of the sort of voluntary self-interest in acting cooperatively. But that began to break down under US pressure when the US started taking action against countries that it thought had broken the rules as it perceived them. But Lighthizer, Trump's USTR in the first administration, was largely wanting to go back to a situation where you had rules. The US could insist on other people conforming to them, but it could opt out the US when it felt like it. But they didn't denounce the WTO system, the GATT. The GATT, if you remember, is one agreement among the several which then form the basis of the constitution of the WTO. The difference really is that the WTO has the dispute settlement mechanism, a legal mechanism that all countries agreed to obey. That was the thing which the US really didn't like. Now, what the Trump administration is, if you can, people keep saying, stop sane-washing them, stop trying to work out a coherent strategy. But if there is a coherent strategy in the Trump trade policy, it is to not only break the WTO as a rules-based system, but to break the GATT. And one fundamental point there is something called the MFN system, the Most Favored Nation system, where large countries have to give the same, powerful countries have to give the same trade terms to everybody else in the system as they do to the preferred players, to their big partners, except when you form a fully fledged customs union or free trade agreement. What the US wants to do is to turn everything into bilateral agreements where the US can put pressure on each individual country and say, we'll cut our tariff on this or raise one on that if you do or don't do that. So they want to turn everything into bilateralism. I don't actually think it's going to work, but that is roughly what the US agenda is. It's destroying the MFN system and a few other things to it. They're also, as bringing into question the status of the dollar in the world system. Now, I'm not an international financial economist, so I risk saying things are wrong here, but one of the really interesting things is the appointment of a guy called Steve Miran as chair of the Council of Economic Advisors. Miran is responsible for a paper that was written last autumn. I forget the exact, a user's guide to the world financial system, in which he's proposing basically that the US could go around bilaterally threatening to renege on all this debt which has got to other countries unless they do what the US wants against China. It's quite an extraordinary thing, which Gillian Tett's written quite a bit about in the Financial Times. It's called the Mar-a-Lago Accord. And someone smarter than me, I'm sure, can explain exactly what the hell that's about, but I'll move on. The key thing, though, if we go back to history, to Duncan's favourite thing, is that actually what we're seeing is tariffs by Trump, which are higher than they've ever been since the early 1930s. So we really are in a total, because the second thing the US in practice has abandoned is the principle that tariffs should be bound. The US wants to put tariffs at whatever levels it likes, though technically the US mission to the WTO has said they are not actually renouncing their obligations. They've said that they're still committing to their schedules, whatever that could possibly mean. But the thing is that we're not in 1931 because the US importance in world trade is much less than it was then. The US is now, depending on which particular flows you measure, not much more than somewhere 10 to 15%-ish of world trade. The amount of trade going between the US and China is only about 2% of total world trade, about 2% of Chinese GDP, a coincidence. So the nature of this crisis is one that the US is shooting itself, it's shooting others, it's always firing bullets at others, but the rest of the world can dodge these bullets. The US is shooting itself in the foot, but if the rest of the world operates in a cooperative manner, it can avoid it can make sure it's not 1931. It can be 2018, when the first set of Trump tariffs came. They weren't as big, but basically the US, China stopped buying soybeans from the US. They bought them from Brazil instead. There's a reshuffling of world trade. 2008, world trade fell. Then the US actually helped the world system by the Fed kind of stabilizing the international financial system. That's what's not going to happen this time, but they may be willing to, the rest of the world could act like in 2018, I hope. If there is sufficient, what you might call WTO -1 cooperation, but will there be? There's a risk of divide and rule. There's a kind of an obvious deal here. China increases its aggregate demand, its fiscal loosening, raises minimum wages, whatever. And the EU agrees to sort of stand back on preemptive anti-dumping duties and so on. That's a possibility, but both sides in conversations I've had have indicated there's no deal there. The EU is going to watch what China does and then ex post relax its tariffs. But there is the real problem is the knock-on effects, which probably would be bigger in multiplier effect terms than the original Trump shock, I think. There's a risk of divide and rule. This is where we come to the UK-US thing. Why did Starmer sign a deal with the US? Well, actually, he hasn't signed a deal with it. There's nothing in that thing. I'm looking at it here. I got a little quote in the Financial Times last Saturday about what it means on my particular pet area, which is trade and standards. Well, actually, what the US asked for in this April, whatever it was, May the 9th or something document is less than the US was demanding in 22 2020, I think, when they last published a set of US negotiating objectives with the US and the EU. When it comes, there's nothing in there that says we have to modify our standards and regulations. There is a thing about talking to them, talking to the US about regulatory standards. We've got to be really careful about, technically it's national treatment of conformity assessment. It's a really nerdish thing. We've got to be really careful what we do there, but there's nothing we've signed up to which is catastrophic as such. So Starmer has dodged the bullet of having to choose between the US and the EU. I'm saying that if he has to choose, if it comes to it, he has no choice but to sign a deal. However tough the EU conditions may be, we have to sign a deal with the EU. Firstly, no deal that Trump makes with anybody is at all credible. I mean, it's just ridiculous. You know, the USMCA, the best deal in the world, a day after he signed the first version of it, he changed one of the rules. So nothing Trump says can actually give us anything. But what can we do with the EU? This is the big thing. And the thing to bear in mind is that the TCA, the thing we signed in 2020, has provisions in it for what's called a review clause. That in itself, the EU has insisted, is just a technical clause regarding the implementation of the existing agreement. However, the EU has made it very clear. I've got an email from, unattributable but authentic email from someone inside the European Commission a couple of years ago, actually, and they haven't changed since then. The EU is prepared to negotiate side deals on top of the TCA. They don't want to change the TCA, but we can have a deal on SPS, food safety, on youth mobility, and on alignment of ETS carbon system. They will do that. They will discuss it, but they will ask a heavy price. The problem is that the UK is pretending that we can have this list of demands and red lines, and we ask for what we want without really saying what's in it for the EU. To give one most concrete example, we have no option in the UK but to recognise what are called conformity assessment certificates issued by the CE mark, the famous CE mark. We have to accept goods produced to EU standards and regulations and with an EU certificate on, but the EU has no wish to bother negotiating such a deal with the UK. We have to accept their goods. We have to get EU conformity assessment inspection to come in, check goods in Britain or take them across to the Netherlands, we get them checked there, then they can be released onto sale in the UK. The EU says, why should we bother? Now, I talked to the chief economist in DG Trade a couple of weeks ago. He said, well, yeah, maybe there is something for us, but they're not looking at it. It's such a small matter for the EU that they're sticking to their guns on this. Defence cooperation, which other people are much better qualified than me to talk about, it's very clear the EU wants it, but they're not prepared to do what I believe the British government is hoping. Defence cooperation, that'll lead way to much more general cooperation. The EU's open to cooperation, but on its terms. They want to talk. They're not prepared to give us mutual recognition of conformity assessment. If anybody wants to talk a bit more about that, that's possible. Yeah, that can be done. It is there for cars, but it's difficult. And clearly, today's report that Starmer is unwilling to sign a deal on youth mobility, and this is completely ridiculous. He's going to have youth mobility and fish. He's going to have to do that to get any kind of improved deal. Why present something which actually would be a gain to the UK as a loss? In the university sector, as long as EU students pay domestic fees and there is spare capacity, and the EU and the domestic fees cover the marginal cost of taking extra students in, this is something that's good for British universities, not bad. So basically, unfortunately, what Starmer is offering to the EU is not enough to get a deal that will do anything serious for UK growth. The one good thing to say is that the deal we've signed so far with the US is so sort of paper thin that actually, according to my sources, no one's really worried about the UK talking to the US. The sad part of that, though, is that they don't include the UK, as a serious part of their coalition in economic terms, facing up to the US. And that's something we really need to work hard to put right.
Thank you, Peter. Finally, Ron Smith. Hopefully Ron will bring in the China question. We all seem to be circumventing that particular part of the chat. I just should say on the WTO, I don't think Trump is not an anomaly from where we were sitting in terms of the WTO. Advanced economies were undermining multilateralism in the WTO for a decade before Trump emerged. They did it with the way in which they approached the Doha Development Round. They did it with the way in which they introduced plurilaterals as an effort to push their liberalization agenda. Biden ignored WTO rules in the first round of his anti-China agenda. Trump is not an anomaly in the trade world. I'm sorry to say there are as many bad players from the rest of the advanced world, unfortunately. Anyway, sorry. Abusing my position. Sorry about that.
Abuse away. Thank you for the invitation. When I read the title of this session, The End of the Post-War Order, it generated a wave of nostalgia in me. I've been writing about the end of the post-war order for almost 50 years now. And what I'm going to say is going to echo quite a lot of the things which have previously been said, which is coming last. My day job is econometrics and statistics, but I do quite a lot of research on the military, with relatively few economists work in that area. And central to that has been the nature of global governance of the capitalist system, which has rested on American hegemony. And that issue of the stability of American hegemony has just come back again and again. When I started looking at it in the 1960s, as much studying as writing, you think of what it was like then. America was losing a war in Vietnam. It had massive balance of payments deficits. There were inflationary pressures. It was completely unsustainable, as everybody thinks. There's a paper by a Chicago economist, Bob Aliber, called The End of the Dollar as the International Currency in 1966. And it was unsustainable, but the way that it ended then provided the basis for the continuation of American hegemony. It was, now if you think Trump is bad, think back to Nixon and John Connolly. Connolly, who said, it's our currency, it's your problem. Tariffs smash up the Bretton Woods system, and the end of that particular era of the day. But American hegemony got re-established. And there were very similar things at the end of the 1970s when America was being challenged by Japan. And so it goes through now. Now, if we look at what you can fill in your own reasons about why it's unsustainable, I suggest a number of them. One is the rise of China, and I'll come back to China in more detail. But Richard said I might be optimistic. I'm going to be kind of pessimistic. The pessimistic worry is what's called this Thucydides trap. Thucydides wrote, what made war inevitable, the Peloponnesian War, was the rise of Athens and the fear that it inspired in Sparta. There's that real concern that the rise of Chinese power, and particularly its increased military power, as is referred to, that focus would. Now, one of the great things about Trump is he doesn't seem to like wars, and that is reassuring given the number of severe hawks that's within it. Then there's de-dollarization. So really peculiar things have been happening in terms of the dollar. And the way that Trump has destroyed a set of international institutions which provide public goods, all those sorts of things are kind of worrying. And I think what I want to do is go back to the nature of what we mean by hegemony and the degree of control of the system. The actual idea goes back to an economic historian, is to echo Duncan in this respect, Charles Kindleberger. And he pointed out that Britain has essentially provided a whole set of international public goods before the First World War. The US did it after the Second World War. Nobody could do it in the intervening period, which made the Great Depression and that structure just so damaging in terms of that. But the basic contradiction with the nature of hegemony is it has to be in the interest both of the hegemon to provide those public goods, and it's doing something for the rest of the world which is in its own interests. So it's got to be in the interest of the system and of the hegemon. But that's very, very contradictory. And if one thinks of the nature of how the system works, we can say America's shooting itself in its foot. It doesn't really know where its feet are in terms of what the things are. So on one hand, we say America's running a great big balance of payments deficit. That's wonderful. The Americans consume far more than they produce and take all these goods and provide little bits of green paper, which people are willing to accept. The downside of that is vast amounts of green paper out there in terms of the national debt, around 20% of which is held by foreigners, and that makes it globalization, which they prompted together with the deficit, means a decline of a large number of industries. So on the one hand, what you can look at from the point of view of American self-interest was benefiting them. From the other side, it wasn't. So there are these tensions within the structure. And it goes back to the nature of this coincidence of interests. What's in the interest of the system is in the interests of the hegemon. Depends on them not seeing it in a zero-sum world. Going back to the 1980s, Robert Rubin, Goldman Sachs guy who was Clinton's Treasury Secretary, he would go round various audiences in the 1980s and ask them, which would you prefer? The US grows at 2% and Japan grows at 1%. The US grows at 3% and Japan grows at 4%. Japan was the threat there. Every audience except one preferred the first. They would rather have America grow at 2% and not being threatened. I will leave you to guess who the unusual group of audience was. It was a group of economists. And zero-sum thinking is just natural in a range of ways. So there's a whole set of these functions which are provided. Could anybody else provide them? Suppose America says no, then clearly Russia's incapable, Europe is almost certainly unwilling. China, now hegemon's got to be able to do three things. It's got to have the ability to bribe, it's got to have the money, the ability to persuade, soft power, and the ability to coerce. That's the ability bit, but it's got to have the willingness to use those. And a lot of the contradictions within the Chinese system, so in a sense we say they can solve a range of problems if they just expand domestic demand. That raises a whole, the same thing was said about Japan. Japan was busy trying to expand all during the 1990s. There's a real danger, and Japan's stop was preceded by a property crisis, which is quite similar to the property crisis which one sees within China at the moment. So the question of whether China can cultivate the soft power, which it's really bad at, its ability to antagonize almost anybody, really rivals the US at the worst of its times. But US always had Hollywood to spread the soft power. So I'm kind of thing, yeah. So sorry to end on the pessimistic note, the danger of war and the unlikely presence of another hegemon, but I always think there's a Noel Coward song, bad times are just around the corner, and that could be sort of an economist's theme in these respects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ron. We've got, I think, 20 minutes. I think we're finishing at 1. So I think we've got time for a round of comments, at least one round of comments and questions. I'll take 3 questions at a time, and if you could introduce yourself when you pose the question. 1, 2, 3. Have we got a microphone? Maybe you need a loud voice. Okay. The one right up, unfortunately, one right at the back there.
Hi, that was great. Thank you very much. My name's Max. I'm a student at UCL. I want to pick up on the question of the dollar and its value. Is there an element of having your cake and eating it in terms of trying to devalue the dollar, but also trying to retain the status as the world reserve currency? Is that possible to do effectively? And the second question is about US fiscal policy, in the sense that my rather limited understanding is that what enables the US to run such consistently huge budget deficits in a way that most other countries probably wouldn't be able to get away with is the fact that they are the world's reserve currency. So in a future in which the dollar is significantly devalued, is that still going to be possible?
I think it was at the back. Not very good geographical, but right at the back, sorry.
Thank you. I'm Diarmuid, and I run a website called Critical Takes on Corporate Power. My question was specifically for, well, in particular for Anne and Duncan, which is that considering the enormous scale of the world financial system and the proportion of financial assets that are held by non-bank financial institutions and how opaque that system remains, how big do you think is the risk of devaluation of the dollar, sort of rather chaotic devaluation of the dollar, triggering another financial crisis?
Thank you, and then one in front.
Hi, my name's Tawfiq. This might be the most simple question you get today, which I hope is fine. I understand regarding reserve currency that the US, because it is the reserve currency, it can, run a large deficit. It can pretty much lock out other countries from international finance. But what does, it might be seen as a silly question, but what does it mean that, the US has a reserve currency? What does it really mean? If that's fine for me to ask.
Okay, Anne, do you want to?
Whoa, big questions. I mean, I'll leave fiscal policy to others, US fiscal policy to others, if that's okay. I mean, what are the chances for the non-bank financial institutions, the massive growth in them, and the massive growth in financial imbalances triggering another financial crisis? I think the chances are very, very high. There's just too much volatility and instability in the system. And it isn't just down to the devaluation of the dollar. It's really about those imbalances, about whether or not those debts can be honoured, those debts can be paid. So I think we have to be really, really careful because I think that is a threat. And we, as ever, we're sort of largely dismissive of it on the grounds that, we think it's worked before, it'll work again. But the imbalances are severe, not just trade imbalances, not just the massive surpluses and the deficits, not the massive capital account surpluses and deficits. It's just, off the charts, really. On the question of what does it mean that the US has a reserve currency, you know, in my view, we don't need to have a reserve currency, but the belief was that you've got to have a currency in which enables you to, to trade, and the financial sector in particular would like to have a currency whose value they maintain at a high level. If you think back, and I don't know if you know about the gold standard, in the gold standard, you know, sterling was the world's reserve currency, and the City of London liked that because it could maintain the value of sterling. That meant if it lent money abroad, it could get the repayments back in the same values at which it had lent. Are you with me? So that's what gives the importance of the stability of a reserve currency. But the problem with that is that that currency is not reflecting what exactly is going on in the economy abroad or the economy here at home. But it just is in the interest, if you like, of the city or Wall Street. So we now no longer have a gold standard. Instead, we have a US dollar standard. And it's the same thing. It is about maintaining the value of a financial asset so that international global trade can take place. And in my opinion, this is the wrong way to run the world, that actually we should be trading with each other, but we don't need a currency with which to trade with each other. We could, for example, just have a system, as proposed by John Maynard Keynes, of having an international clearing union where we manage the balances and the deficit, the surpluses and the deficits are managed between us, and we're penalized for surpluses and we're penalized for deficits. But that's another long story. But the belief that we need a currency and it needs to be like a gold standard currency is something that serves the interests of just one part of the global economy, and that's the financial system.
Yeah, just a couple of points I'll pick up there. I think Anne's covered most. On the dollar crash, private markets, world financial crisis, I think we should be clear. So the dollar has lost about 7.5% of its value against a broad basket of other currencies since January the 1st. And firstly, be clear, 7.5% fall in the value of the dollar is quite a big deal. But secondly, to note that the dollar could lose another 20% of its value, and it would just be back to where it was in 2017. The dollar has been on, a very strong rise for the last decade. It could be down 30% from peak, and it's just back to where it was a decade ago. So you don't. I think it's not so much about the fall as the nature of that fall. That there are scenarios of a chaotic fall. I mean, your actual worrying thing is not so much the private markets point, which is worrying in many ways. It's, without getting too technical about it, several times in the last 15 years, the US Federal Reserve has provided dollar liquidity to other central banks through its swap lines, sometimes in really, really, really significant and large numbers. I think the worry is that Donald Trump hears about this, understands this. It sounds like the Federal Reserve bailing out foreigners, which we know he doesn't like, whether that's trade or defense or whatever, and there being pressure on the swap lines. Your nightmare scenario is a disorderly fall in the dollar and the Federal Reserve not being able to exercise the support to other central banks it has in previous crises. And there are various proposals knocking around about how you deal with that. And just very quickly on the reserve currency point, I broadly agree with Anne. You've replaced the gold standard with a dollar standard, and the Federal Reserve is an alchemist and can make as much new gold as it needs, and that benefits the United States. To the question, there's no such thing as too simple a question as far as I'm concerned. Mm-hmm. Why is the dollar a reserve currency? It's a reserve currency because some holders, some players in the global financial market, whether that's private institutions or foreign central banks, want to hold what they see as a safe asset. The dollar is what they see as the safest asset. It makes up the bulk of official foreign exchange reserves. And also the simplicity of having a currency which is widely exchangeable and easy to use in trade. Just one stat, because it always absolutely astonishes me from the IMF. If you look at trade between Japan and Argentina, that trade is more that trade moves more with movements in the value of the dollar than it does with movements in either the yen or the peso. Because when Argentinian firms are trading with Japanese firms, they generally both invoice in dollars.
Can I just add that, you know, the whole issue is the question of whether the asset is safe, is whether the reserve currency is safe. And what is concerning at the moment is that safety is no longer guaranteed.
Okay, second round of questions. One at the back, one there, and one. We'll give you the last word, Will. I'm sure you've something to say on this. Right, yeah. I doubt it. You go afterwards, okay? Next.
Okay. So my name is Patrick Shine, and my first career was in the financial markets. And my first financial crisis was Mexico needing to defaulting on its, well, not defaulting, but the Mexican debt crisis of the very early 1980s, swiftly followed by the crisis in Hong Kong that led to the pegging of the Hong Kong dollar. So apart from demonstrating I'm very old, I've lived in this world for a long time, and I wanted to reinforce what Anne was just saying. There's a world of difference between repricing of assets and the repricing to zero of an asset because they will not pay your money back. And the frightening thing that I feel, and this is very emotional, but I'm sure the panel will translate this into policy, Donald Trump is not good at paying his debts. And he's made a number of statements where he has flirted with the idea that now America can choose which debts it's going to pay and which ones it's not. Now, leaving aside the reserve currency debate, that in its own right is as frightening as Lehman Brothers going bust. So it's a comment, but it's really a question like, how does the world system cope with that kind of flirtatious behavior with default?
Okay, thanks. Back. Behind you.
Hello, I wanted to ask a question that's in the realm of international trade, but mainly about the movement of talent. So how does the tax system in the UK affect the loss of talent and investment inside the UK? And how does this worsen the economy? And what is a better tax policy in the UK that could protect the talent, whether it's international or local talent, thereby enhancing the UK economy? Thank you.
I think you had a question.
Yeah, thanks, Josh Ryan Collins from UCL. I was just wondering what the panel thinks about the possibility of the euro becoming reserve currency or increasing its power vis-a-vis the dollar more generally as an alternative to China as a global reserve currency. There's been some proposals recently, which I don't know very much about, but you guys hopefully do.
And then Will.
Yes, I just wanted to push the panel a bit on what they think is going to happen. I mean, there's two ways of thinking about the current conjuncture. The first way is that actually, I mean, 2/3 of America's merchandise imports are from affiliates of US companies. So in a sense, it has a deficit with itself. And there's an immense corporate interest, enormous pressure being brought to bear on Trump to kind of back off. And maybe what's happening in China tariffs reveals that, and backing off in other areas too. And he's very keen to get the stock market up and down. So there's all that, you know, that actually this was a bump in the road, and maybe the US is going to remain the hegemon and all that. The other kind of view is that actually this is a trigger point, a catalyst for actually much, much worse, complete breakdown in kind of world trade system, and you know the point they made about kind of the dollar not being able to kind of the Fed being disabled from the swap facilities that it's used in the past and all the rest. So there's two avenues, really. And I was trying to work out, listening to you all, kind of where you settled. So is it apocalyptic, or is it kind of steady as you goes after a blip?
I tend to the apocalyptic. I tend to the apocalyptic. But on the other hand, the US has defaulted before. That's essentially what it did in 1971. It had promised to pay in gold at $35 an ounce, and then it said, no, we won't do that. And the system staggered on. It was kind of a big bump in the road because there was massive inflation and things like that. And I think that this is that going back to the sort of what we call international public goods, is like providing swap lines. That's things which the US does. And going back to the reserve currency, it is whether people are willing to hold it and that there's something else to hold. And that's the problem both with renminbi and with euros. It's not a liquid enough market to provide that structure either for invoicing or for holding in terms of the reserves. And from the point of view of both Euro and China, running big balance of payments deficits and debts to put enough of their currency into the system to oil the wheels raises a very substantial political problems for both of them.
Yeah, can I say...
Is the US an emerging market and is about to default on its debts? Is that part of your world?
You know, I think that, you know, it may well do, but I agree with what Ron has said, is that they did that in 71 and the world carried on. I think what's different about today is that the general levels of insecurity, of lack of safety, of dishonesty, if you like, of mistrust are so great that it's not possible for the financial system to operate effectively. Because money is a social construct, because money does depend on trust for it to work properly. And that means money and currencies, right? And so that's why it's so hard if you are relying entirely on currencies and money for your own development, so to speak, that's really dangerous if it is not enforced by law. So if you rely on money and currencies in an international system that is lawless, that prides itself on lawlessness, prides itself that there's a shadow banking system that operates beyond the law and that is expanding even faster than the high street banking system is expanding. If that is your model, so to speak, then actually you're undermining money in whatever way. Now, in those circumstances of massive instability and volatility, accidents happen. Now, whether that accident will be an American one or with Mexican or Brazilian or Chinese, we really don't know. The question is we shouldn't be living in such a state of insecurity and unsafety and such distrust, because we can't operate a monetary system at a domestic, national or international level with those levels of distrust. So that's my point, and it's not really down to one individual country or not. It's about the system as a whole. And as to this question of the bump in the road, I think that's also highly optimistic, really. You know, as Joe Stiglitz said this week, Trump is not the first and not the last demagogue in the United States. And, you know, things have gone very badly awry. And that's because of what happened in 1971 under Nixon and the system that's grown out of that. The imbalances are too great. The problem with Trump is he wants to keep Silicon Valley happy, but he has 75 million Americans voted for him because they are hard done by. And they feel mad as hell about that. And they're willing to do all kinds of dangerous things, just as the Filipinos are willing to have a criminal as a president because they feel so insecure, because they feel so unsafe, because markets are determining whether or not they can have a job, whether or not they can have a roof over their head, whether or not their kids could go to university. And when the markets say you can't have any of those things, I'm afraid, we've decided they're utterly unaffordable for you, and people become mad as hell and behave badly. And those are the conditions in which we find really bad accidents happen.
Yeah, a very quick 2 points just on Josh's point about the euro. I mean, I think the euro is the only realistic alternative to the dollar, but the problem is the supply of safe euro bonds. You know, Germany's now talking about borrowing €1 trillion. That helps, but 85%, I couldn't find the exact number when I was just looking, of AAA rated bonds in the world at the moment are US dollar denominated. Europe just hasn't been supplying. You know, European fiscal policy has been very tight. It's not been like the US, the bonds just aren't out there. And just because it's boring when the panel always agree on everything, just on Ron and Anne's point about a US default, you know, I think 1971 and the Nixon shock and coming off, you know, what was effectively the gold standard, putting the tariffs up, you can argue it was a default. It was effectively a default, but it wasn't a formal default, which I think would be even worse. Debt levels are much higher now and much more interconnected. So again, I think it would be worse. But most importantly, I think, you know, we shouldn't tell ourselves the US did this in 1971 and it was okay. I mean, it was one of the triggering factors for the 1970s as a whole, which, you know, we can debate, you know, not as bad as popular memory, but it's hard to argue the 1970s were an exceptionally good period for the global or US economies.
I'm afraid the question about taxes is a very good one, but I can't answer it, I'm afraid. I'd just like to comment on the general systemic things. I think on the euro as a reserve currency, one of the issues, as Duncan said, is in order for it to become a reserve currency, it has to get out there. And I mean, I'm simplistic enough to think that does mean the EU, the Eurozone, having a current account deficit, it does mean borrowing, which for the time being, even if the Germans do expand their expenditure, is not actually happening. I mean, I'm still sufficiently, I mean, I just feel we have a certain obligation to be optimistic. That's the trouble. So people like this can't be optimistic. Who is going to be? So we have to somehow believe in a terrible way of thinking, really. But I do think that the EU and China are not actually determined to to destroy one another. The EU is moving slightly towards China. The Chinese do seem to feel, for entirely opportunistic reasons, that the world system at the moment is doing them a favour. They have a population which they can sort of screw or unscrew just as they like, if only they can get themselves. Chinese population doesn't like spending, but if the Chinese government introduced a proper welfare system, actually that could be the odd thing that would release, would trigger spending in China, which could solve, as says, so many different things. I find myself every week or two being involved in a study group that includes a lot of people who know about the world financial system. Every time this question comes up, are we going to? Is there a way out? As Will said, the answer seems to come up that, provided Wall Street realizes soon enough what's happening, if they get a big enough shock soon enough, just as with these, Mr. President, these tariffs are wonderful, but maybe 145% is just a little on the high side. And we can make beautiful 30% tariffs. Still a bad thing, but if before the catastrophe happens, a nasty shock hits Wall Street and other bits of big business, Trump, who has he does have an ideology, but if he thinks his pocket is going to, maybe his aeroplane will be taken away or something. There is, I think, a chance that they'll be able to get things under control, but it's just a chance.
which is that I think it's right to try and be optimistic, but I think it's also important to be realistic. Because I'm no expert, but I did manage to predict the global financial crisis. What struck me as extraordinary was that when it happened, people were so shocked, they were so astounded, they didn't believe it could happen. Greenspan said, I didn't know this could happen. And the Bank of England, they didn't know what was going on. And so there was, the shock meant there was no plan B. And the system consolidated itself. It got stronger and bigger and better from that point of view. Because there was no plan B. There was no realization this could happen. So I'm in favor of optimism, but also realism.
I don't want to cut into lunch, but you seem to be eager to have to throw a question. I mean,
Thank you.
I've hammered my point. They've done very well replying to my point, which I didn't make.
Thank you. Ivor Middleton. It's just a quick point on money as a social construct. So 1971, it was bad, but if we grasp money as a social construct, we will get through it by just creating another money. We will get past that. So it wouldn't be apocalyptic, but it would be bad. And we can have a plan B if we think about it now.
Mm.
All right, I'm going to close it there. I'm not going to try and summarize. The South still seems to be a distant country for many people. We haven't really got into the question of where the developing world fits into it. If this was an audience in the South, there would be much more questions about the IMF and the World Bank, for example, than has been the case this morning, because I can assure you none of those institutions are working properly for developing countries at this moment, and as I said, the WTO isn't either. And so what kind of global governance system we need, I think, is still a question that progressives need to seriously ask. And, China has to, we need a better discussion of China. China's per capita income, people forget it. What's China's per capita income? It's $13,000, and you can argue that nominal figures have all kinds, but it's a country with a per capita income of $13,000. And people seem to expect that it should be doing what the United States, which has a per capita income of $75,000, or Europe. They should be doing the same. The responsibility is on the North to get these things right. And at the moment in time, it's failing abysmally. And we need to really look at that and think about that, I think, more seriously than has so far been the case, as part of a progressive agenda. So thank you very much for the questions and lunchtime.
Hello everybody, and welcome back to this afternoon's session of the PEF conference. I'm going to kick off in just a moment with the session which is called Social Protection Under Rentier Capitalism. Your chair is Anne Pettifor, who you now know very well, so needs no introduction. Over to you, Anne.
Thank you very much. Is everyone back from lunch? Say that again? A work in progress, right. Good. So we're very fortunate to have what I think is quite a wonderful panel here today. And the main theme of the panel is going to be inequality and social protection under rentier capitalism. I'm going to begin by asking Professor Kate Pickett to introduce, and then Ben Tippett is going to speak next. He's the author of a book which I see is listed here, Split: Class Divides Uncovered. That's going to be fascinating. And we're going to end with my very old friend, Josh Ryan Collins, talking about why you can't afford a home, or why young people can't afford a home. I think lots of us here with grey hair have got a home, probably too much of a home. But anyway, this is going to be the theme. And I'm going to ask Kate to begin just by giving us a scene, the overall scene. Thank you. And Kate, you've got 10 minutes, 12 minutes.
Thanks, Anne. Thanks, everyone. Post-lunch session. Try and stay awake if you feel like having a snooze. Confession, I'm not an economist. I've been sitting with Danny Dorling all morning. We're often the only non-economists in the room. It's very good of you all to have us, really. And when I was thinking about what I'd say in this session and thinking about the title that we were given for it, it felt a bit unambitious, really. The title of the session is Social Protection Under Rentier Capitalism. You know, so it's really social protection, what we mean. We're thinking about policies and programs designed to mitigate poverty and mitigate people's vulnerability, you know, reduce their exposure to economic and social risks like unemployment and disability and old age. And, you know, rentier capitalism, we're talking about an extractive economic system that creates inequality and low well-being. And I wondered, shouldn't we actually be trying to be ambitious for a radical transformation of our economic system, so that it's maybe, as Beveridge said, time for a revolution, and we've had that quote up on the screen all morning. Or as Marcel Proust said, and I was reminded of recently, we are at times too ready to believe that the present is the only possible state of things. Well, why aren't we thinking about the next possible state of things? And then I was reading The Guardian earlier, and apparently Bruce Springsteen's on a European tour. And he apparently has a roaring, rousing show that imagines a better America. So I thought today, actually, we should be trying to have a rousing, roaring show that imagines a better UK. So if I think about what for me would be the building blocks of a good society, I think that if we could get health right for the population, if we could get care right for all of us, if we could get education right and manage our justice system better, then we would have a good society. We would have a quality of life. So what we really need to be thinking about is what is the economic system that would produce all of that for us. And these are big issues, of course, the health of the public, care, education and justice. But they are big issues where we do have evidence of what works. And we do have a lot of room for improvement. So if we could change things to improve health and care and education and justice, then maybe we have an answer to the far right and the rise of populism, because we would be increasing the quality of life for everybody. So if we start to imagine that good society built on these things, it would be one where everyone's health is as good as it could be, because we focus on prevention and we try to reduce indeterminants of health. If we think about care, it would be a society where children are looked after, those with disabilities have enough care, and the elderly are cared for without that imposing a financial stress on them and their families, and where emotional needs are met as much as physical needs. And if we think about education, it means having a system where all of our children flourish, where their imagination and their creativity and their skills are fostered without leaving anybody behind. And in terms of justice, we need a system that's about preventing crime rather than punishing it. It's about rehabilitation when crimes are committed. It's about enabling people to contribute to society rather than weighing it down if they have committed a crime. And on all of these things at the moment, the UK, we do so poorly. We are 37th in life expectancy among nations. That's pretty low down the league table. UNICEF came out with its new report on child well-being yesterday. We are 27th for child well-being. And our child mental health is 27th as well. On care, I saw an international ranking system that put us 15th for care for the elderly, 17th for care for children. And on skills, education, 21st for our kids and 15 for their skills. And we have more people in prison than any other country in Western Europe. So on all of those different metrics, we are way, way down, despite having a large economy. So what we really need is, I think, a well-being economy, so an economy focused on growing well-being in all those areas, but that also tackles the climate emergency and protects the environment and ensures the well-being of future generations as well as people today. Now, there is a movement worldwide towards what's called new economic thinking. And it's got lots and lots of different labels, and there are lots of people thinking in those terms in sorts of different camps. But I've been part of a group that's called GAIN, G-A-N-E, rather than trying to gain anything, which stands for Global Assessment for a New Economics. And we have a review paper coming out next week in Nature Sustainability that attempts to try and give a coherent story to what that new economic thinking is. And to do that, we looked at 70 key texts on new economic thinking in consultation with 24 international experts, and the little circle of like a cobweb on the left is somebody's imaginative connection of all those 70 different texts. But what the group came up with were these 10 coherent tenets of new economic thinking that characterize all those different movements. You'll have heard of donor economics and indigenous economics and circular economies and all of those sorts of things. But looking at them all, they do all seem to have these 10 different elements. And the first is that they take a holistic view of the economy. They say that we should be growing well-being, moving beyond GDP, but they also take a view of the complexity of the economic system as it sits within our societies, as it sits within nature. And they all suggest that we need, people beyond economists to be thinking about the economy. So we need anthropologists and we need philosophers, we need geographers, Danny, and dare I say it, we might need an epidemiologist now and again. And then the other sets of concepts that are part of this new economic thinking, some of them are ecological, so that's to do with limits to growth, limited substitutability of natural capital. You know, we can't replace natural capital when it runs out. and regenerative design. So that's where we're thinking about things like circular economies, regenerative economies, sharing economies. If you go to the Ellen MacArthur Foundation website, there's a whole bank of case studies of circular economy examples that you can have a look at. And then there are the social tenets, which are to do with having feelings about people and values, that their well-being is important, that their contributions are important, that they are more than just productive pieces of the economic machinery, and equity, equality, and justice as well. And then there are political economy tenets that are to do with recognizing that our social needs are part of the common good that we should be growing, recognizing that we should be getting people participating in deliberative and cooperative ways to think about what our economy should look like, and also focusing on post-capitalist, decolonial kinds of economic thinking, and active citizenship as a part of that. And so it's all about thinking of the state as an enabler of all of this. And I hope you'll take a look at the paper when it comes out next week. The reference is up there, but email me if you can't get it. Because I do think these are the sorts of ideas that we need to be thinking about in the mainstream rather than seeing us sitting out there on the fringes. They sound utopian, but I don't think that's a problem. I think always we should be ambitious for a more utopian world than the one that we currently are living with. So I'll just use my last couple of minutes to think about some practical ideas. How do we translate all of that utopian thinking into practical stuff? Two ideas that I think we're going to hear about more this afternoon, both in this session and a later one, are basic income, which really is an idea whose time has come. It used to be very much fringe thinking. Now I think it is something that we should be bringing center stage and really thinking about how we could use a basic income to give people a stable floor, to reduce their precarity, to enhance their health and well-being, to allow them to balance work and caring and other things they might want to do. This really is an idea whose time has come. And so if we want to think about how we fund a bold social policy like that, we do need to be thinking about wealth taxes, and we are going to hear more about that this afternoon as well. We've heard a lot this morning about the amount of wealth that sits and is untapped for making a better world for the 99% of us. So those are two ideas, I think, that are deserving of much more upfront, main stage discussion. How do we get those ideas listened to? And there I think we need to be thinking about ways that we get more evidence into the pipeline and up to the policymakers. And I'm thinking about that evidence as coming from two places. One is the evidence of what people want and need. And too often their wants and their needs go unheard. So I think as a pipeline to put these ideas center stage, we need more deliberative democracy. We need more citizens' assemblies and other such things where the public can debate, consider, think about what they would like, and then communicate their wishes to policymakers and to politicians. So more of that kind of grassroots, upwards thinking, taking people's wishes into account. But then I also think we need better pipelines for the kinds of evidence that are produced in the social sciences and that have so much to offer to policymaking and to politicians. So as an epidemiologist, I'm well aware of how often things are moving through the pipeline of the National Institute for Clinical Excellence. That's how we decide what we're going to pay for and cover within our National Health Service. And we don't do things unless they are effective, and we decide if they are effective based on proper evidence. And we don't do things unless they are cost effective, and we do that, again, based on proper evidence. Well, we have a wealth of evidence in the social sciences that tells us which social policies are effective and which social policies are cost effective. But there's no proper pipeline for that or accountability for those things in decision making. So I think something like a social sciences NICE would be good. Something like a social sciences equivalent of SAGE to advise the government when there are crises, when there are things that need to be considered, and something like an Office for Social Responsibility to sit alongside the Office for Fiscal Responsibility and assess the potential impact of policy making that is being considered by the government or is being put into party manifestos as they come up for our election. I'm done. So what timely intervention from our chair, but I'm finished. And I hope that, you know, some of these ideas are things that we're going to unpack a little bit more as we think about how to create a much better society for us all in the UK. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Kate. Well, now we'll turn to Ben Tippett, who's going to talk to us about wealth inequality and class, I think.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks, everyone. It's excellent to be here. When I was walking here, a bird pooed on me, which I think is a sign of good luck, right? So, you know, in case anyone's like, what's that? So, my name is Dr. Ben Tippett. I am a lecturer in economics and wealth inequality at King's. And I'm going to talk to you today about quite a specific question, which is, should the UK implement an annual wealth tax, right? And the particular type of wealth tax I'm going to look at is the one that's really been quite significantly campaigned for, particularly over the last few weeks. Probably many of you have heard of the kind of idea of a 2% wealth tax above 10 million, right? Maybe some of you have heard of it, some of you haven't. We've had groups like Patriotic Millionaires going around the country with a big kind of Brexit bus, but instead of Brexit, obviously saying kind of how much a 2% wealth tax above 10 million would raise for the government. We've had people like Diane Abbott, Dale Vince, many Labour and opposition MPs coming out in favour of this kind of 2% wealth tax above 10 million. And I was at one of the DPAC protests the other day, the Disabled People Against the Cuts protests against the kind of horrific cutting back of the PIP scheme by the Labour government. And I was kind of shocked actually by how many of the placards were saying, you know, don't tax don't kind of cut benefits, tax the rich instead, right? And I think this is kind of a response that we're seeing now to any of the questions of kind of how do we pay to get ourselves out of the coming crisis. Now, the kind of question I kind of want to ask today is, well, if we had implemented this tax of a 2% above 10 million over the last kind of 31 years, what would that have actually done to wealth inequality at the very top? And how much money would we have raised? Now, there's kind of a couple of challenges with answering a question like that. The first challenge is that the very, very wealthiest, they're often quite hard to really capture and pin down and measure what their wealth is, right? Partly, for example, they don't really respond to the surveys that the ONS send out. Funnily enough. So one of, I think, the kind of main sources of data that we have on wealth is the Sunday Times Rich List, right? Which is actually going to be released for this year tomorrow. Which is, what's going to happen? Is wealth going to go up? Is it going to go down? I think it depends a little bit on how they model the kind of recent volatility of stocks in the age of Trump. But I think this kind of, in a way, the Rich List provides a very important data set where we can start to answer this question, right? Because the Rich List, it kind of tells the story and puts a kind of a human face on really the people who would be most significantly affected by this kind of tax, right? Because it maps over the last 3 decades, the wealthiest 1,000 or 350 people depending on which year. And in the rich list, you have kind of, your classic aristocrats, landed gentry, both in the countryside, but also in the city, people like the Duke of Westminster, Lord Cadogan, people who have done incredibly well out of the London housing boom that I know Josh is going to talk more about. We also have the kind of get-rich-quickly tycoons of the kind of 80s and 90s on there. When I was researching this, there was quite a kind of an interesting event of how these things touches all of our lives. My office is in Bush House, which I don't know if people know. It's kind of at the end of the Aldwych. It's kind of an amazing old, beautiful building that used to home the BBC. Now, when I was reading one of the little biographies of one of the people in the rich list, a man called Jacques Delal, I realized that he actually got rich by basically buying Bush House at an incredibly discounted rate from the BBC. I think it was something like 50 million in the late 1980s. And within 2 years, he had sold it on to a Japanese investment company for 135 million. Right? So in 2 years, he basically made 85 million by basically taking a state asset, privatizing it, and flipping it incredibly quickly. And he just suddenly appeared on the rich list. We also have kind of oligarchs from Russia, from Ukraine, from India on the list. I think I'm a particular big fan of Fisherman Friends. So we have a kind of the local businesses of the UK. Doreen Lofthouse, for example, is the owner of the Lorange, the Fisherman's Friend. Many people, whatever. I could continue. I mean, maybe I'll finish with one last interesting person on the rich list who maybe you might know, who's a multi-millionaire, super rich person from South Africa who is obsessed with space travel. Anyone got an idea of who that might be? Well, it's actually not Elon Musk. It's a guy called Mark Shuttleworth, which I think is a great name for somebody who's obsessed with space. He was the second space tourist in the world. He basically went up with the Russians in the 1990s, and he's made his money from the Linux Ubuntu software system and commercializing that. Anyway, these are the human faces of the people, when we talk about a 2% wealth tax, who will be taxed, right? And to give you a kind of a first stat, if we look at the top 0.001% share of wealth, the share of wealth held by the top 0.001%, this is basically the people on the rich list, the richest 350 people. What we can see is that starting in the 1994, they had about 2% of national wealth, and that has gone up to around 5 to 6% of national wealth, right? So we've seen quite a significant level of wealth concentration. Now, the question is, what would have happened to this graph if we had had a 2% wealth tax each year, starting in the 1990s? But before I show you that, let me just tell you a couple of assumptions that I'm using for the model. The first thing is that not everyone on the rich list is a tax resident of the UK. There's many people, for example, Roman Abramovich is not a tax resident of the UK, but he's for a long time was the wealthiest person on the rich list. So we kind of ignore I ignore the people who are not tax residents, because obviously we're not going to raise any money from them. The other thing to say is this kind of demand of a tax on people above 10 million. The rich list is only the top kind of 800 people. There's about 20,000 people who probably have wealth more than 10 million, right? So 800 relative to 20,000, we're only talking about a very, very small tip of the iceberg of the super rich in the numbers that I'm going to give you now. So they're not going to be everything you would raise from 10 million. The other question you might ask is, if we implemented a 2% wealth tax, wouldn't everyone just leave? Well, I assume in this model I'm about to show you that 20% of people in 1994, when the tax is introduced, just permanently leave the country and never come back, right? So 20%. So that would be a pretty seismic shift. But I wanted to be kind of conservative with it to show you kind of what the numbers are. And then I think the last thing is, what I assume is basically your wealth would grow at the rate that it would have without the tax, right? So let's say on average your wealth grows by kind of 4 or 5% per year. I assume you get taxed a bit of that, and then your wealth would carry on kind of growing at that 4 or 5%. So if we do that, then we end up with a graph that looks like this. So what's the kind of main story here? Well, I think what's interesting is that even a 2% wealth tax, it does have a fairly significant impact on the wealth of people at the very top. And but even with this tax, the very, very wealthiest people would still have increased their share of wealth, right? And that's with 20% of the richest people just leaving the country permanently, right? So the tax kind of would definitely erode wealth at the top a little bit, but we would see still an increase in wealth inequality. And the reason why the kind of gap gets bigger is because of the kind of compounding effects of these things, right? If you continually tax somebody at 2% and 2% and 2%, you get the compound interest effect. And because a lot of the people who are rich today were also rich in the 1990s, for example, the Duke of Westminster, the monarch, the Rausling family who made the Tetra Pak thing, you know, like all of these guys would be taxed basically throughout the whole period, and therefore the effect can be quite big. So that's the first thing I think I want you to take away with. A wealth tax of 2% would still see wealth inequality at the top increase, although it would definitely start to undermine the tax base. The second thing, which I think is maybe more interesting, is, okay, how much would this raise? Now, just to kind of repeat what I said before, we're only talking about a tax on the people on the rich list now, right? So that 800 people out of 20,000 who would otherwise have had a wealth above 10 million. But basically, if we'd have done that each year under this model, we would have raised around, okay, and there's two different ways to assume this. The first way is to basically say, we take the revenues and we just spend the revenues that year, right? And then we say, how much is that worth in today's pounds? And basically, that would work out as over this time, we could have spent about 6 billion extra per year, right? So 6 billion, it's a significant amount of money. It's not a beverage revolutionary amount of money, right? Is it going to kind of completely change the face of the UK? I mean, I think that invested over such a long period, well, that spent over such a long period of time on day-to-day spending would certainly have put us in a much, much better position than we're in now. But I think instead of saying maybe we spend that money each year, what happens if we say, okay, let's take those tax investments, let's put it in a kind of a national sovereign wealth fund, and let that grow, and let's, I don't know, consume 2% of that wealth each year on day-to-day spending, right? So we allow the wealth to kind of accumulate. How much would we end up with then? Well, we would have ended up with however much we would have spent each year, but at the end of it, we would still have a national sovereign wealth fund of around 350 billion, which is a much more significant amount of money. I mean, the biggest sovereign wealth fund in the world is the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund with assets under management of around 2 trillion. So it's not within that ballpark, but it would put us within the top 20 sovereign wealth funds in the world. And what we're talking about here is really just a 2% tax on the wealthiest 800 people, right? So, not necessarily, as I say, revolutionary things. So then the kind of final question, I guess, is, I was going to show you a couple more graphs. Maybe just quickly, how would it impacted some particular individuals? So this is the kind of Hinduja, I call them dynasties because we want to link the people over time. Hinduja they've been one of the richest families in the UK over time. We can see that the tax certainly kind of would start to reduce their wealth quite significantly. Again, because of this compounding effect. The Westminster dynasty, again, we would see, okay, wealth would still increase over time, but it would certainly, almost half the Westminster dynastic wealth by today. If we have the Rausing dynasty, again, it's a fairly similar story. And then maybe lastly, the Ratcliffe dynasty. So Ratcliffe was on the Sunday Times rich list for less time than these guys. He only starts in 2005. For those who don't know, Sir Jim Ratcliffe is famous for the chemicals company Ineos. He also bought out Manchester United, right, which is a part of Manchester United, which is what he's probably now more famous for. And you can see that if you're on the rich list for a less amount of time, then obviously the tax erodes your wealth in a lesser way, right? And in the UK, we are fairly good at producing new billionaires and new multimillionaires. So there's a constant kind of, breed of new, I'm trying to use a non-kind of vampire-esque kind of analogy, but a new kind of group of people that you could tax each year who are being generated. So in conclusion, should we implement a 2% wealth tax above 10 million? I think in a way these numbers have been decided on for political reasons, right? This is something that they think is, as a campaigning organizations, these organizations think it's potentially possible to get over the line while also being, radical enough to actually raise some significant revenues. And for that, I think it's a significant policy, but it's obviously not a silver bullet to the deep social and political crises that we are talking about today. So yeah, I think in conclusion, I guess I not to kind of sound too kind of depressed about the whole thing. Do you know what I mean? But I think in a way it's important to have some, when wealth taxes and these things, this is a useful tool, I think, within the media to talk about alternatives and, to say, look, actually there is a different way of doing things and this is potentially one way that we can fund that. So I think it should always be used as a tool in the discourse in that way. But amongst kind of progressive economists, we also need to start to realize that, okay, this 2% wealth tax is going to raise a bit of money, but it's not going to solve all of our issues, right? So we need to think a little bit outside the box. And that's, I think, my main message for you guys today. So thank you very much. Cheers.
Thanks, Ben. I really was interested in the Radcliffe dynasty, really. And then he backed a loser at the Manchester United, yeah. So there you go. Now, can I call on Josh? Well, here's Josh Ryan Collins is going to talk to us about why you can't afford a home.
Thanks, Anne, and thanks for the invitation to speak. And thanks for coming. So I'm going to talk about everyone's favourite topic, housing. My comments will be based a little bit on some research that I was commissioned to do by the previous government, by Michael Gove, his graciousness, on demand-side drivers of the UK housing crisis. So it was something of a surprise to be asked by him to do some work on things other than supply-side drivers. But that's one of the key messages I'm going to kind of try and communicate today. The idea that the really big problem with the UK housing market is on the demand side rather than the supply side. That is not to say, of course, that I don't think we need a lot more social, affordable, genuinely affordable housing in this country, but much less attention has been given to the distribution of the existing stock and too much attention on just increasing market-based supply. So most of you will probably be familiar with the fact that house prices in this country have become extortionate for anyone who either doesn't already own a house or is not lucky enough to have parents who are prepared to give them a couple of £100,000. But what's interesting from the graph on the left, I think, is just how little the global financial crisis, which obviously did result in quite a big fall in house prices in the UK for a very short period of time, hasn't made very much difference at all to affordability in terms of house price to income ratios, in particular in London, but also across the rest of the country. And then, of course, more recently, just after the COVID pandemic, we saw, once interest rates started rising, we've seen a real crisis in the private rental sector, with private rents shooting up to close to record high levels. Well, record high levels since we sort of started collecting proper data on rents anyway, going up to around 10 or 12% last year in 2023, end of 23-24. Come down a bit since then, but it has been a real crisis situation. These are just average figures, of course. If you are a younger person, everything's a lot worse. And this, of course, has resulted in tenure dynamics that look something like this, whereby, and you know, I think the title of this talk was rentier capitalism. I mean, what we've seen in the housing sector is a definitive drift towards the rentier, one could say, because you can see here the mortgaged homeowners that are the poster child of the Thatcherite homeowning democracy have seen the rates of mortgaged home ownership has collapsed from around 45% around 2000 to 30% today. At the same time, those who own outright, don't pay any mortgage, has risen almost as much, and those private renters, landlords, have massively increased, or doubled since the early 2000s. So 1 in 5 homes now in the UK are owned by landlords as second homes. So some people don't know that fact, but it is quite a stark fact, I think. So yeah, that's sort of where we are. My argument over the last sort of 5 or 6 years has been that the real driver of this has been excess demand rather than a lack of supply, although, again, to repeat, we haven't had enough social housing. But essentially we had the liberalisation of mortgage markets, of the financial system, lots of new credit, and what that did is it led to an increase in the effective demand for an inherently limited supply of property. The result inevitably was rising house prices. As house prices rise, unlike most other commodities, the demand for them increases for those people who can afford to buy them, because they are by far the most attractive form of investment, because you don't pay, certainly as a primary residence, you don't pay any capital gains upon them. So they're much more attractive than most other assets. And so you get this kind of positive feedback cycle. Banks, on the other hand, are happy to keep lending because the collateral that's backing the loans they're making against these homes is also rising in value. Now, that took a big hit, of course, with the GFC, with the global financial crisis. But then, post-crisis, you had very, very low interest rates engineered through quantitative easing, which meant property became a very attractive asset vis-a-vis the other types of safe assets that investors are normally interested in particular government bonds and such securities. So you sort of had a sort of 2 phases of financialization, a kind of credit-driven phase up to the GFC from the mid-1990s, and then post-GFC, more of a sort of wealth-driven financialization phase where a lot more non-bank wealth is going into property and the emergence of real estate investment trusts of various types, the mortgage-backed security market recovering. And government, during this process, has not pushed back on it, but made it worse by tax policies that favour home ownership, until quite recently also favoured investors. The subsidy of first-time buyers, which gets capitalised into house prices and just makes them more expensive, and weakening non-market home ownership offer. So basically had a shift from during the 50s and 60s of subsidising the supply of genuinely affordable housing to post-1980s subsidising the demand for mainly market-provided housing. What that means is you get it's a bit like road transport. So if you build more roads, what tends to happen, economists have shown, is people just drive more, right? So you don't get a reduction in traffic jams. You actually get, in some cases, it gets worse. It's a similar thing with housing. If you build more homes, but don't build them specifically for people who need them, but just put them out onto the market, the people that buy them are those with the most money, who generally are not in the most need. They're just people who want bigger houses or want to buy houses as investment assets, essentially. The other important thing about housing is that it's a very elastic demand. So as your incomes rise, you spend more of each additional pound that you make on housing vis-a-vis other goods. It doesn't have this sort of declining marginal utility that you get with most commodities. So as inequality rises, the demand for housing actually increases, or as wealth grows, the demand for housing increases. All of this has resulted in an incredibly inefficiently distributed existing stock of homes, and Danny has done some work on this a while ago, actually. But we've been doing a bit of research, like to really try and map that inequality. So the left-hand chart shows you total households by level of occupation, and we've divided that into 5 categories: homeless, overcrowded. These are official government definitions. No spare bedroom, 1 spare bedroom, and then the official government definition of under occupation is where you've got 2 or more spare bedrooms, and you can see there that that's over 35% of households are there's 2 or more spare bedrooms, right? So incredible statistic. Now, if you then look at that split across tenure, you can see it's massively concentrated in those outright owners who have the tenure of which has been increasing faster than any other tenure. Mortgaged owners, it's sort of less of an issue. Private renters and social renters tend to be very efficient occupiers of their homes. No real surprises there, I guess. If you look at it by age, you can see a lot of those homes are concentrated in the over 60s, the empty nesters. No doubt there's some of you here today, but that's where most of this under occupation is. Very little amongst younger people. And of course, if you look at the property wealth, housing wealth by age, you can see almost half of all housing wealth is concentrated in the over 65s. I guess the point I really want to make here is we don't need a massive redistribution of that under-occupied property space to make a really potentially large impact over here, right? Because we're over here, we've only got 4 or 5% of overcrowded or homeless households. So we only need maybe 10% of those under-occupied homes, people to downsize, to potentially make quite a big impact. Now, there's complications around, are they in the right types of houses? Are those houses in the right part of the country? Actually, the research we've done shows that the distribution of under-occupation is fairly even across the country. So there's just as much under-occupation in London and the southeast as there is in parts of the country where there's less jobs and less economic growth. So I'll just finish with some policy conclusions, which won't be hugely surprising. There's a number of tools we can use here, but the overall argument must be we have to find ways of repressing investment demand or demand for housing as a positional good, to use a sort of Veblen's term, really, which is this idea that people would just keep spending as they get richer on bigger and bigger houses or in nicer places. And at some point, you've just got to say, no, hang on, this is a finite resource here that we're talking about, and we have to think about how to distribute it better. So the focus has to be on supporting those most in need, the social renters sector primarily, I think, given the crisis we have with the homelessness situation right now, but also first-time buyers. And you can use planning to achieve that. You can stop people converting homes from long-term let or primary residence to short-term let, which has been a huge problem in London, many and other cities, and in more touristy parts of the country recently. Many cities in Europe are doing that now. They're banning Airbnb. Basically, Barcelona's done this. You can institute rent controls to make homes more affordable for renters, but also that might lead to some landlords selling their homes. And then there's a debate around, does that affect the supply? The evidence is very mixed there, actually. You can convert private rental sector homes where the landlord's not prepared to bring them up to decent quality standards into social rented sector homes. You need to fund local authorities to do that. Again, Barcelona's doing that successfully at scale. Right now, the city council is converting hundreds of thousands of homes into social rented homes. The thing I've been pushing hardest, unsuccessfully, with the previous government and the current government is property tax reform, which, you know, we just heard Ben talking about wealth tax. I mean, the thing about a tax on land is it's much harder to hide, actually, if you're very wealthy than almost any other type of tax. So for the reason that land is so attractive as a form of collateral, it's also very hard to hide it. But I would be careful about this. I would try and promote some downsizing by giving older couples a tax break. Maybe you don't pay your stamp duty if you downsize within a limited amount of time to try and free up some of that stock. But then you have to think about how you would tax this under occupation problem, I think. A land value tax is economically by far the most sensible approach. And then you can make adjustments to the mortgage market to support first-time buyers, but repress buy-to-let. It's very important to do both at the same time. And I'll finish there. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
So I want to thank the contributors to the speeches for the way in which they've covered this. I was very impressed with Kate's coverage of a big oversight picture. And can I say what was important about what Kate presented was that she brought the ecosystem into the discussion. And we've been criticized on social media today for talking about economics without talking about the impact on the ecosystem. And I just want us to take responsibility for that on this platform as well as on others. But anyway, there's been a lot of really good meaty stuff in this presentation. I imagine there are questions to be asked. So if you have questions, please raise your hand. And I'm going to try and call people who haven't been called before. And I'm going to prefer women, if that's possible, if they have their hands up. So put your hands up if you've got a question. There's a gentleman at the back there. Have you asked a question before? No. Here you go. And then you have, haven't you? Anyone on this side?
This is a disability precariat insight.
Right. Was there a question from over there? Yes. And then there's a third one here. Thank you. All right, let's go.
Hi, I'm Alex. Just a question aimed at Josh. You don't mention squatting in your policy options. In 2012, the coalition government banned residential squatting, and I think that's a good way of disciplining property owners who leave their home property abandoned. Thank you.
Good question. Second one from there, yeah.
This business about spare houses and over-occupation or under-occupation and the rest of it. I was at a similar seminar like this with actually John McDonnell a few years ago, and I raised the question, what do we do with our savings? And everybody laughed because we had no savings. Mm-hmm. So the thing is, if you want to have people downsizing, they need to have somewhere they can put their money in that keeps a value and enables them to live the life they would for as long as
And
they
your
can.
question is?
The question is, what do we do with our savings?
Right.
Because there's no investment mechanism, no product that we can protect our savings.
Good. Okay, thank you. Good question. And introduce yourself.
Frances Coppola. It's a question for Josh. I guess this was inevitable, wasn't it? You seem to think that downsizing by older people could be encouraged with a combination of financial incentives and financial punishment, if you like, repression. So tax breaks and then taxation of over-occupation, under-occupation. And yet, when you actually talk to older people, the principal reasons why they stay in their properties are not actually financial. They're to do with social factors, friends, family, possessions, stuff they've accumulated. How the heck do I get rid of all this stuff I've accumulated? And where the heck am I going to put it if I don't? It's things like that. And I'm wondering whether in focusing exclusively on the financial side, we're actually missing the social factors here that encourage people to stay in their homes. That's my question.
Okay. So it seems to me as if all of those were aimed at you, Josh. So let's think about questions for the other panelists after this.
Yeah, thanks. So, I mean, quickly on the squatting point, anything to disincentivize homes being empty is welcome, I think. But what I sort of wanted to emphasize in my intervention was that, if you just look at the proportion of empty homes vis-a-vis this under-occupation, they're nowhere near the same, right? Proportionately, there's a tiny amount of homes that are actually empty compared to this under-occupation issue. But again, I wanted to emphasise the two very good points about what do older people do with their savings, and then the social drivers of sort of staying where you are. First point, just to emphasise again, I'm not suggesting that everyone who's got 2 or more spare bedrooms should downsize at all. I'm saying only a very small percentage could do that, and whilst many of them probably do have genuine concerns about what to do with their savings, or strong social reasons to stay where they are, probably because they've got friends or family nearby, I think there might well be 10% of that 33% who, with a bit of a financial nudge, might be up for moving. Many elderly people are living in homes that are not very fuel efficient, for example. So they are quite stretched financially. But to deal with those two issues, I think on the savings point, I think you're right that we don't seem to have very good options. I think there used to be better options. So inflation-linked, index bonds, I think would be a good option for people. I think that there is a case for saying we need some sort of national savings fund or bank or whatever you want to call it, that people could invest in with a sort of guaranteed return. I think that would be attractive. I'm not quite sure why Labour, maybe Labour is exploring that. I'm not sure. And on the social issue, I think you've got to find ways of providing property in the place where the person is, so you don't destroy their sort of social capital they've developed. It is possible to convert homes into flats, and so people don't have to move out of where they are, and reduce their fuel costs. I mean, that could again be attractive for a small percentage of those people.
Thank you. More questions. Great. That gentleman over there in the middle, this one on the left, and Guy on the right. So, have you got? Was it you there? Put your hand up again so she can see you. No. Stuart was above.
Not you, see?
Not you, Stuart. Sorry about that. And before this question, can I just say that I thought Ben's presentation was quite provocative. I thought Ben was almost suggesting that a wealth tax, wasn't a big deal. And I hope someone challenges him on that. Okay, have your question.
Mine's on wealth tax.
Say that again, sir, just a little bit louder.
Everyone seems to...
Closed.
Okay. Wealth tax, it always seems to be at 2%. I think that's Switzerland had it there, didn't it? And I'm just wondering, I'm actually a psychologist, so I'm not great on economics, but one of the few equations I understand is R is greater than G. And I wonder if the wealth tax should annually reflect the difference between R and G, the rate of interest and the rate of growth being practically nil now. And then the amount that they would have to pay would reflect the conditions in the economy, and also give these rich people something of an experience of what the rest of us have when we find, our car insurance has gone through the roof.
Good. Thank you. Good question. R versus G. Anyone? Yeah, on that side.
Oscar Gregan. The previous Labour government, what was the phrase again? Hit the road running, or was it hit the ground running? With not a wealth tax, but what was it called again? A windfall tax, which you don't hear about now, which a lot of people, when they hear of, the issue about water and the dividends, a recent billionaire, a person who became very quickly a billionaire by renting hotels or other properties to asylum seekers. They said, why aren't those people hit? What happened to the windfall tax? Well, what did happen to the windfall tax? What, did it not bring in that much? Or is it too sensitive? Or did the civil servants not like it? Or do you have any information? I think to Ben, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Guy, over there.
My question is to Ben. My question is mainly to Ben. I think a wealth tax should be seen as just one of a number of different forms of tax. I'm going to be proposing an eco-fiscal tax, and I'm just wanting to ask you why, maybe you have, and maybe that's the answer, why don't you consider other forms of reduction of wealth? For example, if you take the dukes in this country, the Duke of Buccleuch inherited, I love saying his name, inherited 277,000 acres of land, and every year the British government give him £3 million subsidy. And all Duke of Westminster, ditto, etc. And there are an enormous number of subsidies. The richest man in London is John Frederickson. Now, John Frederickson has an estimated wealth of 15 billion. He's the biggest salmon farmer in the world, and he's only paying 50% of the production costs of salmon. The rest is borne by the community and by subsidies. I would think a lot more mileage would be gained from an anti-subsidy scheme, which mainly goes to the wealthy and wealthy corporations, as we know. And I'd like to encourage you to do the same exercise as you've done here if you had a rollback of subsidies built, because I think you'll get a lot further. But I'd like to hear how you react to that.
Right, Ben, we're after you now.
There we go. Can you hear that? Cool. Maybe just to clarify before I answer the questions, maybe Anne's comment about whether or not I'm in favour of a wealth tax or not. I am very much in favour of implementing an annual wealth tax in the UK, and I think a 2% above 10 million is a good starting point for a proposal. My point, I think I was trying to say, is probably 2 points. The first is the revenues that are generated from that kind of tax, when you do model the actual dynamic aspect of the tax, the impact of the tax on the base over time, over the long run, is that it's going to raise significant but not revolutionary sums of money. So I think that needs to just be part of the internal conversation that we have on what kind of progressive policy options are available. Because I think a lot of the research and a lot of my previous research on this was looking at this from a more static perspective of you just look at 1 year, you look at some revenues that could be generated, but that is a different, it's to some extent a less realistic picture of what would happen to an annual wealth tax over time. In terms of the questions of, and my second point actually, I guess, is that it's better to invest that money rather than spend it in a day-to-day way in some kind of capacity, because then you get, because if you think about it, right, otherwise you're taking an asset, you're kind of reducing it by some amount, and then you're spending the money, and obviously there can be macroeconomic effects of these things, but you're going to deplete an asset quite quickly over time, and I think what the government should be doing is should be putting those into other revenue-generating assets, which then you get the compound effect over time. So this kind of brings me to the first question on R greater than G. I mean, if you look at R on the rich list versus G in terms of the growth rate of the economy, I mean, the R on the rich list, I think in real terms, in average grows by around kind of 8 to 9% in real terms. So it's a really, really high rate of growth. You know, we've had a kind of growth model, and it's been the growth model for that very, very top people. And I like the idea of, to some extent, basing it on R greater than G. I think this would effectively be kind of like a capital gains tax, really, like a kind of an unrealized capital gains tax. What happened to the windfall tax? I mean, I think the Wealth Tax Commission
which is probably the kind of biggest evidence body putting out information and I guess kind of suggestions on whether or not we should have a wealth tax. After COVID in 2020 said that we could have this kind of one-off wealth tax on people with wealth above 500,000, I think was their baseline suggestion. This kind of didn't really, I mean, yeah, why did it not go anywhere? I guess because we had a conservative government and still a kind of a one-off wealth tax. People were worried that it wasn't really one-off, and actually I think this is one of the things you have to convince somebody with a windfall tax, right, is it really going to be one-off once you've set in place all the apparatus around these things and the civil service and everything. But I think it's certainly an interesting area to kind of explore. And then in terms of Guy's question, I think this is a great point. I mean, the recent discussions around the agricultural tax relief and the kind of pushback that's got, I think is interesting. So, for example, the other day when I was in London, there was a kind of a lot of beeping outside, and we looked out the windows, and it was all the tractors coming past to go to Whitehall to do their protests. And this is effectively that, right? It's getting rid of some kind of subsidy or tax relief that people had for agricultural tax relief. Yeah, but I think I take your point. I don't really have any massive thoughts beyond the subsidy versus the tax point. I think they both kind of garner political economic reactions to these things, but it could be quite a significant amount. I mean, maybe lastly on the you said it was Friedrichsen was the wealthiest person in London, right? I think actually they've just dropped him from the rich list, interestingly. Not because he's not got wealthy, but because he's given up his British citizenship, I think. So he's one of these guys that's,
It's all right, he's got 3 other nationalities.
There we go, that's probably why. So he's no longer, he's one of the kind of billionaires that dropped off the rich list last year.
Kate, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, just to come in, while Josh was speaking, I was passing a note to Ben saying, could you do the modelling that you've done on, what would 30 years of taxing wealth at 2% have done? Could you do that for all of the things that the Wealth Tax Commission suggested? Because, they did suggest a whole suite of things that included different and new capital gains taxes and windfall taxes on things like bank profits and fossil fuels and those sorts of things. I was asked the other day by the British Medical Journal if I would write an editorial on wealth taxes and what impact that might have on health. And I wrote it, and they said it wasn't balanced enough and that I needed to add some potential downsides. But I said there aren't any. So I sort of refused. And the only one that people can really come up with is, might people fly the country? And of course, when you actually get into the weeds of that and look at the numbers, it's tiny. It's much, much smaller than the 20% that you allowed for. And when you talk about sort of investing the revenue we could gain with a wealth tax, I think anything that we do that actually would mean investing in health, in well-being, we would save so much on the costs that those things cost us already. We have so much, we're weighed down by the costs of poor health, poor education, poor productivity, poor care. So there's all kinds of things that you could do with even small amounts of wealth tax that would suddenly start paying for themselves. And over the long term, we would be so much better off.
I want to stick to the agenda as it's printed here before us, so we haven't much time, but I'm conscious that I cut Stuart out from a question, and if he's still wanting to make his question, please do. And one more. There's a lady where? I can't see her.
In front of Francis.
Oh, in front of Francis. Please.
Wave your hand.
Wave your hand. Right. So we'll take 2 more questions and then close. Thanks.
Thank you. My question's to Josh and Ben, I think, a bit of a sort of thought experiment. I was wondering, in terms of the data you looked at around under occupied housing, Josh, if you looked into, I guess, the distribution within that of 2+ spare bedrooms, but obviously within that, there's kind of a super rich element in that as well, and whether that data is easily kind of accessible, and if so, if that's sort of geographically distributed, is there a way of sort of drawing that out in a way that, for example, like Ben's work on the wealth tax and talking about the rich list kind of really puts into people's minds who the people are who would be affected by this? Because, yeah, as you said, like, and as Francis's question pointed out, housing is a very like emotive thing for people. Like, you know, older people who might view their houses under occupied might like find it difficult to sort of agree with that. And yeah, I was wondering if you thought about ways that those two agendas could be brought together, and if sort of redistributing housing could be targeted more at the super rich and the super over-occupied.
Thank you for that. Stuart?
Yeah, I wanted to ask Josh about, you kind of emphasise the importance of demand, but slightly downplayed the role of supply. But if we actually look at house building rates over the last sort of 15 to 20 years, house building absorbs massive resources, land, construction workers, and so on. But a significant proportion of the housing that has been built because we effectively have a free market in housing, a significant proportion of the houses that have been built don't contribute anything towards our primary housing needs, which is, you know, providing affordable housing that ordinary people can afford. I mean, we've now got this ridiculous situation that I forget the exact figures, but a significant proportion of housing estates now contain houses with 4 bedrooms and 4 bathrooms, which is, you know, my question really is that if we were able to organise, if we were able to reinstate the kind of social housing market that we had before 1980, and that we were able to plan in a way that resources could be allocated to social housing, this would make a big contribution, as well as the demand changes you're suggesting. I mean, you could argue that it would be far better for Labour to build 100,000 social houses than 250,000 houses, most of which were at the luxury end of the market.
Okay, can you answer that quickly, please, Josh? Because we're getting near our time.
Yeah. So on the under-occupation, Ellie's question, we don't have data on the kind of level above the 2+ because we're just using the government's definition, and it's the English Housing Survey data. But it's a very interesting idea to look at more. My suspicion is that the sort of relative importance of that segment is quite small compared to the broader sort of under-occupation figures. So it might not be so significant from a policy perspective. Plus, it may be it's more concentrated in specific areas of the country. On Stuart's question, yeah, I mean, my whole point was really to say that we sort of have the worst possible development model at the moment, whereby firstly, developers don't really like building at a rate that would depress prices in the area where they operate, because most of them are, you know, large companies that are owned by shareholders who want double-digit returns on equity every quarter. So they're never going to build at a rate, even if they were only building market homes, that would bring down prices. And secondly, they have no incentive to build homes of a type that is actually aligned with housing need. So I would fully support a massive, large-scale national social housing programme, and was a co-signatory to Shelter's letter to the government to do this recently. But you're right that environmentally, even building social housing on a large scale is very damaging. And I was a co-author of a report a paper a couple of years ago, which showed that the kind of 250,000 new homes a year, plus sort of limited retrofit, would actually exhaust the UK's entire carbon budget to 2050, the Paris-aligned carbon budget, leaving no emissions for any other sectors of the economy at all, right? So actually, we cannot do this 250,000 homes and stay within planetary limits. We just can't do it. So that is another reason that we have to look much more seriously at what we do with the existing stock, and I'm working on a project to look into that in more depth. So I think that covers your those questions.
Thank you so much. Can you join me in thanking the panel for sharing the extraordinary experience?
Thank you, Anne, for chairing that session so efficiently. So now we move swiftly on to our next session, which is remaking monetary and fiscal policy. And if I could invite the speakers and chair to come up to the platform. Our chair is Heather Stewart. Hello, Heather. Who is the economics editor of The Guardian. And we have Joe Michel, Francis Coppola, and Professor Jonathan Porters. Okay, yeah, name tag.
Hello, how are you?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I feel like it's no you for more than most economists. But I guess you were an early adopter of economics Twitter. Yes.
Right, shall we press on, because we're already 5 minutes into our hour and we've got quite a big question to try and tackle. I'm Heather Stewart, I'm the economics editor of The Guardian. We've got an hour to remake monetary and fiscal policy. Seems a bit of a challenge. I think we're all probably used to a very narrow debate on those issues. We got very used to it under Tory governments, and I'm not quite sure that the horizon has widened quite as much as some of us might have hoped. Since Labour have come to power, we hear a lot about fiscal rules and headroom and constraints, and not so much about bigger ideas and bigger frameworks we might think about. And I don't think we hear much about monetary policy at all. It's since the Bank of England was made independent, it became a kind of black box, and it rarely finds its way into the day-to-day discussion, I think, about the economy and how it's managed. So we couldn't have a better panel, really. I suspect you probably all, I don't think they need much introduction, but I'm going to introduce them anyway. So we have on my far left Jonathan Porters, Professor of Economics and Public Policy at King's College London. We have Francis Coppola, speaker and writer on finance, economics and policy, who we heard from a little bit in the last session. And we have Joe Mitchell, who is Professor of Economics at the University of the West of England. Shall we, Jonathan, do you want to go first? Does that work? Or do you not want to go first?
Well, since these two have actually taken the trouble to give titles for their presentation.
Oh, jolly good. Okay. Joe, do you want to start? Yeah? Introductory sounds good. Let's go for it. And I've been told you've got 12 minutes each, so we'll try and stick roughly to that. I will shout. Oh, look at that.
All right, 12 minutes. And
Your time starts now.
Time starts now. I feel I've
perhaps drawn the short straw somewhat, being volunteered to talk about fiscal rules. There were very stimulating, fascinating conversations so far, and this feels a bit dry and tedious, but I'll do my best to try and say something interesting. What I'm going to do is just lay out in very simple terms what I think the problem we currently face is. And I think there is an opportunity in that I think the consensus view has shifted quite substantially in quite a short space of time. It's now, I think, fairly commonplace to hear it said that the fiscal rules are not working well from a whole range of different perspectives. So that's where I'm going to try and get to, is the fact that something has shifted and what can we do about it. I'm up here probably partly because I've written a number of reports on fiscal policy, UK fiscal policy, for the Progressive Economy Forum with Rob Jump, and I just want to give Rob a mention because he's had to run away to childcare, but he put a lot of work into the organisation of the conference as well, and so he hasn't even got to stay here and see all the fruits of his labour. Okay, so what are we talking about with fiscal rules? Let me start very briefly with fiscal policy, which I'm sure you know what fiscal policy is. It's decisions around government spending and taxation, the size of those things and the distribution of those things. So this is a huge area of policy touching almost everything that the government does. So this, of course, affects the available resources that the government has at its disposal, both for provision of services and for capital investment, provision of infrastructure, distribution of those things, and it affects the distribution of income among the population, plus the resources that the government withdraws from the rest of the economy to use to provision itself. And it has macroeconomic effects. It has macroeconomic effects in terms of aggregate demand, meaning how much spending there is in the economy, economic activity, GDP, employment, and inflation. And then finally, it has effects on the public finances. And what I'm going to argue is that we've reached a situation where this final thing on the list here is effectively driving everything further up. And this is the wrong way around. I call it the tail wagging the dog. It's not an original title. I've heard Paul Johnson from the Institute for Fiscal Studies use it. I've seen Dimitris Engelis at the LSE use it. So I'm not claiming originality for the title, but I think it's very apt. How have we got to where we are? There's something called the consensus assignment about macroeconomic policy. And it says there are two main tools, two main areas of policy: fiscal policy, which the Treasury does, and monetary policy, which the Bank of England does. And the consensus assignment is a view about how you take those two areas of policy and assign them to policy targets. And in this view, monetary policy, the Bank of England, is given an inflation target, and fiscal policy is then given everything else, which turns out to be the public finances, because all of the other stuff in macroeconomics, inflation, employment, GDP, is seen to go together. All of that really feeds into inflation. So the Bank of England gets that whole big package. What's left over is given to fiscal policy in the form of public finances. Now, setting a target for inflation is very easy. It's 2%. Setting a target for public finances is very difficult because nobody really knows what it is we're aiming for. We want sustainable public finances, but if I ask you to tell me what that is, we'll be having a fight within 5 minutes because everybody's got a different definition. So we don't really know what the target is, but that's what the fiscal rules are for. But the fiscal rules are to ensure we hit that target there, that question mark. Now, I could say more about the consensus assignment. I think there are many problems with it. In brief, it comes from a view from an economist called Tinbergen that you effectively want to have one instrument per target, otherwise things get messy. And there's a lot of sense to that view. But there's also a lot of caveats that come after it, such as that they're relatively independent. And that isn't the case here, because monetary policy directly affects the public finances because the central bank sets the interest rate, which affects all of the other interest rates, including the interest rate on the government debt, which is a really fundamental determinant of what's going to happen to the public finances. And fiscal policy affects inflation very directly because it affects aggregate demand, expenditure, GDP. So these things are not neatly disentangled. Since 2008, since quantitative easing, which is the Bank of England buying up the debt of the Treasury in the market, but buying up the debt of the Treasury, they're very directly linked. And I'm sure Francis is going to tell us more about the questions of monetary policy and where we go from there. And it didn't work well in a number of recent cases. Post-2008, when fiscal policy was very tight, when we had austerity, demand was weak, inflation was below target, the Bank of England cut its interest rate, got to zero, couldn't get below zero, and therefore started quantitative easing. And I think that's a very clear indication that the bank thought it couldn't do its job, effectively. It couldn't do its monetary policy job, because fiscal policy had overruled it. In the aftermath of the pandemic, we used interest rates to try and deal with the inflation coming from a global supply shock. And arguably that's a distributional question, and that should really be the task of fiscal policy. So I think there are many cases where this separation hasn't worked well. I could give more, but those are two obvious ones. So what is a set of sustainable public finances? There's no reasonable number. You can't say, well, it's $1 trillion or 90% of GDP, just a number for debt or debt to GDP. So there have been repeated attempts to try and come up with some kind of definition, and all of them have struggled. It's very important to say, am I not quite into the microphone? It's very important to say that government finances are not like household finances. So any attempt which starts from trying to treat the government as if it were a household or even a corporation is doomed to fail. I would say there are two things we want to avoid thinking about sustainable public finances. We don't want a situation of acute crisis or chronic crisis. Acute crisis is when the Bank of England is repeatedly intervening in the markets for government debt. For example, in the aftermath of the Liz Truss debacle. That tells you that something's gone wrong. You don't want the Bank of England fighting private bond investors. There's a whole bunch of reasons why that's not going to end well. You also don't want a continuous increase in interest payments as a share of your tax revenue or as a share of your GDP, because it's a transfer from the public sector to the private sector, if nothing else, and you don't want growing transfers from the public sector to the private sector. And these two things often overlap, and they often come together, but they're separate. I don't think beyond that we can say much about what sustainable public finances look like. That would be my first attempt at saying, this is what we want to avoid. This is the bad situation which is out there. Now, what matters in terms of whether we get into the bad situation? GDP growth, the rate of interest on government debt and more broadly. Inflation, because it affects interest rates, but also because it affects the real value of debt repayments and so on. Tax and spending decisions, i.e. fiscal policy. And I put it low down the list deliberately because I think these are almost in sort of rank order of how important they are for fiscal sustainability. So using fiscal policy to try and target the public finances, I think, is asking a lot, given how many other variables affect the outcome. And vibes, I've got on the list. And this is a big one, probably should be higher up the list, because there's a huge industry out there in trying to figure out what the bond market really thinks. Is it really LDI investment by pension funds, or is it the treasury basis trade that's driving bond markets, or is it just the vibes? And a lot of the time, you're trying to figure out the psychology of, thousands of people with independent processes and so on. But it's very clear that the vibes changed for the UK after the Truss episode. And I can't find a more scientific way of putting it, but they did change, and not in a good way, which means that things are, I think, more difficult than they were. And that was, I think, very much a vibes shock. People didn't like the vibes. Okay, so what are the rules? There are two rules. There are two rules that really matter. There is a third one about benefit spending, but it's not so important. One is about how much we're borrowing in each period, how much additional borrowing. That's called the deficit. And the current rule is that the current budget, that means the difference between non-capital spending, so not spending on new infrastructure, capital investment, everything else, current spending, salaries of teachers, hospital staff, that kind of stuff, should be matched by taxation at some point in the future. These rules are always some point in the future. And that, I think, is actually a welcome innovation from the new government. The switch to a current budget surplus does allow, at least on the first rule, investment spending to be outside the fiscal rule, the first fiscal rule. And that was part of the change that Rachel Reeves brought in. So that's a very positive change. Unfortunately, the second rule effectively rules out any additional investment spending because it'll go onto the national debt, and the national debt also is subject to a rule, a debt stop rule. Debt to GDP should be falling at some point in the future. I've been vague about the future because these rules change very regularly. The number of years in the future is regularly changed. But the general principle is this. My own view on these is that the first rule is broadly sensible. I don't have a lot of dispute with it. The second one I think is deeply misguided, and a sensible approach would be to just get rid of it. That would, if I had sort of one thing you can change immediately, I would go for that. It doesn't get us out of our current predicament because both rules are currently binding, as I will show you shortly, though I'm probably pushing my time limit a little bit.
Another couple of minutes.
Another couple of minutes, okay, I can do it in a couple of minutes.
We started a bit late.
Okay, so what's the procedure by which the fiscal rules cause the problems which I'm pointing to? Every 6 months, at a fiscal event, the Office for Budget Responsibility produces forecasts for macroeconomic variables, and on that basis, the public finances, the debt and the deficit. It assesses the two rules I just highlighted on a very basic pass-fail basis, and I think that's a problem. It would be much more useful to have a sort of range of outcomes and a range in which you can sort of say, well, okay, 50-50, we're not going to hit the rule, but it's okay for now. Something like this would, I think, be a big improvement. The Treasury has shown preliminary forecasts in advance of these fiscal events and then makes whatever changes it needs to hit the fiscal rules. So the punchline here is that every 6 months, the OBR's forecasts plus the fiscal rules are determining what should be long-run decisions about taxation, spending, the direction of the economy, the government strategy. And this, I think, is the really fundamental problem we currently face, is that every 6 months the tail wags the dog. We have this process by which unjustified changes to fiscal policy, which have long-run effects, are imposed by this process. And it's very widely accepted, I think, now that is a problem. This picture illustrates the most recent set of forecasts from the Office for Budget Responsibility for the headline debt measure, and the red dot is where they're trying to hit. And as you can see, they're just about hitting the rule. And this has become now effectively a sort of game. Every 6 months, adjustments to, and it's usually spending, not just spending, but taxation, but spending cuts are found to make sure that the black line comes under the red dot by about £5 billion. This is an absolutely insane way to set fiscal policy. The forecasts are highly uncertain, driven by short-run changes such as bond market interest rates. That should not be the driver of long-term fiscal decisions. The rules are self-imposed by the government. They come from the Treasury. They change regularly. There isn't a strong basis for them, as I said, because nobody can define sustainable public debt. And there are all kinds of incentives about how to game these rules in order to get the pass from the Office for Budget Responsibility. So that's where we are. Labour did, I think, improve the rules somewhat, but this is a quote from The Economist, which has stuck from me. It was from before the general election. It was when it was clear that Labour were going to win, but it wasn't yet clear what they were going to do. But they had bound themselves to this impossible trinity. No public spending cuts, no tax rises on working people, plus ironclad fiscal rules. And this is Duncan Robinson, who writes the Budget column, pointed out that if an asteroid struck Britain, all that would remain would be a few cockroaches and Labour's insistence that debt falls over the medium term. And that feels very apt, because it feels like we're a sort of asteroids are falling and there is one immovable constraint, which is wagging every other piece of the dog. Let me wrap up very quickly by saying that...
I was about to shout at you. Go on, wrap up very quickly.
Changing the fiscal rules like a wealth tax is not a magic bullet here. Spending and tax are both high, as in historical terms. Interest payments are high in historical terms. And so taxes have to rise. And I agree with Ben that wealth taxes are useful, but they're not a magic bullet 5 billion isn't going to touch it. We need 10, 20, 30. Public debt may need to increase, and that means that the macroeconomic policy framework needs reform. There are a huge number of possible proposals out there, and I guess that's what we can hopefully now explore about what we could do to improve on the situation. Thank you.
Thank you. That was lovely and clear. So now we'll hear from Francis Coppola. I think so. Are you just?
I don't have a slide presentation. People who've heard me speak before, and I don't use slides because I'm of the opinion when people use slides, you lot tend to watch the slides instead of actually listening. So I don't use slides. Yeah. So thank you for the hot potato. Much appreciated. I'm going to talk principally about monetary policy because actually I do think this has become, as Heather said, something of a black box, but also almost like seen as almost something godlike about the Bank of England shall speak and this shall happen and all will be well. And it doesn't quite work like that. At the Bank of England Watchers Conference that I attended on Monday, there was a great deal of discussion about current monetary policy, including the fact that the Bank of England is currently selling some of the gilts it bought during QE at a loss that has to be borne by the fiscal authority, in other words, you and me, taxpayers. And the economist Vicky Price asked the panel, why are you doing this? To which they said, oh, well, we're not selling very many, and they're mainly gilts of long-dated tenors, so it doesn't really make any difference. To which I felt the inclination to ask, then why are you doing this? They didn't seem to know. And that is rather bothersome because it seems to me quite a lot of people, not just the Bank of England to be fair, don't know what the purpose of monetary policy is and what the role of a monetary institution is. And so on the one hand, we get this idea that the monetary authority runs the economy and the job of the fiscal authority is to set up some automatic stabilisers, let them run and otherwise stay out of it. And on the other hand, the idea that the Bank of England is this sort of bottomless pool of cash that we can dip into whenever we want to for whatever pet projects we have in mind. Neither is true. So I want to remind people what monetary policy is, what its limitations are, what it can do and what it can't do, and what its flaws are, and most importantly of all, therefore, how monetary institutions can interact with fiscal authorities. Because if there's one thing I've learned in the last 25 years, is that when the monetary authority and the fiscal authority are pulling in opposite directions, what we end up with is stagnation. So, let's talk first of all about what monetary policy is and what it does. I find it helpful, actually, not to talk about the Bank of England immediately, but to talk about the ECB, because that has a pure single mandate, which is to control inflation. In this case, it is price stability across the whole of the euro area, which, of course, is 20 countries, not one. Right? And that is important. It is a currency area. So what the job of the European Central Bank is to maintain price stability for the euro, not for a country. This is incredibly important. And if I now move to considering the UK, we have 4 countries, we have multiple regions. The same applies here. The job of the central bank is to maintain price stability for the pound. If it didn't do that, if it did what some people have suggested, and suggested it for the ECB, and no doubt comes up for the UK as well, that we could have different monetary policies, different interest rates for different parts of the economy, different parts of the UK, because, different parts of the UK do have different inflation rates and different economic conditions. What we would have would be a fragmented currency. We would have exchange rates creeping in between the pounds in different parts of the countries. We would not have a single pound. We would not have price stability. And that fundamentally is what a monetary authority does. It looks across the whole of the currency area. So for the UK, the job of the Bank of England is to maintain price stability for the whole of the United Kingdom across the piece. It looks at aggregates. It's not looking at different bits of the United Kingdom, it's looking at all of it and taking aggregates. And that is both a strength and a weakness. That it looks at the rate of inflation across the whole of the country, and it sets an interest rate for the whole of the country, a policy rate, and it may do other things, such as QE, that affect the whole of the country. What it's not doing is trying to do anything about the distributional differences in different parts of the country. It's not trying to do anything about inequality. Indeed, some of its policies may even raise inequality. It's not the job of the monetary authority to correct for any of that. And this is why monetary and fiscal authorities really, really need to work together. Because when you've got a monetary authority that's not only doing nothing about inequality, but actually pursuing policies like QE that actually increase wealth inequality because of the massive rise in asset prices, which showed up on some of the charts earlier, and is equally regressive when it comes to monetary policy in a time of inflation as well. We learned out in the 1980s when very high interest rates meant misery for millions of people. It's really important that the fiscal authority is paying attention to what the monetary authority is needing to do just to maintain price stability and saying, well, okay, there are groups in this society who need to be protected. I'm thinking, for example, of in the 2010s when there was quite a campaign by a group of pensioners saying low interest rates and QE are awful for us because we're on fixed incomes and our incomes have really fallen. Bank of England at the time was trying to increase aggregate demand, and here was a group of people who were spending less, not more. There might have been a case there for the fiscal authority to do something. It didn't. It was doing fiscal consolidation, which was deflation in itself, in a sense, pulling in the opposite direction from the monetary authority, and we ended up with 10 years of stagnation. So I think it is important that governments don't try and use monetary policy as a cover for things they want to do, such as fiscal consolidation. In the 2010s, we actually explicitly had monetary activism and fiscal consolidation. The Bank of England kept interest rates very low, maintained its QE balances, did additional QE at times, at the same time as the government was actively draining money from the economy, and what we ended up with was 10 years of stagnation. The one time that we did have the government and the monetary authority pulling in the same direction actually was during the pandemic, when the Bank of England had very low interest rates and was doing QE like it was going out of fashion, and the government was spending money like water, and the Bank of England was in effect covering for the government to ensure it could do that. It worked. It worked. The problem is that it was an exceptional policy for that exceptional time. If you tried to do that all the time, there might be quite a high price to pay. So we need a bit of sense about this. And I'm going to just talk briefly about the price we've paid, really, for, in a way, allowing monetary policy to, what are your tools? Oh, we don't need to know what your tools are, just get on and do it, just achieve this. And without thinking about the consequences for the fiscal authority and indeed for the economy more broadly of monetary policy done in isolation from the fiscal authority or even trying to counteract fiscal policy. Joe alluded to this, actually. Monetary policy has fiscal effects. We spent years with people saying, oh, no, it doesn't. Well, yes, it very much does. And I think we now know what those fiscal effects are. Right? So the effect of QE, the exorbitant amount of QE we had over the years after the financial crisis, and especially in the pandemic, has left the Bank of England with a massive stock of gilts, which it can't sell immediately, because if it sells all of them, it's going to take a whopping loss, and gilt markets are going to be massively disrupted. So it's selling them down gradually. Why is it doing this? Answer came there none. Why is it doing it? If you don't know why you're doing it, Why are you doing it? There is an answer to this, and that is the fact that the Bank of England's stock of gilts is not the only massive pile of stranded assets that has built up as a consequence of QE. The other is an absolute massive glut of bank reserves remunerated at bank rate, which is, of course, a variable rate, which, when you consider the government and the Bank of England together as a consolidated whole, means that, in effect, quite a large amount of government debt has been refinanced at floating rates, which are now substantially higher than the coupon rate on those gilts. And therefore, that is contributing to the additional amount of money that, one way or another, the government is having to pay to the private sector, and specifically to rather kind of rich parts of the private sector, really. And the problem here is that you say, well, does this matter? Well, it kind of does, and that's because although you may say, yeah, the Bank of England funds this and so forth, ultimately the Bank of England is backstopped by the government, and any money that is that goes to bondholders, to banks or whatever from the government, ultimately is money that could have been spent on something else. It's an opportunity cost. And that's why are you doing this matters. We have to stop this idea that the Bank of England can just do whatever it wants for any reason or none, and not explain why it's doing it or what effect it expects this to have in terms of benefit to the economy, and that somehow this is a free lunch and it's fine. It's not. So what we need is a much more integrated framework, and we need much more transparency, I think, from the Bank of England policymakers as to what they are doing, why they're doing it, what it means in terms of doing what the Bank of England is supposed to do, which, as I said, is maintaining price stability across the United Kingdom as a whole, what the cost is, and who should bear that cost. And then we need a discussion in governance circles about whether the people who bear these costs really should be bearing it, or whether they should be looking at some form of distribution to ensure that whatever regressive and unnecessary effects there are from monetary policy are actually, shall we say, distributed away, that we have a much more activist fiscal policy that looks at inequality and unfairness towards poorer people in the society arising from monetary policy or from the fact that monetary policy just doesn't deal with inequality and regional differences and levelling up and all those other good things that we appear to have forgotten about. So my plea is for a much more integrated monetary and fiscal framework. That doesn't mean we give up on Bank of England independence, as some people have suggested, and it also doesn't mean we give up on monetary policy, as some other people have suggested. I'm not in the camp that says, we can just pin interest rates at some level, 0 maybe, and then fiscal policy can do it all. And I do think there is benefit in having a Bank of England that has some degree of independence in terms of meeting its mandate from politicians, but that doesn't mean that the two sides of this fence necessarily should operate in isolation. They need to cooperate, and there needs to be much more transparency on both sides and much more understanding of the consequences in both directions of decisions by both sides. We saw what happened when a government decided to blindside the Bank of England and the OBR. But we are also now seeing the consequences of a Bank of England that has not explained why it is doing what it is doing. And that, to my mind, is not how things should be. So that's my plea for today. My case is, please can the fiscal and monetary authorities explain what they're doing and cooperate to ensure that the whole economy benefits, rather than there being these unfortunate distributed effects which nobody really knows how to deal with.
Thank you, Francis. Jonathan, over to you.
since we're sort of, I think, a bit behind on time, I'll try and be relatively brief and leave time for questions. I mean, I have to say that in some ways it's a lot harder doing this than it would have been a decade or so ago. And I can see Joe is nodding, because it was very easy to come up on stage at a conference like this, particularly for an audience like this, and say, look, there's this wonderful free lunch out there. There is a free lunch that is available to us because long-term interest rates are basically zero. The government can borrow from bond markets, which would love it if we would just borrow some more money from them. As Martin Wolf, I think, wrote in 2012, the markets are begging us to borrow and spend. The government is leaving this free lunch on the table, and there are all these wonderful things that we could do with extra investment at a time when interest rates were very low. There was a decent amount of spare capacity in the economy. We could reasonably assume where wage growth was very low, and that we could reasonably assume that running the economy hot would translate both into higher wages, more investment for the long term, and with relatively little or no impact, and possibly indeed, as some of us said at the time, in our models, actually a positive impact on the long run fiscal sustainability of the country if you assume that there would be some return on investment. Sadly, and it is really one of the most depressing things of my entire professional life, that opportunity was thrown away, and we are now in a much more difficult fiscal position. And I think, Joe gave a really, really good, clear explanation of the rationale for fiscal rules, why the fiscal rules don't work particularly well at the moment, and some ideas on how we could do better. But unfortunately, the bottom line was that, as he said towards the end, actually the fiscal rule that most of us agree is the broadly sensible one, that is to say that the budget should be balanced in current terms, is also the one that at the moment is the binding one. And so while, do I think that it matters whether, and I think Joe also implied this, do I think it really matters whether in economic terms, whether we are on track according to the OBR forecast to have a current budget surplus of $5 billion by the end of 5 years or 3 years, or whether we are on track and therefore we're meeting Rachel Reeves' ironclad fiscal rule, or whether we're on track to have, according to the forecast, of having a deficit of $5 billion by that time, in which case, according to Rachel Reeves, that's the end of everything. Clearly it doesn't in macro terms, but on the other hand, that sort of fiddling around the edges doesn't give you a huge room for maneuver, and as you said, you essentially come back to the bottom line that at the moment, if you want to improve public services and do a bunch of other things which we need to do, taxes need to be higher. And following on from the previous session, taxes need to be higher not just on rich and wealthy people, but taxes need to be higher on middle and upper middle income earners in this country. And that is something which unfortunately people on the progressive left find a bit difficult to accept often, or at least I find this often on Blue Sky, which is people want to believe either that that the reason we can't have nice things is Rachel Reeves' ironclad fiscal rules, and that I think is only true, at the moment, only true around the margin, and that, even if we do have to worry about borrowing and spending, we can solve this by taxing the rich more, and by rich they tend to mean, like most people, I define rich people as people who are richer than me. And I think that is, and actually I think people who are richer than me is mostly what people on Blue Sky mean. That is people who, the people who actually do earn big money from private equity or banks or whatever. But actually, what we need, as well as that, is to tax people who are earning, frankly, between just below average, between average earnings and below, and people like me. And while I would like to see that done in a way which bears rather more heavily on people than on people like me than on those people who are earning $30,000 a year, that doesn't mean that you can actually make the numbers add up without doing the latter, because there are a hell of a lot more of them. And while, again, most people don't want to believe this, but taxes on wages and labor income are relatively low here compared to our competitors our comparators in continental Europe. And that is the way that they finance public services and their welfare states. It's not by taxing the rich much more than we do. It's by taxing middle income earners more. So I think, trying to get a sense that not that this needs to happen this year or next year because of some arbitrary fiscal rule, but this needs to happen over the next 5, 10, 15 years, because actually that is how, if you want a decent welfare state that provides a decent quality public services, there really does not appear to be an obvious alternative to a strategy that does that. So then I think the question is, well, how do you, if that is where you want to be, and given where we are now, how do you change the sort of the fiscal and the macroeconomic policy making institutions that we have in order to deliver that? There again, I agree with Joe that the current system is clearly bonkers. In particular, the current situation where we have 2 fiscal events a year and we are obliging ourselves to hit these point forecasts on each of them is, even from the point of view of Treasury self-interest, is just completely inexplicable. And it would be, I think, a relatively easy win to say that you have one event a year and you do tax and spending at the same time. This is not rocket science. It's what most, reasonably well-run countries do for obvious reasons, because if you were sitting down to design a system from scratch, you would say, well, once a year we'll have a 3 to 5 year forward plan for tax and spending, right? It's not that sort of obvious what you would do. But we don't do that. We do something quite different from it. And this is driven, I think, partly by some bizarre decisions taken by the Treasury and Chancellors over the years. So there are sort of easy reforms there. I think more broadly, though, you sort of need to look at how our economic policy making, and this sort of relates not directly to the conduct of monetary policy, but to some of the stuff that Francis was saying about the transparency and coordination between our economic policy making institutions. And I think Francis is right about the transparency of the bank and its defensiveness about some decisions which, certainly from the outside, at least to non-experts in monetary policy like me, look pretty bizarre. But it also relates to the relationship between the Treasury and the OBR and the somewhat dysfunctional way that we have, that pattern we have got into, where the Treasury tries to second guess and game what the OBR is going to do with forecasts. And that, I think, leads to some pretty bizarre decisions. We saw that in the last budget. You do need a mechanism which allows, and I think this is the point where I think, again, there are opportunities to reform things in a positive way for the long term. You need a mechanism whereby the long-term investment strategy of this country in things like not just transport infrastructure in the north and not just digital infrastructure, but also healthcare, early years education, and so on, where that is informed not by a sort of question of whether you can persuade the OBR to score an extra 0.1 or 0.2% of growth over 10 years, but whether those investments are actually in the long-term economic and social interest of the country. I confess here I don't know quite how that mechanism ought to work, but I think it is sorely lacking at the moment, and I think I'll just stop with that as a sort of final point. Thank you.
Great, lots to talk about. Let's take some questions, shall we? Who would like to? There's a gentleman here. And a lady over there. How many mics have we? Well, there's one mic there. There's a lady over here in green. And a gentleman here also in green. So do you take you first? Hi.
Hi, my name is Charit Gunawardena. I'm just curious to find out what's this problem we are trying to solve. So as a country, we have a need to have enough money in circulation to support purposeful economic activity that solves social issues and also environmental issues. So this money should be allocated fairly and used in a way that it reduces inequality particularly and help public interest. So taxation to remove the excess currency and manage the inflation. So why is monetary and fiscal policy still being treated as separate when they should be working really together? So that instead
we've had a massive amount of inflation, and that's done nothing for our debt really in terms of write-downs, and it should have done. Do we need something bigger? Otherwise, are we going to be stuck in this mess, in this stagnatory sort of environment forever, like Japan is? Thanks.
Okay, it was very clever of everyone to coordinate their questions there. They're all sort of about the limits and the role of markets and how genuinely constrained the government is, I suppose, by the sort of private sector side of things. Joe, do you want to start?
Sure, yeah.
Oh, sorry, of course.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, let's take these in order. There were two parts to the first question, money in circulation and then monetary and fiscal coordination. I think money in circulation is a little bit of a red herring in a way. It's, as Anne said at the beginning, it's a sort of social construct. It's an accounting system, and actually most economists now think just the quantity of money in circulation doesn't tell us very much. It sort of ebbs and flows with the needs of the economy, bank lending, and so on. But that doesn't in any way invalidate the point you're making, which is we need better coordination between monetary and fiscal policy. And the question is, how do we get there? What does that look like? And there's a huge spectrum, I think, of possibilities there from, as Jonathan says, quick wins. You could have a slightly higher inflation target. You could lose one of the fiscal rules. You could change the procedures around how fiscal events, budgets, and so on take place. I mean, you could have even less than 1 year. You could have spending reviews at which forecasts are made and then leave it for 3 years, for example. And at the other end, you've got much more radical ideas where the Treasury and the Bank of England become reintegrated. You have a benevolent, wise government which can make judgment calls on all of these very complicated things and get it right. That's the ideal world, but it doesn't feel very plausible. And then you've got sort of small political steps that might get you in the right direction. Watching what's happening in America, I find myself ever less convinced that we want to do things like take away central bank independence, because the potential for a government you don't want to have their hands directly on monetary policy does seem to be growing in Europe as well as in the US. What are the boundaries of the market? We don't know, but I think they're overstated, it would be my answer. At the limit, the Bank of England can do more. It can do liquidity management operations, which are not really the same sort of things it's been doing. It can do things to make sure that the government can sell debt when it wants to. It can adjust the availability of different maturities depending on market conditions. For the UK, we're very lucky. We're not the dollar. The dollar's trying, as we heard in the earlier sessions, the dollar doesn't want to be the dollar anymore. Okay, we're not the dollar, we were once the pound, but we're still very privileged. We've got a big financial system, deep and liquid bond markets. We can get away, I think, with quite a lot. Another 20 percentage points on debt to GDP, I suspect, wouldn't cause any real trouble, depending on how it was done. If Liz trusted it by cutting top rate taxes, it probably wouldn't work. But if it was done in response to the next crisis, which is probably going to come, given the frequency of crises, when everybody says, well, what alternative is there? Probably the markets will accept it, I would guess. Okay, I've said enough. Let somebody else take over.
Anyone else on that one, Francis?
Okay, I mean, pretty much what Joe said on the allocation of money. I can see what you were saying about allocating money, but in fact, we don't allocate money as such in this economy. I mean, the government does, to some degree, through redistribution, through the tax and benefits system, but otherwise, money, the way money enters this economy is not directly through injection of money into the economy from the Bank of England. It's distributed through the banking system, and it enters the money. It enters the economy largely through lending. That is how it works. And you know, it's one of those cases where you could say you might want to think up better ways of doing things, but you always end up with, well, actually, there are so many pitfalls with the alternatives. This is probably the best we're going to get. I'm not sure I would want to tinker with that, really. But that doesn't mean we can't have much better coordination between the Bank of England and the government and the Fiscal Authority Treasury, which is what I've been arguing for. On markets, I think this is a really important question, because in a way what we are arguing here is not so much the limits, the boundaries, the limits of what markets can do, but the limits of what governments can do. And ultimately, in most societies, and anybody here from emerging markets will absolutely, I think, endorse what I'm going to say now. What governments can do is absolutely limited by what markets will allow them to do. Now, we can say it shouldn't be like that, and maybe it might be possible in some shock and awe response, picking up the third comment here, to have some kind of coordinated global effort to limit the power of markets to discipline governments that do things that they don't like. But that's not where we are right now. And the fact is that a very profligate government does get punished by markets, and that happens whether the profligacy is of the left, which it traditionally has been, or of the right. And we have seen that too. It's not limited. This isn't a socialist thing. It's about how credible are governments in the eyes of bond markets. It's about credibility. It's about trust. And the worst case for any government is to lose is for not only the government to lose the trust of the bond markets, but also for the central bank to lose the trust of bond markets. When that happens, we are in sudden stop territory and hyperinflation and currency collapse and all that kind of things. We really don't want to go there. It is an awful situation for any country that goes through that, and I personally wouldn't want to risk it.
Did you just want to take the question of whether we need to do something drastic? Whether we need to...
Oh, right, okay, well...
Or did John want to
or
you, Francis,
whoever to go at shock and awe.
I mean, maybe this is just my natural
Oh, you need to press the button, I think. The light should come on. There.
Maybe this is just because I'm just not imaginative enough. But I do find it difficult to see that there is any strategy what the UK needs is to do a lot of things properly. There are some things which we need just to do, instead of doing really badly, do as well as other countries do on average. There are some things where we do okay, where we could, we know they have the capacity to do better than average. But I think it is doing, just raising our game over a whole range of things, most of them on the supply side, rather than one sort of single shock and awe, because I would struggle to see what that looks like for the UK.
We're quite close to time, but should we take one more round just because it's a good topic and we did start a little bit late, so I feel we're probably justified in taking up. Okay, there's a lady in orange there, or rust, or, and a gentleman right in front of her, because then we'll save people running around, and one more guy over that side.
Angus.
Sorry, I'm going all up one side for some reason.
You're already on the list, Angus.
Hi, I'm Sue Himmelwright. It's a question for Joe or Jonathan, probably. The current fiscal rules don't take any account of the effects of current spending. They exempt investment spending on the grounds that this will be a good thing, but a lot of current spending is also a good thing. I gather from what you say you don't think it would make a huge amount of difference if they did do that, but wouldn't it be better if we are to have fiscal rules that they do take account of the effects of spending?
Interesting. Do you want to pass the mic to the gentleman right in front of you? There we go.
Yeah, what interests me...
Oh, it was the gentleman behind you.
I think
actually.
it's
Sorry.
me.
Sorry.
Do you want
Sorry.
So can I just remind people that after the Second World War, debt to GDP in the country was 250%, and we built the NHS, comprehensive system, social housing, and nobody really said we can't afford this. That's not to say the current situation is exactly the same, because of course we had closed capital accounts compared to today, but it seems rather nihilistic just to say that actually the framework's always set and the rules we have to play in. My question comes to Joe about the separation that he had there, and given the title of the today's event about Trump. So the big shock 3 weeks ago wasn't the tariffs, it was what happened to the US Treasury bonds. This is nuts, right? This underlies every interest rate term structure in the world and all the derivatives. That all of a sudden liquidity disappeared. The UK gilt market is not liquid. We know why that is because of bank regulation. And the separation, it used to be that central banks were there to ensure the liquidity, the secondary market liquidity of the government bond market, specifically to avoid these events which would have terrible consequences. And so in that separation, do you not think that actually ensuring liquidity of the government bond market needs to be taken back or taken seriously by the DMO, because this is a very serious situation if this happens again? Thank you.
Very interesting. And one more guy, at the back there. In green, thank you.
Hello, thank you everyone for your talks. My question is, before we start talking about fiscal policy, just a few things I want to ask is, firstly, shouldn't we even be asking what exactly is money? It doesn't exist. When I look at the government debt, we're in 150, 200 billion pounds in debt. Where's the money coming from? It's from us. I go and get £100 from the bank, and everyone else in this room gets £100 from the bank. The banks are screwed because they don't have £100 at the bank. They don't have all the money because they've lent it from me to every other Tom, Dick, and Harry in this room. So where's the money coming from? You tax more.
Is that your question?
No, my question is, where's all this money coming from? It doesn't exist. The Bank of International Settlements, which is the mothership of all central banks, which is why they're not independent, they are central banks. This is Professor Robert Werner has spoken about this. So before we talk about fiscal policy, do people not need to be explained in the UK that what is money? It doesn't exist,
It's a social construct, isn't it, to some extent, as Francis.
It doesn't exist. It's paper.
All right, thank you.
Inflation happens because we print more money. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who wants to, Joe, some of those seem to be directed at you, I think.
Yes, yeah, I'm not going to answer what is money in the 10 seconds we've got for coffee, but I'll happily discuss it over a drink later.
Oh, there you go.
Sue, shouldn't current spending show up in Office for Budget Responsibility forecasts and therefore fiscal rule assessments? Yes, it should. They do have in the multipliers of the model, they do try and take into account.
Well, but also, I mean, on Sue's point, is there a return if you invest in early years and there is a return on that? Do they score it? The answer in principle is yes. It's just bloody hard, and hence it's very hard, I think, for good reason, to convince them that that's the case. But, you know, the OBR, you know, the government is putting £1 billion into back-to-work support for employment, and the OBR said explicitly, we don't have enough data yet to score this as a positive, and in terms of the number of people back to work, but if and when the DWP actually shows its workings and convinces us, then we will score it. So I think there's no problem in principle. The problem is actually making it work in practice.
Yeah, on this, I'm actually not convinced that the OBR should be doing such detailed modelling. If what you care about is things like a debt to GDP ratio and a deficit ratio, there's only 3 or 4 variables that really matter. The interest rate, the rate of growth, total spending, total taxation, and trying to do huge amounts of scoring of all these, like, not exactly micro, but sort of, micro. I don't think the OBR was set up to do that. So I think there's a bigger question here about how we get forecasts, what kind of forecasts different institutions should produce. I mean, I think this work should be done, but I'm not convinced it's the OBR's job. And I think there's quite a lot that the OBR does that possibly shouldn't be their job. They should have they're understaffed, under budgets, you know, and overworked. Bond market liquidity. It comes under financial stability, I guess. The Bank of England will say material risks of financial instability if they see bond market dysfunction, as they did, for example, during the Liz Truss episode, and will step in. Should they more clearly have that function? I mean, it's what the Bank of England was set up to do, in a way. Historically, that's what central banks have done. I think sometimes the progressive end of politics wants central banks to be able to do more than they can do. And I think actually this is one of their core functions, and there's a lot of sense in just saying, really, this is what central banks can do. They can manage liquidity conditions in various markets. They can't do much else. Expecting them to hit an inflation target may actually be a bit much, without fiscal policy being tuned alongside. So yeah, absolutely in principle, I agree. In reality, I suspect it's there, but it's, you know, it's through layers of communication when it actually happens.
Constance, did you want to add on that one?
Yeah.
Or on the what is money question?
Yes, well, I'll just briefly address that one because I always thought it was kind of bizarre that having given the Bank of England independence, the government then under... Oh, is this not on?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, a bit closer. I always thought it was kind of bizarre that having given the Bank of England independence in 1997, the government then, sometime later, created a second bank internally within the Treasury to manage things that the government wanted to manage that it didn't want managed by an independent central bank, which is essentially what happened. So there's a huge amount of kind of political game playing around this, which we can talk about over a drink. On the subject of what is money, there are a great many things that are social contracts, but constructs, but are nevertheless real for the purposes of an economy, and money is one of them. I don't think it is helpful to start saying, well, it doesn't really exist, therefore you don't need to worry about it. What I do think it is worth saying, though, is that we do get hung up on things like stocks of money and the circulation of money and the and stocks of debt and things like that, when perhaps what we should be talking more about is the effects on people, on well-being, on the economy of how money operates and how it circulates and how things like wealth are distributed, rather than getting hung up on the niceties of how money is created and how it circulates.
What an excellent note on which to end. Could you thank our panel? I'm sorry we've overrun a little. And now I think we're off for a coffee break.
So are you...
Yeah, I'll just say hello, and we're just about to start the last two sessions of the afternoon, and the first one is Alternative Visions for a Progressive Economics, chaired by Carolina Alves. Over to you, Carolina.
Thank you. Thank you, Patrick, and thank you everyone for being here today. So I'm Carolina Alves from UCL, but also proudly a member of the PEF Council. Thank you to John Weeks, who sadly is no longer with us, but was a dear friend and a great economist. So we are here now to discuss alternative visions for progressive economics. We have a fantastic panel. Jeff Tilley can't make today, so he sent his apologies. We have here Professor Susan Himmelweit, who is, okay, let me find, wait. I had my own introduction to Sue because I'm her kind of fun girl, but I have to follow the script. So she's an economist, emeritus professor of economics for the Open University in the UK, chair of the Policy Advisory Group of the Women's Budget Group, also, of course, a co-founder of the Women's Budget Group. She is a reference for many aspects of progressive economics, but particularly for feminist economics. And she was the president of the International Association for Feminist Economics. We also have here Zach. So Zach is a politician, in between two economists, who has been a member of the London Assembly and deputy leader of the Green Party, and also he was the national spokesperson for the Green Party for Democracy, Citizen Engagement. And then finally, we have Guy Standing, who is an economist, professorial research associate at SOAS, a founding member and honorary co-president of the Basic Income Earth Network, a non-governmental organization that promotes a basic income for all. And Guy is author of many books, including, of course, The Precariat, but also The Corruption of Capitalism, Why Rentiers Thrive and Work Does Not Pay. I like to mention that one because it's the one I like it. Sorry for being biased. So yeah, we are here. We have, I hope, we are trying to now bring to the table some of the points that have been asked, but also pointed by some of the speakers. We have Sue talking about the three interlocking crises, a caring green, and I forgot the title of your talk. Sorry. Anyway, the three interlocking crises. Then we have Zach talking about inequality, but also he told me in secret that he will talk about many things. And then Guy to talk about the precariat and the commons. So they have 12 minutes each. And yeah, so if you can come over, please.
Yes, thank you. Hi. So this morning, there seemed to be a sort of debate between some people who wanted to talk about the effects of Trump and some people who wanted to talk about the causes of Trump. I'm very much on the causes side. So I see the world as at the moment, subject to three interlocking crises. They're very much interconnected. There's a crisis of growing inequality. There's a crisis in care, and I'll say a bit more about this in a minute. And then, of course, there is the climate emergency. And each of these crises is intensified and reproduced by the other crises. So they're very much interconnected. And I'm going to argue that all are aspects of a failure of collective action and of a short-termist approach. They work together, and it's not only they're a failure of collective action, but they work together to undermine collective action. And my argument would, of course, be, therefore, that you can't solve any one of them without the others. So to start with inequality, I think it's very important that we don't just see inequality as being inequality in money incomes. Okay, the income isn't everything that matters to well-being. In particular, I would argue that the public services contribute to people's standard of living just as much as their incomes, and in fact the effects of austerity since 2010 have really increased that inequality, largely through their effects on public services. That the poor depend on much more than the rich, and therefore the extent of the increase in inequality is much greater than is usually measured, even if you're just talking about standard of living. But actually that isn't really what we should be concerned about. We should be concerned about people's well-being, and that depends on social and environmental factors too. So we've had a massive growth in income inequality, and as Stuart showed us this morning, the extent of the growth of private wealth concentrated in the hands of the very wealthy is huge. And we've also had a shrinking wage share. But as I'd argue, that isn't the only aspect of inequality that matters. And that we've also had environmental and societal effects that have increased inequality in well-being. So what I mean by that is that people's lives are much more stressful. If you think about what living with 0 hours contract is like, there's a huge effect on well-being that is nothing to do with literally what can be measured as your standard of living, and that those effects are equally important. The fact that we do tend to get a focus on income inequality alone, that in itself reflects and reinforces inequalities in wealth and opportunities in power, because the rich can buy themselves out of public services, society, and even to some extent the environment. So to focus on income inequality at all is in itself increases the inequality of those other aspects of life. And that focus on income inequality alone, as you can see from our current government, supports a view that all we need is a bigger cake, and then we can give more to those who are not doing well at the moment. And of course, that bigger cake is wrongly identified with just being about GDP growth. So I would argue that that growing inequality, interpreted in that way, works against tackling both environmental and care crises. Okay, too much focus on income in itself. So we also have a crisis in care, and this can be we can see it as encapsulated in the huge numbers of people who are just not receiving the basic care they need. But I mean care in a sort of more, in a sense of standing for the effect of a lot of public services. What we are just can't provide, partly because it's just care services are very expensive, also because life has changed. So we have a situation, it's not, it's part, And if we now have a scramble for growth in order to chase these mythical consequences, again, undermining collective action and intensifying, therefore, that focus on growth. So it's in the very nature of an environmental crisis that they can only be solved by collective action. That's what we mean by the environment, after all. And that is continually undermined by this growth imperative. The notion that we can't afford net zero. And basically what we need to do is to spend less time on producing things and more on looking after each other. So again, we cannot solve the environmental crisis without tackling inequality and care crises. So, 2 minutes, perfect. So we must tackle those three crises simultaneously. Now, I've got a lot of little things I could say, some obvious ideas that come out of certain things that have been said earlier on. Like, for example, if we've got underoccupied housing lived in by old people, there are some schemes some local authorities have to get young people to get the old people to rent rooms in houses and in return for some care services. That seems to me an extremely good idea, that those sort of things could be built on. I've always thought that the one use of unused city centres, if the shopping is declining in city centres, why don't we put care services in the centre? Easier for people to get to, easier for old people not to feel so isolated. But let's think of two major things. So one issue is redistribution, for example, by wealth taxation. Yes, that would be good, but it's not enough. What we need to do is make sure that we can value collective action more. So what I would argue for is showing the results of transformative investment in effective public services. I think what Özlem talked about this morning is radical abundance, yes. But the reason I'd say wealth taxation is not enough is that it's reasonable to expect everyone who can to pay for this. So we need an overall progressive tax reform. We need a different language on tax and spending overall. We need to see spending on public services as a form of investment, okay, an investment for us all. And the other thing is we have to tackle the concentrations of power that have led to these crises. So one aspect of that would be valorizing progressive regulation. So restrict or perhaps tax capital mobility. And we need new structures of ownership and control, including within the public sector. So currently, the privatization of public services has led to very poor quality, a number of scandals, financialization, all sorts of things that you're familiar with. We need to think of forms of organization, new forms of organization that don't lead to such problems. And I would like to, and also to emphasize a point that was made earlier about tax breaks, that they seem to be the reform that can get to both these things. We don't want tax breaks as a way of talking about how we can give something away for nothing. It's really important. A reform of a tax system should not be one that's full of tax allowances. If we want the government to do something, it should be doing it. It shouldn't just bribe people through tax allowances. That's it.
Thank you very much. So next up is Zach Polanski, Deputy Leader of the Green Party.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll take Zaki. I quite like it. Thank you. So Carolina asked me just before we started what it was that I was going to be talking about. And I said, everything. And she kind of looked at me as if, could you be a bit more specific? And I thought, well, if we're responding to economic policy in the age of Trump, if we're really genuinely looking for alternative visions, how can it not be about everything? Really, we are talking about environmental justice, racial justice, social justice, economic justice. Now, I accept this is really broad for a very short talk, so I'd actually like to go much more specific. I'd like to think about something that happened on the Thames in 2008. There was a flood. Near where there was a flood, there was a young boy, he was 8 years old, called Zane. And the flood caused contaminated land to pollute the water. And as it went round the building, Zane's father says hydrogen cyanide was released into the air. This killed Zane at 8 years old and paralysed his father, Kai, who has been in a wheelchair ever since. Now, Kai has been a phenomenal advocate for change in the law. He's gone round the country, he's lobbied me many times, and I know he's constantly at MPs to say we need Zane's law. And what is Zane's law at its heart? It's saying that where there are polluted sites or contaminated sites, local authorities, the local parliamentarian, housing developers, anyone who is living there needs to know about those sites. This all probably seems quite obvious. In any kind of society that has any compassion, care, or decency towards the people who live there, you would think we would need to know if we were going to buy or rent land that would be dangerous to human health. Yet, once I started to investigate this, I'm elected in London at the London Assembly, lots of people started to come to me to talk about similar problems. And I really noticed lots of these people lived in council housing, where there was development sites happening just near them, where they were breathing what they believe is toxic air. It was polluting their lungs, giving them itchy eyes, and on top of all those obvious effects, also the mental health issues this all causes. And when I started to investigate more and more, it often looked like the developers would hire their own monitors to say that the air was okay. Now, I've gone from this very broad picture of the world to this very specific issue around contaminated land, because you could almost pick any issue, and I think it points to what is going on that is so wrong in our country today. And to put it in a word, it's neoliberalism. It is private property, it is the powerful and the wealthy who are polluting our land, they're destroying our environment, they're destroying our democracy, and they're destroying our communities. So any alternative progressive economic vision has to come from this place, to recognise unless we are willing to challenge the powerful and the wealthy and present hopeful alternatives that are based in the grassroots, that are mobilised and have a powerful story to tell, then we will continue to see in this country and around the world the far right continue to rise. It will sometimes come in the shape of Donald Trump or Nigel Farage. Sometimes, and I know for some of you this will be contentious, it will come in the shape of Keir Starmer, someone who seems happy to just maintain the status quo while at the same time cutting winter fuel payments, keeping a two-child benefit cap that so many people, experts, say is keeping children in poverty, and the way we are treating some of the most severely disabled people in this country, whether it's obvious, whether it's subtle, it is all neoliberalism. Because when we talk about Trump, there can be a British exceptionalism here, to kind of look across the pond and go, depending on the words you want to use, here is a 21st century fascist, or if you're looking to use less contentious words, here is a man who's in charge who maybe doesn't care the most for working class citizens or people of colour. And wherever you are on that spectrum, it is totally unacceptable, but it's not an aberration. It's not like something has gone wrong in America. It is the natural conclusion of the same democratic system we have in this country if you allow it to accelerate. And I don't think we even have to imagine what that might be like. We had Liz Truss for a very short period, thankfully, but we saw what that did to this country when you start to try and make tax breaks for the super wealthy off the backs of the poor, how that will crash things, how that will create further inequality. So I think it's important that while we talk about the age of Trump, we recognise this was the age of Johnson, it was the age of Blair, and indeed the age of Thatcher. It's an age that we've been in for a long time now, and unless we present these alternative visions, we will continue along this path. So that's the kind of symptomatic and the cause of where we're at. What is the alternative? Well, I think when you recognise at the heart of all of our problems is inequality. For decades now, we've seen the poor get poorer and the rich get richer, and the gap is ever getting wider. And I know we've heard several times today how wealth taxes are not the only solution to everything. But let's start. They are a pretty key solution. Not only because I'll talk in a moment how we can enact them, but I think even more importantly, they get to the heart of the story we need to be telling in this country. That it's not about the working class versus what Guy will talk about shortly, I'm sure, the precariat, or someone who's working, a small independent business, vital to the lifeblood of our economy and also to tackle the climate crisis. We're going to need those independent businesses. Or even, dare I say, some of the bigger businesses, if they're paying their workers a fair, decent wage, they're allowing them to organise and they are treating people with dignity. I'm talking about the people who are so unimaginably wealthy that they are earning more money in their sleep than people who are working really hard with their hands or their minds could ever imagine. We're not talking about a small gap here. We're talking about a completely unconscionable gap. When we see people on picket lines just saying we want to earn a living wage, the idea that we don't have a government or we don't have a mass population saying, of course we should be paying those nurses properly, of course we should be paying those carers properly, is an absurdity. And that absurdity, I do not blame the public. I blame politicians, and I point myself at that too. We need to tell better stories. We know on the right, they can tell a really powerful story. Nigel Farage, pretty phenomenal storyteller. But I would also say he doesn't need to worry about facts. He doesn't need to worry about information. Quite the opposite. He'll tell lies, he won't be fact-checked. So he's playing politics on easy mode. For anyone who considers themselves progressive, we need to be based in facts and evidence. We should never let that go. It's really important that everything we say is stacked in detail and is evidence-based. But we can't forget about telling a good story. We can't forget about the fundamental inequality that is in our society and making sure we are making it clear to every single citizen in this country, or certainly to the 99%, that we are on their side. And I don't paint that as the 1% as the enemy. There are groups like the Patriotic Millionaires who are saying themselves, please tax us more. Because actually, when we have public services that are properly funded, that helps those big businesses too. Their staff, their workers, they use the National Health Service. They want a police service that isn't so underfunded that ultimately trust and confidence in our public institutions is so badly broken. They want to make sure that their key workers and the people who run our systems can get access to a council home. All of those things can happen when we spend to invest and when we invest in our public services properly. And that comes to probably one of the fundamental problems. This is very much on my mind because I've just come from a meeting with the Police Met Commissioner. Now, it was a private meeting, so I won't go into detail, but one thing the police are saying quite openly is that safety is good for our economic growth. In fact, every £1 spent on the police force, they posit, saves £4 or contributes £4 to economic growth. Now, I'm not even knocking those figures. What I'm knocking is the entire frame is absurd. Surely we would want safety because we want to be safe and we want to be secure. Are we now at the point where economic growth is so much the sacrificial lamb that we must all die for, that we are willing or not bothered about people being unsafe or violence against women and girls for its own sake? But actually the central argument becomes, how can we save money? How can we make sure that economic growth is happening? I always think about the woman during the Brexit referendum who just shouted, that's your economic growth. That's not my economic growth. And I think we all need to remember this. Who is growth for? Who is benefiting? And how exactly are we measuring it? Even the person who co-designed the idea of economic growth says this is a terrible way to measure happiness and well-being. And as Susan just said, we need to be talking about care. If someone is working, I say working, if someone is volunteering as a carer, one of the most important jobs you can do in our society, and I would argue in our economy, that doesn't get registered. We know that fundamentally falls on women, and there's huge gender inequality in there. We know we have gender pay gaps, ethnicity pay gaps, disability pay gaps. All of these things are happening, so why are we not focusing on that rather than on economic growth? And I suppose this is where I'd end up with a short thought experiment. Imagine it's the 1960s or 70s, and we've totally tackled inequality. We now have a society where everyone is feeling great, everyone feels like they have purpose in the society, our public services are nationalised, water is seen as a human right, we don't have water companies pumping sewage into the water and charging us extra for the privilege. We have democratic energy, where we have community energy, where communities actually know their neighbours, because the money that comes from that energy and that solar and that wind goes straight back into the community. By the way, the most patriotic thing you could do, use British wind and British sun to make sure that's coming back. I've been talking about eco-populism. I just want to be really clear what that is. That is recognising that if someone is worrying about the food on their plate or the heat in their homes, it's very hard to then worry about the climate crisis. But actually, we know the climate crisis hits the poorest communities, people of colour the hardest. And so what we need to do is enter that frame through people's living standards, through raising people's living standards, making sure they have dignity and fair pay at work, and to roll back the anti-trade union laws. So, 1970s, we've done all of that, but we don't know about the climate crisis. We get to 2025 and we say, you know what, guys? We need to change everything because of the climate crisis. That's a really hard sell. But we don't live in that society. We live in a society where we have mental health crises, where people are not treated with dignity, where there is the further erosion between politicians and the public. This is a moment to change everything, but not to sacrifice things for the climate crisis. To go, this is an opportunity to invest in our society, to invest in people, to go to communities and say everyone is a part of this story. And that's how we can change towns, that's how we can change cities, that's how we'll change the countryside. Because it doesn't matter if you live in a rural area or an urban area, inequality hurts you everywhere, and the answer is to invest and fund our public services. Let's be proud of this country, let's be patriotic about this country, and respect our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zach. So now we have Professor Guy standing. Thank you.
Well, it's always difficult to talk when everybody's tired from a long day of listening to a lot of economists. We're not the most exciting lot, as most of us recognize. I'm going to take a perspective that I've been working on for many years, and so repeating a number of points that some of you will know. I believe we're in a crisis point, a Polanyian crisis point in the global transformation. And I think, as we all know, Polanyi's analysis of the great transformation, in a period of capitalism where finance is allowed to dominate, and gradually, as a result, inequalities and insecurities multiply until there's a threat of the annihilation of civilization, as he put it. And you can either have a lurch to a fascism of some sort, or a new progressive agenda. And I want to tell you, if excuse me for name dropping for a moment, of a moment that was really cathartic for me. In 2016, early 2016, I received an email inviting me to go to address the Bilderberg Group. Now, the Bilderberg Group is the far-right elite of the West. And I thought it was a joke from a left friend. Perhaps John McDonnell was pulling my leg or something like that. So I didn't answer. And 2 days later, they phoned me and they said, Dr. Standing, we've asked you to come to Bremen to address the Bilderberg Group. Why haven't you responded? I said, I thought it was a joke, blah, blah, blah. I ended up asking my lefty friends, should I go? And they all said, you've got to go. And the thing was, I was talking to them about the precariat and basic income. Henry Kissinger was sitting in the front. And because my name is Standing, I was sitting next to a person whose name began with T. And for 3 days, I sat next to Peter Thiel, talking with him about his plans and the rest of it. Now, Peter Thiel, it was Chatham House rule, so I can't say what he said. I wouldn't do that. Instead, he was talking about plans. He was the primary funder of Trump. He was the funder, and his protege was a man called J.D. Vance, and he formed Palantir and PayPal, etc. He's the most powerful man, I believe, in the United States at this moment. He is so powerful, and he's fundamentally anti-democratic. But there I was talking about the precariat, and what annoyed me was that the people there had a better understanding of the precariat than many of my friends on the left. That disturbed me enormously, because they realized that the plutocracy was rising, and that in order for them to grab power, they had to have a class alliance. And no fundamental transformation has taken place in history without some sort of class alliance. Their class alliance was between the plutocracy and the elite on one hand, mobilizing the atavistic part of the precariat, what Hillary Clinton infamously, stupidly called the deplorables. They mobilized because they promised to bring back the past. That's what they promised, okay? But they were promising something. Meanwhile, the left was struggling to say anything. And one of the lessons of Polanyi and the lessons of Gramsci, in a sense, is that classically, as the philosophers of science should have taught everybody, a paradigm is only replaced if it breaks down and there is an alternative paradigm waiting to take its place. Now, the left, the traditional social democratic left, including the new third way people and New Labour and the current generation, have not got a narrative, alternative paradigm. They are not offering transformation. I often, and I criticised it in print, I fell out with my friend Will Houghton, he's not here now, not fell out, but disagreed with, when Rachel Reeves wrote her May's lecture. They often say that Michael Foot's election manifesto of 1983 was the longest suicide note in history. Well, if so, and I disagree with that, but if so, I think that the May's lecture was the longest euthanasia note in history. Because it didn't offer a fundamental set of policies and narrative ideas for the precariat, the emerging mass class. And if there are two lessons for any progressive economist, any progressive politician, it is that all great transformations, all surges in new progressive directions are led by the interests and aspirations and insecurities of the emerging mass class of the time. You can look back at that and you can see that the social democratic response and the socialist responses of the 20th century were some sort of progressive response to the crises of industrial capitalism. But here we have a crisis not of neoliberalism. Neoliberalism has created rentier capitalism. What we have today is a need to dismantle rentier capitalism. We've had talk about this today, but many of the features of rentier capitalism have actually not been discussed. And fundamentally, the most important has been intellectual property rights. Intellectual property rights have been vastly strengthened, and in effect, the commons has been taken away. And that's the second contextual historical lesson all progressive economists and politicians should be thinking about. All the great social movements and rebellions in our history have been about trying to recover the commons. You go back to the Battle of Lincoln of 1216, which led to the Magna Carta and the Charter of the Forest. It was the commoners saying, we want our commons back. We want the right of subsistence in the commons. You go to the Peasants' Revolt of 1381, it was about fighting enclosure, getting the commons back. You can go through the Luddites trying to get the commons back, most misrepresented people in history. The levelers and the diggers and the ranters. It's always been about trying to recover the commons. And it goes all the way through to William Morris at the end of the 19th century. He was fundamentally saying we need to restore the right to common and the right to work, not the duty to labour. Jobs, jobs, jobs. Throughout most of history, the mass working class has been trying to avoid labour, avoid jobs. But with the defeat of William Morris, we had labourism, where the commons were marginalised. And I believe now that the precariat is suffering from something that is unique in our history. It's a mass class which is being exploited by forms of rent systematically through debt and has no access to the commons and is the first mass class to be losing les droits acquis, acquired rights, losing civil rights, losing cultural rights, losing economic rights. It can't do what it is qualified to do. Losing political rights because there's no in the spectrum, not yet, maybe Zach will create it, but not yet an agenda for the precariat, an agenda for restoring the commons, an agenda for restoring what is the most important basic need of any human, and that is basic security. The ability to get up in the morning and think you're going to be surviving through the day without a shock, and with the ability to be robust and resilient if you do have a shock. We have a situation where we're suffering from a very specific form of insecurity. It's uncertainty, chronic uncertainty. And as all economists know, the difference between risk and uncertainty is you can insure against risk. You can insure against contingency risks like unemployment, illness, etc. You can't insure against uncertainty. And uncertainty leads to the morbidity, it leads to the ecological decay, it leads to stress, it leads to anger, and it leads to support of people who promised to bring back yesterday. So we're faced with a crisis of uncertainty, and we need an ex-ante form of social vaccine. We have social vaccine against illnesses. Why shouldn't we have social vaccines against insecurity? And that is why I've been advocating a basic income of sorts, moving in the direction of a basic income, moving in the direction of having the ability to be in control of one's time. One of the greatest inequalities we have today is the inequality of time. 1, 2? Thank you. I thought I only had one. Thank you. So the inequality of time. If you're in the salariat elite, you have control of your time, you can do what you like. People like Musk work 100 hours a week, but you can choose yourself. If you're down in the precariat, you have no control of your time. It's one of the biggest sources of inequality in our society, yet we do not have a politics of time. We do not have a politics which we say the time of people in the precariat and in the lumpen matter. Okay? If you're in the precariat, you have to spend months and months of your life searching for jobs, applying for benefits, being a supplicant. That's the meaning of precarity, incidentally. You're a supplicant. You have no rights. You pray. And we have a situation where people have to use up so much of their time, they don't have time for themselves. If I talk to a precariat group about this inequality, they say, yeah, that's my life. We should care just as much about inequalities of life as inequalities of income. And in that regard, I think many of the things that I hear from the precariat are things that progressive economists should be talking about as fundamental parts of a progressive economics. And the commons, and restoring the commons, the education commons, the civil commons, the natural commons. It's an ecological strategy, it is an egalitarian strategy, and it is one that mobilizes people across different classes. If you're in the precariat, you can understand the commons. It's the poor's overcoat, as it's always been called. If you're in the salariat, you say, yeah, I actually like my parks, my public libraries, my social commons. I like those things. And in a sense, we can restore it without having to go for stupid growth for growth's sake. And that's the key point. Growth is only useful if it improves our ability and public wealth. At the moment, Stuart was mentioning the figures this morning on the increased inequality of wealth, but what's been happening is what's called the Lauderdale paradox. As private riches go up, public wealth has gone down. We have negative public wealth because systematically privatization and commodification of our commons has been going on, because as the Austrian economists taught Thatcher and she taught Blair and they taught each other, the commons doesn't have a price. And therefore, in their logic, it doesn't have a value. So if you want to increase growth, privatize the commons. But you deprive society of public wealth in doing so. And that public wealth gives us our environmental future. And that is why a green left strategy is central to a progressive economics. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Guy. So we have a little bit of time for questions, and we still have a fantastic panel, the closing panel, chaired by the person who is responsible to bring us, all of us here together, Patrick. So we're going to try to keep it short. So I will change things a little. So I will ask the speakers to have their pen ready and take notes. And I'm going to go for like 6 questions at once, and that's it. So yeah, I'm going to be a bit authoritarian. Okay, so let's see. What do we have here? I will start from right to the left. Okay, hands up. No one on the right, so I have one here. That's it. Okay, going to the centrism here. Okay, so if you can start, yeah.
Yeah, a green...
Can you introduce yourself, please?
Sorry. My name is Sagar. My interest is systems change and supply chains. A green left policy. This is something I've been pondering for the last 10 years, a green left policy, but no one seems to be asking where are all these minerals and resources coming from? Everywhere from Chile and South America to Africa and India. How fair is this green left policy for the people who own and sit on most of the land? I was just in a conference earlier about the Aboriginal Indians, in the Aboriginal Australians. Their land, which they are trying to protect with their voice policy law, which was not passed through, is relevant and fundamental for the green left policy, for the lithium and all their resources. So how is it fair, this policy, for the people who make up the majority of the world's population, majority of the land that we sit on for the minerals, when they're not included? And also, if we're really talking about green and sustainability, and we're talking about reducing carbon emissions and doing all these virtuous green things, why is it I'm seeing across Africa 200,000 people in one mine, child trafficking, slavery? You've got certain countries in Africa that have kicked out the French and Americans for this very reason. So are we pursuing through this green left policy? We should really be calling it green colonialism for the 21st century, where the Africans are not at the UN Security Council table and the rest of the global south is still on the margins of, or the periphery? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great question. Anything else here in the center? Have one up there, please. That's it. In here. Thank you.
Michael Roberts. I'd like to ask Guy, does he think the precariat, the emerging class, I think was his word that he used, is larger than the traditional working class in all the major economies? Really? Is that the case? Is not the majority of working people working in jobs where they have fixed hours, where they get wages, where they have even contracts and careers as opposed to the precariat? And when he refers to the commons, we need to go back to the commons. Is he referring to common land, or is he referring to commonwealth? Is he referring to common action, which was mentioned by Susan earlier? Or are we not talking about common ownership and the re-establishment of common ownership as really being behind the basis of a future economy which will work in the interests of working people?
Thank you very much, Michael. Then we have one here. Perfect. Okay. Please.
Alan Wheatley, retired member of the Disability Precariat, and 2005 to 2006 cover duties care worker. Zach mentioned improving our narrative or campaigning stuff. Take, for example, Keir Starmer's we must cut immigration or otherwise we'll be an island of strangers. I think that kind of draws on a sort of sentiment of alienation and isolation on the target audience. What about looking at, say, people with speech impairment who need a really specialized care worker, maybe the time of a parent who has come to know them better, and alternatively also how many doctors' surgeries are there in your local health authority, and how many patients does that cover?
Perfect, thank you. Great question. So we have just the same direction going up, and then we have the last three questions here on the left. Yeah, go up, just keep going up. Thank you. And then one.
Hi, my name is Charit Gunodana. Today there was quite a few people who brought up the concept of universal basic income. Just a quick question, because we need to have purposeful economic activity and also resources to go into environmental projects, how does that link up with a job guarantee scheme that needs to pay a basic living income? Because we need work to be done, and how do we ensure we can get a job guarantee scheme for anyone who's willing to work? Thank you.
Thank you very much. At here left, the bottom, yeah.
Thank you. Ivor Middleton. So a theme for today has been that we can have nice things. We do know a lot of the answers. So my question is really, how do we affect that? How do we get change? Because we're not going to get change from any of the three parties that might win, and the minor parties aren't going to win. So how do we get that change?
Perfect, thank you. And then the two gentlemen up there, and that is the last question. Right at the top. Yeah. Just keep going, yeah, thank you.
Hello, my name is Anthony Timmons. I've lived in this country about 30 years. I have a question concerning the upcoming elections and reflecting on the last two elections that have happened. I think Morgan McCready has been a real hand in what's happened over the last election. The question I have is actually for Zach, but everyone is welcome to answer it. Obviously, you seem to be quite a front runner right now for what I think what the Greens have more parliamentarians now than potentially ever. Are you planning on forming some sort of a coalition or an electoral front with the new party that Jeremy Corbyn is forming? And how exactly will that work? Because I think we have to un-Morgan McCready ourselves, because otherwise what we have is basically the far middle. We have the head of the Tory party and Starmer basically facilitating fascism. I heard the head of the Tory party saying that she considers it her job to make sure that Nigel Farage does not become the prime minister. Prime minister? What? Like, I think the idea that it's coming so close to that. Anyway, I think just speaking a little bit about what comes ahead in terms of strategy.
Thank you, Anthony. Okay, so each speaker has 2 minutes to basically address the neglect of the global south, precariat is larger than the normal working class, the question of narrative when disability is in place. What else we have here? You have the question of job guaranteed. Why can't we have nice things? And the last question, Anthony, what's happened to the UK election? So maybe I should give 1.5 minutes for each of you. But yeah, we don't want to get too much into the next panel. And don't worry too much, because Danny said he will address all these questions in the next panel. So let's go. Oh, should we start with you, Sue?
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I only have. Can you hear me? Is this on?
It's not on.
No. There. Okay.
Give that to Zach.
All right. I just have 2 points to make in answer to this. I think it's really important to not assume that the norm is people being employed full time, and over their whole lifetime. That this is a pattern that has applied to a small, I don't know what proportion of men, but certainly not to most women, and therefore not to the majority of the population. So we shouldn't develop policy on the idea that people are employed full time for their life, right through their lives. Women's lives are much more varied in this respect than men. The other question I'd like to say about this, if we've shown that we can have nice things, we need to keep saying that. That is part of what we have to do, and we have to point out that some of those nice things are not encompassed in the way that things are talked about.
Storytelling matters.
Storytelling matters, but the stories have to include everything. So, if we are to say that we're going to replace consumption by some other nice things, we need to say that. If we're going to have less material consumption but more care, for example, I think that's worth saying. Not to pretend that we can have all the same nice things that we have now and some. Okay, that's all I had to say.
Thank you. Thank you, Sue. Zach?
Yes, 1.5 minutes. So starting with supply chains, I think we've had this conversation several times over years, so I'll be very brief. This is exactly why we need to nationalise our industries, particularly things like the steel industry, to make sure that if we're building wind turbines, if we're going to electrify the railways and put more tracks in there, those should be done by British workers. I'm not talking about some kind of isolationist view of the world where we never looked at other countries, but ultimately also for the climate crisis, we want to build resilience. Also, if they're being built in this country, we can make sure that those jobs are in trade unions, they're treated with dignity, everything I was just talking about earlier. Your question is completely right. We should absolutely be concerned about where we're getting things from. You didn't mention the Uyghurs as well, and all the things that are happening around the world. We ultimately need to be leveraging our power to both use procurement to make sure that's for social good, but also producing things here. I'm dying to answer universal basic income, but since I'm sat next to Guy standing, I'll let him do that one. Alan, on storytelling. So the first thing to say is migration is a brilliant thing for this country. We are built off empire and colonialism. I don't say that in terms of beating ourselves up about it, but I think we have to name it and recognize it, and also recognize that what benefits migration has brought to this country. At the same time, people are legitimately angry, and when I say people, I'm partly talking about the precariat, the working class, because there's no housing, they can't get a GP appointment, there's a real sense they've been left behind, and it's true because of decades of austerity. So politicians like me and progressive politicians can say as much as we want that if you use the National Health Service, the person who cares for you or treats you is so much more likely to be a migrant than anyone in front of you in the queue, and that is true. But I also know people will not hear it. People will not hear it until we make material conditions until we change them and we make people feel less precarious, we make people feel more secure. And to do that, you need to invest. On disability, I really liked what Susan, I think, started her talk with, which was we need to produce less and care more. And I think that about disability too. What does a social model of disability look like, where it's not an afterthought, but actually all politicians and all town planners or designers or planners go, how do we make sure that everyone is included in this from the very start? Sheriff, again, I'm very tempted, but I'll let Guy answer on UBI. The only thing I would say is I think we need to be less obsessed, I know this wasn't your question, about people having jobs. And actually, if people want to be lazy and they want to contribute to society in other ways, I'm talking lazy provocatively, but someone who was an actor before I was a politician, a theatre actor, frequently I was working with the community. I was getting no money for it, or very, very little money. But I was thinking, arguably I was contributing more than I do now when I'm speaking and I get paid for it. So I think, we've got to really look at what does jobs look like. Ivor, this was an open goal, really. The last general election, the Green Party got nearly 2 million votes. We got 4 MPs. We're the only party in the last 8 years that have made net gains in every single local election. The media obsess about the fact that young men are voting Reform in record numbers, but actually young women are voting Green in even more record numbers. Now, that doesn't mean I'm complacent about young men voting Reform. We should all be worried about that, and we should be reaching out to them. But I also think the rise of the Green Party is a story that is not being told in the national media. And I would argue because we want to challenge power and wealth. And the same people who own the newspapers and the media, I'm certainly experiencing right now, and I think to much more of an extent Jeremy Corbyn experienced, and lots of politicians, well, you've got John McDonnell behind you, that when you challenge the power and the wealthy, the media will have a certain view of that, of how they paint things. So how can you change things? Well, I'll only say this once, but you could go to backzac.com, join the Green Party and vote for me in the upcoming leadership elections. But more seriously, politics aside, I don't think it's going to happen in Westminster. I think it happens in the communities. It happens through mobilising. It happens through community organising and unions. I think political parties, though, have to be embedded within that. Anthony, electoral coalitions. So I guess the main thing I would say is to any Labour politicians who might be in the room who want to stand for a more progressive politics, who stand for social, environmental, racial and economic justice. As far as I'm concerned, the Green Party is absolutely open. That's not my decision, that's the decision of a democratic body who decide those things. But I'm really clear that anyone who aligns with our values, the best thing we could do to unite the left right now is for people to join the party. I heard in your question a presupposition about Jeremy starting a new party. That's not something I know about. I think that's something Jeremy might have even denied himself, but I'm not sure. I can't speak for Jeremy. Have to ask him yourself. But I think actually the best thing we can do right now is recognise there is a democratic party in this country where it's one member, one vote, we decide policy, as in the conference decide policy. And actually I think that's an electoral vehicle that is getting more and more exciting, that is ready to challenge the far right. We have a nature and climate crisis. We have racist riots on our streets last summer, and we have deepening inequality. Susan's right, not just of wealth, but of well-being also. And I think one way to challenge that is to get behind a progressive party and to do it now.
Thank you, Zach. So, Guy, so as fast as you can, how large is the precariat? What's happened to the commons?
I'm going to try and keep to 1.5 minutes. Let me first of all say something about the precariat. There are now various estimates. There are now various estimates from various countries, and I get emails from all over the world. The modal estimates are about 40 to 50% now of people who are in the precariat, and it's defined by not just insecurity, but lacking an occupational narrative, an identity to their lives, having to do a lot of work for labour that they don't get paid for, and it doesn't get recognized. But if they don't do it, they pay a heavy price. And having a level of education above the level of jobs that they are likely to get. Second thing is that it has to rely on money wages. They don't get non-wage benefits. They've been losing enterprise benefits. They've been losing social rights because governments have turned to means testing, behavior testing, conditionality, dualistic type of policies, denying people rights. And most of all, they are feeling like supplicants. They're feeling like they have to get it. So that I would say is the precariat. The second thing that was talked about was the commons. The commons were actually defined in AD 529 in the Justinian Codex as one of 4 types of property: private property, state property, common property, and nobody's property. And commons includes the natural commons, the land, the seabed, the sea, water, minerals, they belong to everybody. But to be a commons, they have to be governed in the interests of society. But besides the natural commons, we also have a social commons. And in the Statute of Limitations of 1623, the definition was 20 years. So if something has been accepted as a commons for at least 20 years, then it is a commons. So the National Health Service became a social commons, for example, I'm just giving one example, in 1968, because it had been accepted as a commons all the way through. The most important one that hasn't received enough attention, in my view, is the education commons. Education is a commons because it belongs to us in society, but it's been enclosed, it's been privatized, it's been commodified and turned into a human capital factory system, which is fundamentally eroded public education, fundamental loss of an important commons. And then the last thing, I won't talk about basic income, disappointing as Zach might be, but I will say that we have now done or been involved in over 200 experiments and pilots around the world, okay? And there are ongoing pilots in this country, in the United States, and elsewhere. And one of the things that we are finding consistently is that it leads to more, as your words you used, purposeful work. It leads to a shift away from labor to doing other forms of work that actually we all want and we all benefit from, including doing allotments, part of the natural commons, including caring more, including volunteering, including ecological, and including education of a proper sense of improving one's moral character and capacities to be a citizen. So for me, a basic income is part of, it's not a panacea, it's part of an emancipatory strategy. And the last point I want to make is that agency, the progressive agenda, emerges from class action. Class collective action. And I believe that is taking place dramatically around the world. Being involved in an international NGO, I've seen that. I think next month we're going to see the first precariat government elected with a commitment to basic income. I put my reputation, the man is in the lead to become president of his country, and I'm just keeping my fingers crossed that he won't be shot in the process.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much. Please join me to thank this amazing panel. We are running 10 minutes late for the next one, maybe 13, but please stay in tune. Let's do a quick turnaround for the next panel. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Carolina. Right, we need to get going with our last session. Our speakers are here, I hope. Danny, John, Freya. Do we have Nadia?
No, we can't. Fucking squeeze my session. Who? We said 6. There's another conference starting at 6. No, but just we
Thanks. I'm sorry I'll have to leave straight after speaking. I've got another commitment, and I'm doing some media because there's been further announcements today by the Prime Minister on his visit abroad, announcing asylum hubs, where it looks like a sort of mini version of Rwanda. But so I'll be commenting on that. You can imagine what my comments will be. When I spoke at the PEF conference before, I was basically saying, because there was an element of concern that we were having a Labour government elected with not necessarily a particularly radical manifesto. In fact, it was a fairly slim manifesto overall. And I was trying to lift people's spirits by saying the role for PEF and other progressive organisations will most probably be mid-term, because in a mid-term the government will have at least used the first couple of years to roll out the policies that it had, and that it'll be looking for fresh ideas. And I also said by that time most governments are not necessarily particularly popular by the mid-term. I didn't realise that Labour would become so unpopular within 8 months of being elected, to be frank. And it's extremely worrying. And the role, I want to say to PEF really and others, is that somehow we've got to rescue this government for this coming period, because I'm worried it won't just mean at the next election that we lose a Labour government. I think we could lose the Labour Party overall, and we could have elected a fairly right-wing, far-right reform government in alliance with the Tories. So I think there's an absolutely key role. And I'm trying not to be doom and gloom, but if you look at the polls at the moment, we are sinking and reform is coming up. But in reality, it wasn't just the by-election in Runcorn or the local elections. It's virtually every council election we've participated in the last 8 to 10 months. And it is largely as a result of disillusionment and our vote not coming out. And I have to say, this week has possibly been one of the worst weeks of my political life within the Labour Party of the last 50 years. It started off with the statement someone's made referring to them on asylum by the Prime Minister, basically regurgitating the Enoch Powell strangers argument, the denigration of people. We've also got this week we've told the vote on the disability cuts will come in mid-June. And at the moment, if you calculate the number of children that we've left in poverty as a result of the 2-child limit, and you add that to the numbers who will lose benefits on the government's own figures, and certainly the Joseph Rowntree figures will be thrust into poverty as a result, it means that within the first year of a Labour government, we'll have made over 1 million people poorer than we were before we were elected. And then on top of that, you have Gaza and the fact that in the research report by Progressive International, but also another set of government figures today, we've been providing weapons on a mass scale for the last 10 months as well to Israel, of which some will almost inevitably will be used in the indiscriminate bombing of Gaza and the murder of children. So this has been an appalling week, to be frank. And as I say, somehow we have to try and get this government back on track. The worry for me is that that's not coming from discussions around the cabinet table, and it's not coming from discussions within the Parliamentary Labour Party. The normal corrective mechanism would be members of the Parliamentary Labour Party saying enough's enough, we need an alternative here, you have a democratic debate. That doesn't take place anymore, and it's partly because we've got over 200 new members and they're just finding their feet at the moment, but it's also the nature of the authoritarian nature of the party at the moment as well, where, for example, if you do vote against the government with regard to the 2-child limit, you lose the whip and that's what's happened to a number of us. And I think that's instilled also a lack of debate within the party overall. So the issue for me is, if that change isn't coming from within the party at the moment, or within the party leadership at the moment, it's got to come from somewhere else. And therefore it's got to come from progressive movements associated with the party, like PEF. And when Patrick set up the Progressive Economic Forum, the idea was to permeate the political debate with a range of progressive ideas that, if not immediately taken on board, at least would enter into the debate more widely in society. That would eventually also shape Labour Party policy and thinking. And that's where we are again at the moment. And the role that PEF can play, I think, is, like today, having that debate and discussion, but then us raising our voices. I listened to some of the discussions this morning online, and I took the afternoon off and came for the debate this afternoon. And most of the people who've spoken today were my advisors when I was Shadow Chancellor. A lot of them were in the advisory bodies themselves. And a lot of what was said today, most of you will go away and think, actually, this is sound common sense that's been set out about how we can manage our economy in a much more effective way. We can redistribute wealth largely through the taxation system. We can ensure that we can invest in our public services, and on what Guy and others have said, we can develop the concept of the commons and common ownership, and we can, more importantly, empower people by providing them with rights, particularly trade union rights. And all of that is sound common sense. And at times you think, well, why isn't that adopted by the Labour Party leadership at the moment? And I think actually there is an element of corporate capture in a way that we've not seen with regard to the party in the past. So somehow we've got to break that. And the only way we can break it is organisations like PEF and all of you individually standing up and shouting about those ideas, engaging with members of the Parliamentary Labour Party, involving us in the various debates that are taking place, so that we can actually re-nourish the political debate within the party itself. And in addition to that, as Zach mentioned with regard to the Green Party, the issue is forming intellectual alliances, to be frank. If we can't form electoral alliances, at least intellectual alliances of how we debate and promote these issues. One final point from me, because this is about economics within the new sphere with regard to Trump, I found it disconcerting to watch a Labour Prime Minister grovelling to the likes of Trump, to be honest. And I understand the argument that was put, well, this is the way to get the best deal. I thought the Guardian piece was quite funny because we were also trying to make sure he got his golf course sorted out in this country, and the Guardian asked would be caddying for him at the concert. I found that disconcerting, not because of the image as such, but what Joe Stiglitz was one of my advisors, and what he said, the Trump strategy was to pick individual countries off one by one, break up any alliances that could challenge his hegemony, if you like, and in that way impose deals upon all of us. And as Joe said, the deal that we've got, to be frank, is not worth the paper it's written on, and certainly won't lead us to, I think, the formal basis of something that's effective to us. So one of the ideas that I'll just leave you with, a number of us at that point in time said the only way you can deal with something like a phenomenon like Trump is to ensure that we're part of a wider collective. As the point that Richard said this morning, there's a collective waiting for us out there, particularly in the global south. And what I would have liked to have seen, I think actually if Gordon Brown had been the leader, he most probably would have done it. I would have liked us to lead on bringing people together in a new Bretton Woods, which is based upon a real sharing of power, right the way across the globe, certainly, particularly with regard to the global south. And one of the things that we should be arguing for now is the way in which a Labour government should be taking the international role in relation to how the globe deals with Trump, rather than be subjugated to trade deals that eventually will result in further exploitation, not just of us economically, but also of our environments as well, and lead us, I think, potentially to catastrophe. Solidarity.
Thank you very much, John. We're now going to hear from Shreya Nand. And as I say, time is very short, so I'll have to keep all the speakers to a very tight few minutes.
Hello everyone, thanks so much for having me here. So I'm going to reflect a bit on where we are nearly a year into the first Labour government, possibly going to be a bit more positive than some of the speakers we've heard from. I still believe in Labour as the best vehicle for achieving transformative progressive change in this country. And there are parts of their programme for government that I think we should be really positive about. I think it's really good that they're taking strong action to tackle the housing crisis, including through planning reform. I think there's a really strong progressive case. It's reducing the scarcity power of rentiers like landlords and landowners, reducing their ability to charge huge rents. It's reducing the ability of people to exercise veto power, people who already have nice houses, to stop other people in their area from having that same thing and pricing them out of the democratic debate. And it's fundamentally about ensuring that we have a social contract in this country for young people, rather than saying you've got to pay half your salary every month to rent a room in a shared house and pay off someone else's mortgage. So that's what we're doing at Labour EMB, to try and make the progressive case for all of those things. And I'd like to see us going further and faster there, so that we can do as much as possible to bring down the cost of housing for struggling renters, young people, and house more families on the social housing waiting list. Yeah, I think it's critical that we adapt to the reality of changes of economic geography in this country, and don't just try and resist the change. I think that's crucial for us as a progressive movement. We can't afford to just resist change, otherwise we'll risk repeating the mistakes of the 1970s. I think it's good that the government is targeting growth, genuine growth, not just inflated asset values and depleting our natural environment. We need growth plus progressive policy to get higher living standards. I've seen stagnation under the Conservatives for my entire adult life. I don't want to see that for another 14 years. And we're already seeing the benefits of this in terms of more money for public services. And it's critical to ensure that we can continue to survive and fight for progressive values in an increasingly hostile international context. But we need to be going further and faster. Unlocking investment is critical. I think we've heard about that a lot today. Looking at things like and it's important to be rigorous about what we mean, so investment that's genuinely going to unlock growth or improve public services. Looking at reform of the fiscal rules, I think there's a really strong case for that. At the moment, we have to wait for policy to be quite concrete and far down the legislative stage before we can get money to invest. So, for example, the government can announce houses, and they have to go quite far down that road before they can get the money to then invest in things like public transport and public services, when ideally all of those things should go hand in hand. So you have a chicken and egg problem. And when even Paul Johnson, the former head of the IFS, is saying that the current system doesn't make sense, I think there's clearly room to push there. I think, of course, we also need to think about tax rises. The government has said no tax rises on working people, but that clearly leaves lots of room for tax rises targeting rentiers. And delivering higher living standards is how we're going to beat reform, not trying to outflank them on hardline immigration rhetoric, as we've heard. I think one problem is that lots of these things will take a long time to do properly, whether that's sorting out the planning system, building up our energy security, investing in public transport, sorting out local government, or turning around our public services. We do need to do those things. We've had enough of sticking plasters over the past 14 years, but it's also critical that we do things that people feel in the next few years, so that they feel it in their pockets before we get to the next election. And that's things like the Renters Reform Bill, retrofitting to bring down energy bills, and bringing down NHS waiting lists. So I think there are things to be positive about, but we need to be going further, faster and quicker, unlocking that investment and making sure that people are feeling the benefits. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Very concise, thank you. So, Danny, 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, let's do 4.5 minutes. I'm going to do what's on the programme, which is reflect on the day. Partly because I'm a bit lazy, but partly because I have been here since 9:30. And it's been fascinating. It was a day of two halves. The morning was almost all doom and gloom and crises. And we're really, really good at that. We're really good at identifying what's gone wrong, how terrible it is. Duncan Weldon's description of the tariffs coming in and out and the speed of it and the fact that we have no idea what's going to happen in 6 months' time was stunning. And the apocalyptic projections. Economists don't tend to be this sensational and interesting. And we can tell we live in a very bad time. Sorry, I'm a geographer. Kate outed me earlier. I'm just allowed in. And that was really interesting, but it made me wonder, are we actually quite good at feeding the fear of what is happening in the world that partly does help people like Trump get into the position they're in? Because we shout about everything going wrong so terribly, it doesn't make it that hard for other people to say the situation is terrible, you need a strong leader. And that brings me to the second half of today, which was also brilliant, with lots and lots of things with which I personally agree. I agree with the basic income. I agree that we cannot build 250,000 homes a year, but we have all these empty bedrooms. I would just add on to that, one lovely thing about this country is that we didn't do apartments, which would have been sensible. We built houses with stairs with little gardens. And as we age, we're not going to be able to go up those stairs. So there is an added incentive about why we should help people downsize, because you're not going to be able to use the upstairs anyway of your house. But I was left with a feeling that we're all so nice to each other that when we all suggest that this and this and this would be good, we end up suggesting so many things that it is possible to ignore our suggestions because they are for such a wonderful world. And that, in the current circumstances, is dangerous. It's happened, John's gone, so it's a bit unfair. I supported 2017 Labour, the 2019 Labour manifesto. It's all costed. It was essentially to become like Germany within 5 years. And then, bang, we added the waspy woman in, and it wasn't. Morally, completely the right thing to do. All the costings went out the window, and your credibility begins to go. I'm going to end with geography and demographics very, very quickly, because there are crises to come. Joe mentioned the next crisis, which is the title of my book coming out in 2 weeks' time. We know that there's going to be crises after crises, but some are built in. Many of you may work in universities. Peak baby in the world was 1990. There was a little peak about 22 years later, but peak middle class baby was much earlier. Half our universities are in deficit and on the edge of bankruptcy in some cases. Our mismanagement of the university sector is one reason, but the immediate cause is a drop in overseas students. And we wonder, why are they going elsewhere? They're largely not going elsewhere. They were not born 18 years ago. We're in a fortunate position, if you like, in middle-class English universities, of beginning to see the effects of global demographic change already. This is good news that the world population is slowing down, that it's going to peak for the first time in the history of our species in the 2080s. But the slowdown begins with the young. It makes the current economic system impossible to sustain. We need to paint that as not bad news, but good news, and we need to be realistic about what we can actually do. When Jonathan Portes was saying it would have been so much easier 10 years ago, I think he had a point. If you think about our current universities and our current university finances, there are lots and lots of lovely things we could do in our universities, but simply keeping them operating at the moment, if you work in a university, you'll know that is the priority. And we need a crystallization to a few messages of a few things. Otherwise, our solutions will carry on being ignored, but our warnings will be heeded, and our warnings about things going wrong will be used by our opponents. So I'm sorry it's not a terribly optimistic message, but it is, think about a population that's getting more and more desperate. Think about the things which are most important to people, not the things that would be nice in utopia, but the things that can happen in the next 5 years. That's what I took from today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Danny. from Nadia.
Hi everyone. I'm very sorry that I wasn't able to attend for the rest of the conference, so I'm afraid mine will be kind of reflections on where we are and where we need to go. So to kind of summarise and recap the current context, we've seen decades of deindustrialisation. Those jobs have been replaced by ununionised, insecure and low-paid jobs, mainly in the service sector. Inequality has got wider. Public services are on their knees after a decade and a half of austerity. The welfare state has been totally destroyed and replaced with a social security system that embeds poverty by design. And our housing system is completely broken, with so many people trapped in the private absolutely rinsing us. At the same time, we've got a global climate emergency, rising geopolitical tensions, large-scale violations of international law, including a genocide in Gaza. So I think it's not surprising that people are angry, they're disillusioned, they want change, and the change that they made clear that they want is not being delivered by politicians, while at the same time the kind of institutions that foster community and solidarity between different people have been eroded, so people are more isolated than they've ever been. So we're seeing polarisation increase, and I think it's not surprising that compassion and dignity for others is in short supply, and it's been kind of replaced with this idea that we need to look after our own. And we're seeing the rights of minorities, be it migrants, refugees, LGBTQ plus people, being attacked. So the far right is in ascendancy. What should the Labour government do about it? Well, I think about Harold Wilson's quote that the Labour Party is a moral crusade or it is nothing. I'm not keen on the morality framing, but I think the general idea is right. Are we in government to be better managers of a system that is fundamentally rigged and broken? Are we here to triangulate, to focus group every single thing we do, to be terrified of our own shadow, hoping that we cling on to power in 5 years' time? Or are we here to reshape society and to improve people's lives? We've got to have principles, pick fights, win those fights, and change things. And we've got to be clear about who we're for and who we're against, and to be able to communicate that clearly and act with that in mind. I think that means tackling the huge multiple crises that our society faces and demonstrating that things can get better. And it means building solidarity between different groups and between the coalition that should be our electorate. But I'll be completely frank, we've made some huge mistakes in the first 8 months. Mimicking Farage on migration, that's already been spoken about at length. I won't go into it too much. But we should be saying that strangers are not migrants. They're the wealthy elites who are squeezing us, bleeding us dry for their obscene profits. We should be saying that anti-migrant policies are inherently anti-worker policies and that they hurt all of us, because if we reduce the rights of migrant workers, that impacts the conditions of all workers. Instead of scapegoating, we should be tackling the real issues that people are facing, the housing crisis, all of the issues that I've already mentioned. Take PIP as another example. This talk of getting more disabled people into work, well, it's not an out-of-work benefit. It's about recognising that being disabled comes with additional costs, and it's not fair for people to bear those costs on their own. That is a principle of the labour movement. And I don't think it's hyperbolic to say that these changes, just as the Conservatives' changes did, including in my own city, in Nottingham, they will cost lives and they will haunt the Labour Party electorally. So instead, yeah, we need to address the real reasons for people's problems. We need to fix those reasons. But I think we're also asking to be judged on the wrong things. I think growth is a mistake. Firstly, it's very difficult to achieve. I'm pleased that the economy is growing. It's grown it by 0.7% in the first 3 months of this year. But obviously that was before the national insurance contributions and before Trump's tariffs. But I think more importantly, growth means very little to the average person. Like we saw the US economy grow under Biden. That didn't stop Trump because he was still able to say, well, your bills, the price of your food shop is going up, you're being screwed, and I can do it better. I don't think I've got time to really go properly into the policies that we need, but if I can summarise, we need redistributive policies to counter the far right that tackle poverty and inequality. We need to rebalance our economy, rebalance the way that power between workers and bosses, tenants and landlords has been so skewed for so long. We need to nationalise our utilities, go the full way with energy, throw water in there too. And we need to tax the rich because a Labour government is for working class people and the people we're against are the super rich, exploitative corporations and mega landlords. So we don't have any time to lose, and I hope that all of you will be part of putting pressure on the Labour government, which I know that John and I will as well from inside. Thanks, everyone.
I'm afraid we don't have time for Q&A because we've been told there's another event coming in. So I'll just try and wrap things up in 1 second. Thank you for staying the whole day. And I know that economics is a gloomy subject, but we are optimists. And we've had some fantastic debate today. I've really enjoyed it. I hope you have. There are so many ideas. There are so many things that we need to fight for. We are passionate, and we need to make the government listen, and we need to try to get change on all the matters that we've discussed today. So I have some thank yous to make. First of all, I thank you, all of our speakers, and PEF Council for making their time to come today for this debate. And I thank the council members who helped me to put this programme together. That's Rob Calvert, Joe Michelle, Guy Standing, Ben Tippett, Stuart Lansing and Pettifor, who had the thankless task of pulling the programme together and inviting speakers and making some shape of it. I want to thank Yanis Stefanis and SOAS, who have given us these facilities and this fantastic theatre for us to hold our event today. I want to thank Enrico Puglieri of SOAS, who has been our mole on the inside and has pulled all the strings to make things happen with catering and IC and everything else. I want to thank Bree Knight from my firm, Hodge, Jones and Allen, who has worked tirelessly with her team and making it all so smoothly with her helps today. I want to thank Raj Palmer here, who has made all the video links work. And I want to thank Diana Abbas Ali, who has designed all the flyers and programs. So this has gone out on a live link today. It's all in the can. We're now going to edit it. It'll go up onto our website so we can then push it out to a much wider audience. So stand by for that, and we'll tweet all the links to it. And so also stand by for more PEF events in the near future. Now, you've reached the olives and crisps moment. There are some refreshments. I'm told that they're not going to be outside because there are too many people there.
Yes, that's right. So they're in Paul Wembley, which is literally the building next door to this building. So there's already another crowd waiting to come in here. So as soon as we end, if we could just make our way exit to the right and then upstairs, and there's the building next door, and we'll meet you there for refreshments.
So thank you very much all for coming. It's been a great day. Thank you.
And we all thank Patrick Allen. Thank you.
I'm short.
No, you're good. Carolina, she's squeezed.
Oh, she's enthusiastic. No, that's good. Yeah, no, I'm going to have to run.